presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
7 days ago, Michigan football earned a gritty win over Michigan State here at the Big House. It was not pretty at times. It certainly wasn't perfect, but it was sorely needed within the context of this season, and it was a critical continuation of the rivalry's recent history. Now, many stepped up last week for a Michigan team that did a lot of the little things right. No penalties, no turnovers, solid special teams, that type of stuff. It was a good foundation for the stretch run, but today, that foundation must be the springboard to the Wolverines' best performance of the season, because the best team in the country right now, Oregon, is in town, and the Ducks are rolling. The Illinois team that Michigan lost to pretty handily 2 weeks ago, they went to Eugene last week and had no chance. The vibes around the program were better this week. They were good after Paul Bunyan remained in Ann Arbor. For those good vibes to continue, the Wolverines have to be great today. Michigan entertains #1 Oregon at 3:40, and we're here to get you ready for it on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from northeast, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football scene.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Oh, Jack, I mean, what a difference a week makes. What a difference some improved play makes. Obviously, here today, Wolverines must play even better. But last week, I think, made it feel possible going into this game, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely did. I think last week they played with some swagger. They played efficient football. It wasn't perfect all the time, but they didn't make mistakes. And we talked about it a lot last week, how it's okay to not have a stellar play all the time or be charging down the field or make all these plays, but you can't make the negative plays. And they eliminated that last week. They got some confidence back. They got a big rivalry win that probably put a little wind in their sails and made them feel good about themselves and got some confidence back. And after 2 games that, frankly, they probably could have won, maybe not should have, but could have definitely won, and they got back in the right rhythm. They played their best football to date, and they're going to need that today versus a really good #1 Oregon team.
Here's captain senior running back Donovan Edwards on how last week is helping this week.
Getting the win against our rivals, it gives us a lot of confidence going into this game, man. We played the #1 team in the country in Texas. We play really great teams this far, and, it's just up to our preparation, our determination, and our will just to go out there and come out with a victory on Saturday.
This week is unique in recent Michigan football history because the Wolverines are trying to play spoiler. Now 2 weeks ago at Illinois, that was the case, but that was more so trying to spoil a historic day, the rededication of Memorial Stadium for that Illini program, not really any realistic national championship hopes. This Oregon team believes, and deservedly so, based on how the season has gone, that they can win all of the big prizes this year. Michigan's played in those types of games over the last 3 years, but almost every time with similar stakes on the Michigan sideline. So what is the preparation like for an opportunity like this where no one's picking you to win. Yeah. You're trying to pull an upset, and you're facing a team that's, from all accounts, really rolling.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's coach's speak to say that the preparation each week should be the same. No matter who you're playing, no matter who the opponent is, you're always trying to be a better version of yourself. And that's true no matter, what's going on and who the opponent is. But it's nice to, in some ways, it's nice to come into a game where, even last week with Michigan State, it felt like we had more to lose than Michigan State had to win. That's not the case this week. Nobody expects Michigan to come out of here with a win today. So finally, it's been a long time since we've been able to say this, they get to play spoiler in a sense of just let it all hang out. Cut it loose. Nobody's expecting anything stellar from them today. An opportunity to upset the #1 team, shake up the Big Ten a little bit, that's fun. That gets to that makes you, that underdog type mentality that you just go out there. And we've seen it a lot over the last couple of years when Michigan was number one or Michigan was the favorite basically in every game, where teams give you their best. Michigan's got the opportunity today to be that, to have that mindset, and to maybe find a rhythm after last week that they can come out, find some things that they've been efficient with, that they've been good with, and get an opportunity to spoil number one Oregon today. It's a fun mentality, and you just play loose. You play a little more free.
And, hey, if Michigan does win, you better believe there'll be some fans out there that start to scoreboard watch a little bit and look at bracketology and see, hey, you know what, maybe 9-3 could sneak in there.
Yep.
We'll delve into the scouting report on the Ducks here as we go along this afternoon. But to you, is this the best team in the nation right now? It does feel like through October it might be the most accomplished.
Yeah.
They're undefeated. But to you, is it the best?
Probably. It's hard to know. There's so much parity in college football this year. I think between the transfer portal and NIL, it's created a system where every team is different every year, and it feels like these teams, as the season goes on, almost become different from who they were in the beginning. I think Oregon's had some great wins, obviously. They are loaded with talent. They're playing very well right now. They've consistently gotten better as the season has gone on. And to your point, maybe the more accomplished team, the most accomplished team in all of college football right now. But, look, that's why you play the game. And Michigan's got an opportunity today to start to cement, hey, maybe they can find some mojo. Maybe they can get some rhythm. There is plenty of talent on this Michigan team to knock off anybody that they play. Mm-hmm. And if the passing game was playing at a standard level, at par, they absolutely could beat anybody. If that gets going today, Michigan could beat anybody in the country.
Yeah, and certainly from a Big Ten standpoint, Oregon and Penn State, along with Indiana, still undefeated. The SEC did not have any unbeaten teams coming in to last week. They still obviously don't. They won't the rest of the year. There are 3 unbeatens, and we'll also keep fans updated on what's happening in Columbus. Just a pick six, the first throw by Will Howard, the quarterback for Ohio State, intercepted by Zion Tracy, a 31-yard return for a touchdown. Obviously, Oregon fans have their eyes on that one. Michigan fans, of course, have their eyes on that one, and we'll be watching it throughout the day for sure.
The other sneaky one, too, at 3:30 with Michigan State and Indiana. I think Michigan State, they're another team that I think that win for Michigan probably will age better as the year goes on. Michigan State's got a lot of talent. I think Johnson Smith is doing a good job building a program there. We'll see what happens today. Indiana, maybe the first true challenge they've had, and it's not like Michigan State, some stellar team, but they have not been tested. They got to go to East Lansing today and fight a gritty Michigan State team. So a lot going on in the Big Ten. A lot's going to get solved by the end of the day today.
Yeah, around a touchdown favorite are the Hoosiers, but to your point, road games for Indiana so far, UCLA, Northwestern. That's been it.
Right.
They've played 6 of their 8 at home, so a lot to discuss. We'll have Rob Joyce along around 1:10 this afternoon to break down some of the out-of-town scoreboard storylines. Full scouting report on Oregon comes up at 1 o'clock. We'll visit with grad student Amir Hall as our player guest around 1:25. John Jansen's here in a little bit less than an hour. Final hour before kick. Thoughts with Jason Avant as well. We'll have interviews with Josiah Stewart and the head coach, Sherwood Moore, plus offensive and defensive scouting reports. But right now, we give you our first check of traffic and weather on the 8s, courtesy of our friends on WWJ.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will break down the week that was for Michigan football here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. When we come back, Wolverines and Ducks, the #1 team in the land, coming up a little bit after 3:30 from Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
From Ann Arbor to Ellen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
I got to lead with House Paul.
He's doing great. Comfortable down in his spot in the locker room, hanging out with the boys, so glad he's staying home.
Was he actually in the stadium? Did you have to, I mean, he's been here a while, so probably had to dust around it, make sure there wasn't.
Make sure he's good. Yeah, he was in the stadium for a little bit and then decided to come back home, so we're excited that he's here.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
It's a weird-looking trophy, isn't it?
Paul? It is. It's cool,
you want him
though.
around, but
yeah, you just keep him in the glass case and stay as far away as possible. You got to bring him to the big house or to East Lansing for the game.
Yeah.
And besides that, he's got his little case in Schembechler Hall, and you keep him there. He is a weird-looking cat.
Makes the bucket look like it's not too worn down, but a little brown jug, I should say. All right, that was from Monday's radio show with Sharon Moore, and it did feel like there was a sense of relief around the fan base after the win. Players try to stay as even keel as possible, but there had to have been a feeling of relief, especially with how that game played out. How, after 2 drives, Michigan State was outgaining Michigan, 130-1 or whatever it was. But it felt like there was probably a little bit of that relief around the players, no?
Yeah, I think there certainly was. I mean, you're coming off of nearly a month without a win. And to get a win against a rival, and it does not matter who's better, who's favored. That game is always weird. We talked about it a lot last week. It's always a strange circumstance when you're playing Michigan State. So to come here, night game, rivalry game, keep Paul at home, play good football. Not great, but not bad, right? And that was the key to winning that game, was they didn't play poor. They didn't shoot themselves in the foot. They didn't give Michigan State opportunities to capitalize on. And the reality is, besides the passing game, this team's good enough to win. They're doing things well enough to win all the time. The passing game has obviously hurt this season as we've gone on and has created other problems where the defense is on the field too much. I mean, even last week, the time of possession was way out of whack. The defense is on the field too much. Besides that, they're playing okay football. They really are. And there's enough talent there to beat everybody. So to put it together after a month of not getting a win, and then 2 road losses that hurt, a bye week, it just feels good to get that, to beat a rival. And so that can put some wind in your sails. There is something to be said about momentum and inertia in sports in general, particularly, I think, in college football. So to get that going, you like the inertia comment, don't you? I like that term. It's true. I think it's true. I really do. There's something to be said for that.
To peel back the curtain, we were joking about some clips from the past, and John, this was earlier this year, right?
I think it started last year with the inertia comments.
Well, yeah, and Jack said inertia, and John complimented Jack's vocabulary.
I didn't think it was that complicated of a term.
No,
people talk about it in sports, but it's true.
Don't say momentum around him. He might ask for your autograph.
It's very applicable to the spot that Michigan's in right now, where when things are bad, it's hard to get back. Get out. What do they say? Get off the schneid, right? And they were able to do that. They're able to find a victory against an opponent and a rival that wanted nothing more for their season than to come in here and spoil it. Michigan gets that done. They play a clean game. And if they're able to capitalize on those things and build off of those things, they should have a chance today. There's a lot to be – I mean, they're going to have to do a lot of things right. But they're in a good position to do so.
Yeah. In this week that was segment, the quarterback position has been a fixture in it pretty much all year long. It seems like we've arrived at the plan for the rest of the year, at least likely plan. Jack Tuttle announcing his retirement earlier this week, saying in a social media statement he recently suffered his 5th concussion. He elaborated also on the reason he was out for part of this year and did not practice much during the offseason. It was a UCL injury that he said had not fully healed. With Tuttle now retired, Michigan seems locked into this 2-quarterback model with Davis Warren as the starter. Alex Orji, change of pace. He finished the game with running the football last week. The former Davis Warren spoke to the media this week and discussed Orji last week.
Yeah, I think he did a great job getting in there and change of pace in the run game. He's just a dynamic athlete, and me and him are super close. We've been super close through everything, whether it was when he was starting or whether it was when Jack was in there. We're just super close, all of us as quarterbacks, Jack too. So we're all involved. We all know that whoever's out there is just a product of the entire room and the work that everyone puts in and the confidence we all instill in each other and the way we compete.
Michigan did not have success with 3 one-quarterback systems. They tried them all.
Right.
How can this 2-quarterback setup continue to evolve in your eyes?
Well, I think they're going to have to find a way to get Orji to throw the ball. And, I stole John's keys to the game last week when I talked about being good on first down, because when you're ahead of the chains the whole time, then the defense has to guess. And when they have to guess, look, there's a reason Alex Orji is playing quarterback and not another position. He can throw the ball. He hasn't had a lot of success doing it, but he has that threat, obviously, playing the quarterback position. If they're ahead of the sticks and he can have that dynamic of, is he going to hand it off or pull it around the corner? Is he going to do one of those two things or throw the ball? They can catch a defense guessing and, put them on their heels, so to speak. And if they can get that going, then the threats that opens up, then all of a sudden the running game gets going again. I think if they utilize that in a good way, they can be very, very successful with their offense. But it has to start on first down, because if you're in 2nd and 10, that doesn't work. You're in 3rd and 8, that doesn't work. If they're good on first down and they want to rotate Orji in and do different things with them, they can find success.
Do you feel better about the supporting cast offensively based on what you saw last week? Because it felt like around the quarterback it might have been Michigan's offense most complete effort.
Yeah, I think so. And the name of that was just not making those mistakes, not turnovers. They played good on first down. They were ahead of the chains the majority of the time. There weren't TFLs. There weren't sacks. They were playing efficient football, which allowed them to keep a defense on their heels. Now, this Oregon team, they got athletes all over the field. They have a great defense. They got a great offense. I know we'll talk about that a little bit. They're going to have to find a way to capitalize and expand on what they did last week. But it did seem to be more in rhythm than it's been before. And so hopefully they can expand on that and get some things going today and make this Oregon defense have to guess what Michigan wants to throw at them. You talk about the trick plays from last week, all those different things that they were able to do. Oregon's got to think about that. If they're able to start to utilize those things early in this game, that's going to be a huge advantage as the game goes on, because the defense just has to keep guessing.
No doubt. Michigan and Oregon coming up. We'll do our self-scout in about 5 minutes. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Of course, against a potent Oregon offense, Michigan's defense will need to be locked and loaded. And if that Wolverines defense records 2 or more sacks today, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off appetizers all day on Monday. They're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. We'll talk about the defense and the matchup with Oregon and our self-scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
Basketball season is here, and both Michigan programs just launched some exclusive promotional ticket packs that include a game ticket and a special item or experience. We're talking holiday mugs, themed sweaters, a sneakerhead t-shirt, and a whole lot more. Head over to mgoblue.com/tickets for full promotional, pricing, and availability details. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your Wolverine basketball tickets and promotions during another exciting season at Chrysler Center.
It's a Michigan game day.
Any win is a huge win, especially a win of that magnitude where you got guys that just the juice from that win is very high. That win is definitely going to help prepare us for Oregon just because Oregon's the next game. Being able to stack a win and going into the next game should already, especially coming off a loss, should definitely be the fuel that keeps guys hungry. But honestly, win or loss, guys should be ready to compete the next week.
That is Quentin Johnson, sixth-year senior from that Michigan defense. He had the big PBU on 4th down late last week in the win over Michigan State. Guys like Quentin Johnson, Amir Hall, Makari Page, Zeke Berry, and others have had to step up without Will Johnson for almost 2 full games. We will get the official word on Will Johnson, but all the reports saying that Will will once again be out for this one. Certainly we shall see, but the momentum not looking positive there. So, Jack, your thoughts on the secondary's work without Will and the fact that they're going to have to be even better this week against Oregon's dynamic offense?
Yeah, they are. There's a lot of weapons from Oregon that they're going to have to contend with today. It's going to be their biggest challenge yet to date. I will say this about the secondary. I've been proud of the way that they've responded. It hasn't been perfect throughout the season. I think in that Washington game in particular, they got exposed to some extent. But since that game, we've seen improvements. It's one of those groups that you can say, okay, we've struggled at this, and they've gotten better at it. They played off. They let guys find the zones against Washington. They played off coverage. Guys were able to just turn around at the sticks and catch a first down, and it was one of those things that we were all going, geez, what are we doing? And they've made adjustments to that, and I think they've gotten better. There's some young guys. Obviously, Will Johnson, gets all the notoriety there. He's been in and out with injuries. We'll see how that goes today. But you got a lot of guys, new faces in this season that were tested and were picked on by other teams early in the year, and they've responded. They've responded pretty well. Hasn't been perfect all the time, but you've seen incremental steps from that group to address those problems and those needs and get better as the season's gone on. And truth be told, that's all you can ask for from a position group. I've been proud of the way they've responded when adversity is hit. They're going to have their biggest challenge today because Oregon has all sorts of athletes running around the field. But I like the trajectory that they're on for sure.
Pass rush is an interesting dynamic in this one. Of course, Michigan has 2 of the best defensive linemen in the country, and it's not as simple as this. I'm not trying to say that this correlation is exactly, the key to success against Oregon, but the Ducks really struggled in their first 2 games, and Dylan Gabriel was sacked 7 times. They beat Idaho. They outgained them by like 1 million, but only won by 10. And then they barely beat Boise State, who's the odds-on favorite to be the Group of 5 team into the CFP. They beat them at the buzzer with a field goal. So 7 sacks in those 2 games. Since then, 6 games, he's been sacked 3 total times.
Right.
5 of those 20-plus point wins, and then the home win over Ohio State in a top 5 clash. Again, not saying it's as simple, but boy, if you can get closer to those 10 sacks over 2 games versus 3 sacks in the last 6, that gives you a much better chance to help the secondary and slow down Oregon.
100%. And I think you're fair to say that there's absolutely a correlation to that. When the quarterback's under duress, it makes everything impossible to do. And certainly I come from a perspective with offensive and defensive line where you can change the dynamic of a game with those fronts. When Michigan's been able, that's been the blueprint when we've taken down, the Ohio States in the past, or Alabama, or that Washington team in the national championship. It's been pressure on the quarterback, and those defensive backs don't really have to worry about, is this guy going to beat me long, because there's not enough time for that to happen. If Michigan's defensive line is going to have to make the difference. That secondary, like I said, playing better, on the right trajectory. There's some talent there. The defensive line is really the staple of this defense, and if they're able to get pressure on Dillon Gabriel and not allow him to find ways to extend plays and find those athletes down the field, at the end of the day, you can have the best secondary in the world. You can have a bunch of Will Johnsons running around out there. If there's time, those wide receivers will find a way to get open. If the defensive line and Wink Martindale can dial up some blitzes from time to time to get pressure on Dillon Gabriel, that's going to make all the difference in the world, and that's a great point by you about how he was under duress early in the season. They struggled. When he wasn't, they've blown out teams. I do think that's going to be one of the keys of the game today.
Miles Hinton at left tackle, he returned last week. Yeah. How noticeable was it to you up front, and what kind of difference did it make? Can it make here today?
Yeah, I think that it was key last week. I think that's part of when you see an offense play better, and not in terms of all these big gains and freakish type plays, big explosive plays, right? But just steady football, efficient football, getting yards on first down, putting yourself in manageable positions all the time. Usually that's a sign of an offensive line doing its job. I don't think it's just a coincidence that Miles Hinton comes back last week and they're able to do some of those things. I think it's a big, big bonus for Michigan to get him back.
Time to visit this day in Michigan football history, presented by Buddy's Pizza. On this day back in 2002, Michigan rolled Michigan State 49-3. And current wide receivers coach Ron Bellamy put on a show for the Maize and Blue. 5 grabs, 124 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Let's see if Ron Bellamy can draw that up for some of his receivers today.
We just need one of them. We just need one of them to have a day. We got to find a way to get Samaj Morgan or Colson Loveland's obviously the easy target, right? Yep. He's going to be there throughout the game. Who can it be that's going to show up today in a big way? And maybe it's a trick play or two, and maybe it's just steady football where you're running the ball good. Now the play action starts to open up, and maybe all of a sudden Alex Orji throws the ball long and is on the money early in the game and gives that passing game some inertia.
There you go.
Some momentum and inertia, and gets them confident, right? And then all of a sudden, when Kirk Campbell starts to feel that way, now you got the playbook at your disposal versus being in a situation where it's like, boy, we're good at running the ball, and we're really struggling to do everything else. If some of those receivers can step up today, it's going to make all the difference in the world.
No doubt. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. Michigan and Oregon coming up. First, we got another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's take 10 for station identification. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield. Back here at the Big House, we are a little bit less than 3 hours from kick. Michigan and number 1 Oregon will scout the Ducks next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Rake in the riches every Saturday in November with the Fall Harvest at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. From 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., join us to win a share of over $300,000 in cash and premium play, plus grand prize bonus entries that could boost your chances of winning. Then, on November 30th at 11 p.m., one lucky player will harvest the biggest win of all, the grand prize of $150,000 cash. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Hi, Wolverine fans. I'm Miles Hinton, offensive lineman for the University of Michigan. My job on the field is keeping the quarterback safe. Off the field, I have a passion for the outdoors and protecting our planet. One of the best ways to do this is by recycling. Last Recycle Bowl, Michigan fans diverted over 20 tons of waste from landfills. I'm calling on Wolverine Nation to step up our recycling game. On November 2nd against the Oregon Ducks, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product in the recycling bins in and around the Big House. I challenge you to do your part and help us beat last season's record. Remember, when we all recycle, it's the planet that wins.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
I just don't think we've ever measured ourselves based on what other people think. And that doesn't necessarily change. And we have our own internal goals that, in our plan of what we want to be. And really, at the beginning of every year, everybody asks me what success look like. And to me, it looks like us playing our best football at the end of the season. So that's our goal, is to put ourselves in position to play our best football and focus on the process, not the result.
That is the third-year head coach of the Ducks, Dan Lanning. He's done one heck of a job since taking over at Oregon. 2022, the Ducks went 10-3. Last year, 12-2. Their lone losses came to rival Washington in Seattle and then in the Pac-12 championship game. This year, 8-0, number one ranking now. Oregon did not have much football success in the 1900s. Only 4 Rose Bowl berths, no 10-win seasons until the year 2000. But they've had some close calls, Jack. 2001, finished the regular season 10-1. One of the teams in that mix to basically be the sacrificial lambs against Miami ended up being Nebraska, and Oregon just bulldozed Colorado in the Fiesta Bowl. They certainly stayed sharp and ready to roll. 2010, undefeated until losing at the buzzer. Remember the Brent Musburger for all the Tostitos call to Auburn in the BCS title game. 2014, Florida State. They beat them in the Rose Bowl. Then Ohio State got them in the championship game, the first ever 4-team CFP. In 2019, they won the Pac-12, 2 close losses along the way, finished number 9. So they've been close. They've been as close as you can get without winning a national championship back 14 years ago. And this might be their best team yet.
Well, it might be their best team yet, and it's probably the best landscape in college football for them to make a splash this year. There's a lot of parity, like we've talked about, between transfer portal and NIL. There doesn't seem to be a real clear favorite in college football right now. It's probably Oregon at number 1, and they're playing great football. They've gotten better as the year's gone on. Watching them take care of Illinois last weekend, who, Illinois is not the cream of the crop, but a good team certainly, and Oregon had their way with them. They're on the right trajectory to be playing good November football right now. They got athletes running around. Dan Lanning's done a great job since coming over as a defensive coordinator at Georgia. Has instilled a toughness in that team that I think they lacked for a long time. They've always had skill position. They've always been a flashy type of team, but they haven't always had that toughness in the trenches. And that's one thing that we talked about Oregon or all these West Coast schools when they came over to the Big Ten was, can that style translate into the Big Ten? So far, so good for them. They have that toughness that's allowed them to eke out big games. And but they're going to have a challenge here. I mean, coming into the Big House, a 3:30 kick, a beautiful fall day, Michigan playing with some confidence, hopefully, after last week and the big win against their rival. It's going to be a test for them, and it's going to be a test for us. Should match up to be a good game.
Offensively, per usual, the Ducks are a wagon. Quarterback Dylan Gabriel, second in NCAA history and a bunch of career stats. 175 touchdowns, 4 shy of the all-time record held by Case Keenum. More than 18,000 total yards He's second in pass TDs and pass yards, too. He completes 76% of his passes on the year, only FBS quarterback north of 75%. And check, the weapons are legit.
Yeah.
Number 15, Tez Johnson, 5th nationally in catches with 63. They've gone for better than 10 per grab. Number 7, Evan Stewart, he's a threat, and his best game came against Ohio State last month, 7 for 149 and a TD. The running back duo, Jordan James, number 20, pretty even splits. He's averaging 100 yards and 1 touchdown a game, even, locked in. He's third in the Big Ten in that category in terms of yards per game. And Noah Whittington, the RB2, he's got 3 touchdowns in his last 2 games. Don't forget about the tight end, Terrence Ferguson, second in Oregon history in catches by a tight end, third on the team in receiving yards this year at 321. Oregon style does lend itself to this, but it's really been an impressive offense that has adapted very well to the Big Ten.
It certainly has. They don't get enough recognition for how good they are in the trenches. That offensive line and the defensive line has played very, very well all year and allowed for those weapons to get open and Dylan Gabriel to be able to find them. If you ask me, how do you slow this offense down? You keep them off the field. Yeah. Your offense has to play defense in the sense of you have got to extend drives. You have got to find a way. Michigan's style has always been that. And it's even more paramount in a game like this where if you give Oregon the ball enough, they will find ways to put up points. They just have too many weapons. You can shut somebody down. They're going to find the next guy. It doesn't matter. Michigan's offense today is going to be its best defense because we got the position players on defense to show up, make some plays from time to time. But like I said, if you keep giving that offense chances, they will find a way to put up points. The offense today for Michigan, in my opinion, is going to be the best defense that they can have. You got to keep those guys off the field.
Yeah, and the defense for Oregon, I think, is what Dan Lanning has really brought in here. Because remember, he was the defensive coordinator at Georgia before coming to Oregon. His second to last defensive coordinator game with the Dogs was the Orange Bowl against Michigan. We all know how that went.
We all remember that one.
This team, one of 7 nationally in the top 15 in both total offense and total defense. And they're balanced. 10th nationally in points per game allowed. 12 different guys have at least a half sack. They've got 24 sacks as a team. And 6 different players have at least 1 interception. They get after it, and they have the type of depth that Michigan boasted defensively last year.
Yeah, 100%. And it starts up front. They got great pass rushers. They're able to put pressure on the quarterback. And that allows the secondary for them to fly around a little recklessly at times. And so that's why if Michigan's able to run the ball today and make that defense have to think a little bit about coming up into the box if they're running effectively and they want to play that, hey, which they'll do, hey, Michigan, we're going to dare you to throw it over the top. If the running game's working and they really have to sell out to do that, you're going to be able to maybe find some play action opportunities. We've seen Michigan get in a rhythm offensively when they've been able to do that. When you have linebackers that are always leading the stats, which is what you want as a defense, that means the defensive line is stout, they're solid, and those linebackers can run around and make plays, run sideline to sideline. They do a great job recruiting. Dan Lanning has a defensive mind, an aggressive mindset coming from Kirby Smart and that Georgia pedigree like he did. So they have tons of weapons, both offensively and defensively, but so does Michigan. And if Michigan's able to find a way to play that bully type of football, this day is shaping up. Just the ambiance of today is reminding me a little bit of that USC game. It's a beautiful day here. 3:30 kick. We got the CBS crew here. We're going to have the Goodyear blimp up in the sky. And Michigan, if they're able to just pound that West Coast team that doesn't want to do that all game, and if they can just find a way to make it close late in the game and keep pounding them, that's Michigan's best opportunity to win this game. It's going to lead to big runs, the play action opens, and it keeps that offense from Oregon off the field because they have to do that in order to win today.
That is our opponent scout. We'll pause now for traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Well, in State College, the game between Ohio State and Penn State about a half an hour or so ago. One head coach was trending on social media. Now the other is. It's been back and forth. We'll break it down with Rob Joyce next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jensen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And to do that, we always bring in our pal from the studios, Rob Joyce. Let's start with the game that, certainly been the biggest one anticipated here this week. Penn State hosting Ohio State. James Franklin versus Ryan Day, which certainly comes with plenty of commentary on the socials. And it's been a back-and-forth one so far, Rob.
Yeah, first 20 minutes of real time or so belonged to the Nittany Lions. A opening drive that ate up like half of the first quarter, but it stalled inside the red zone. Penn State kicked a field goal. Will Howard's first pass attempt, pick six, 10-0 Penn State. State College is rocking. It's a whiteout, although don't ask them about the time that the game kicked off. Since then, all Ohio State Buckeyes back-to-back touchdown drives, lead 14-10. Just took the ball back. They'll have it near midfield after a short Penn State punt. So Ohio State withstood that first punch from the Nittany Lions, and now Buckeyes have largely been in control up four.
Yeah, that first drive was 14 plays, 61 yards, spanning 8 minutes, 6 seconds. Since then, 3 and out of 8 yards, 3 and out of 0 yards. Drew Aller was genuinely questionable coming into this. He's gritting it out. He's an Ohio native who has put a lot on this game in his career. And right now, Will Howard's really bounced back very well since that opening interception.
Yeah, I've seen this movie before. Ohio State goes into Happy Valley and finds a way to eke out a close one. Just watching the game here in the booth, Ohio State's got better speed than Penn State does. They've been able to find the perimeter, whether it's sweeps or passes out to the corner. Penn State wants to play a physical style of football. Ohio State paid the price for that early in the game, but now has started to find a rhythm. And the Buckeyes look good. The Buckeyes offense looks like it's finding sync here in November, which is what you wanted if you were a Buckeye fan. I'm from Ohio, and I'm Team Nittany Lion today, I can tell you that.
Well, and here's the reality. In terms of looking ahead to the postseason, to the CFP, Penn State does not need this one as much as Ohio State does in terms of getting in.
Yeah.
Now, don't tell that to the people who are in that stadium right now in State College. But Penn State finishes with Washington, at Purdue, at Minnesota, and Maryland. 11-1 Penn State's going to get in.
Right.
And, again, it was 10-0, and I'm still sitting here going, okay, long game. I don't buy it. But I'll be curious how I'd be curious how an 11-1 Penn State season would look and feel and be critiqued if that's how it ends up and they sit there as like a 9 seed or a 10 seed that has to go and travel on the road in the first round of the playoff when, again, they have the schedule where you can go and win the Big Ten.
Well, the interesting part with this game is more so the coaching matchup with the Ryan Day, James Franklin, both of them struggling, thanks to Michigan, over the last few years to get that big win that they needed to get on top of the Big Ten schedule. Obviously, with Ohio State dropping to Oregon, like you said, it's more paramount for Ohio State to get that win for their playoff chances and berth and what they want to do to end the season. But it's kind of funny, I mean, being a Michigan guy, to sit there and watch the Ryan Day, James Franklin, like, hey, somebody's going to have to find a way to win the big one here. We'll see who it is. But it's one of those matchups where whoever doesn't, boy, does that fan base just get to pile on and say, geez, coach just can't do it, just doesn't have whatever it is to get over the top of this. This game's paramount, I think, for both of those guys' careers and both of the way that they're thought of by their fan bases. Both great programs, both great recruiters, always at the top of the heap. But it's just always one win away, and both those guys have suffered from that over the past couple of years.
Other games in the Big Ten, Rob, including a matchup of 2 of the last 3 teams to represent the West Division in Indianapolis. Northwestern and Purdue combined 1 Big Ten win between those 2 schools this year.
All Wildcats, the team with that Big Ten victory, 17-3 the lead at Purdue. They're a minute away from halftime, though. Purdue is driving in plus territory. And then the other game, Minnesota went to Illinois as a favorite to those with who care about such things. Tied at 10, about 3.5 minutes to go. Illini just tied it up with a touchdown, and then still to come, 3:30 Indiana's at Michigan State. That's an intriguing game. Nebraska. Do you guys know the last time Nebraska went to a bowl?
2016. We talked about it last week, which is crazy.
Yes, so they play UCLA at 3:30, and then tonight Iowa, Wisconsin, and then Washington, USC. At Washington, USC, the loser of that one might not go bowling.
Yeah, and if it's Washington, they really might not go bowling because Washington's schedule has been brutal. And after this, they finish at Penn State, home against UCLA on a short week, and then at Oregon in the regular season finale. So, yeah, that's going to be a tough part. That's a fun rivalry. That USC-Washington is an underrated rivalry that was added. I'll tell you on that Minnesota-Illinois thing, people thought, what's wrong with this gambling line? Thursday, 2-6 Jets favored against 6-2 Houston. That's why they got those big buildings out there in Vegas.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. A lot of parity right now. And I'm telling you, I mean, Indiana, look, Michigan State's not a great team by any stretch, but I do think that they're doing things the right way. And as much as I'm rooting for the Hoosiers. I think they've played well. Coach Cignetti, that's been fun to watch, that whole thing. They haven't really been tested. Not that going into East Lansing is some sort of test, but you always know Michigan State usually gives their opponent their best in games like that. I think we're going to find out a lot about Indiana today. I think we were talking about it off air. I think that Minnesota win that we got is going to age better with time. I think Minnesota's not a bad team. We saw that. We just had a big enough spread in that game where they, arguably could have come back and won that game. I think that's going to age better. There's a lot of good things shaking up in the Big Ten right now. We're going to find out a lot with the Penn State-Ohio State game where the rankings fall. And then that Tier 2, there's a lot of movement going on right now and a lot of teams that are kind of on the same caliber going back and forth.
No doubt. One game nationally of note, 5th-ranked unbeaten Miami led Duke at home 14-0. It's now 17-14 Hurricanes. About 5 minutes to play before the first half ends. That's a big one for the ACC. They've got to keep their undefeated or one-loss cluster alive if they want to have multiple bids in that 12-team college football playoff. Those are some of the scores from out of town. We'll chat with a member of the Michigan defense when we come back. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Amir Hall joins us next. Michigan and Oregon coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the Big House. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead, or see us at the game, because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
It is about to be a special day at the Big House, and you can feel it in the air. The Wolverines will meet Oregon for the first time as Big Ten foes in a game that people circled on their calendars when the league expanded. As we gear up for game time, I'm joined by Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Brian. I think it's safe to say that all eyes are on Ann Arbor today, and at the risk of being mocked, I hope Michigan sends the Ducks packing all the way back to Eugene.
You've been thinking about that since the conference expanded.
Yes, I have.
Well done. All right, Andy. Oregon last played at the Big House 17 years ago, and it did not go well for the Wolverines. But rather than focus on that memory, I'll just say, wow, that was a long time ago, and man, do I feel old. I'm sure I'm not alone, and for many of us, reminders of that passage of time come in the form of aching and sore muscles and joints.
Yeah, Brian, I prefer to say about myself I'm getting more seasoned rather than older.
Yeah.
But I hear you. Conditions related to muscle and joint pain like arthritis and fibromyalgia and carpal tunnel syndrome, they affect millions of Americans. They account for more than $600 billion in healthcare costs each year.
I saw on BCBSM.com that help is on the way for Blue Cross members dealing with these conditions, so tell us more about that.
Well, Blue Cross is introducing a suite of virtual care solutions for people suffering from muscle and joint conditions. Our members will have access to clinical guidance and advice from leading muscle and joint specialists. That includes personalized plans to help them meet their physical needs, as well as dedicated support and convenient exercise therapy sessions.
It's like a digital clinic, and for some Blue Cross members, it will include one-on-one coaching, an exercise kit, and even an FDA-approved wearable device to provide additional pain relief without the need for drugs or surgery.
That's right, and this new digital solution is a great example of what we mean when we talk about whole-person health care. Chronic pain, mental health, and access to care are all connected. So this solution provides our members with a comprehensive health resource that supports their overall health, both body and mind.
It will be available for members with employer-sponsored Blue Cross health insurance beginning January 1st, 2025. So help is on the way and just a couple months away. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
Continuing here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show before the Wolverines host #1 Oregon. Great to visit with Amir Hall from the Michigan secondary. Before we get into the game and your season so far, take us back to the initial conversations with Michigan, the ultimate decision to become a Wolverine. How did it all go? Why are you here in Ann Arbor?
Honestly, a pleasure to be on your show, first and foremost. But Michigan they allowed me an opportunity to come here and be a part of something special. And that's the secondary here. We got guys like Will Johnson, Jair Hill, and Quentin Johnson, Makari Page, like special secondary. So I was able to come in. They said I could come in, compete, and be a part of something special, and that's exactly what it's been here so far. So I'm very blessed for the opportunity.
Where have you grown the most on the field since you've arrived?
I think I've grown the most in learning the NFL playbook and honestly just like learning how to play both sides. I usually played boundary corner when I was at my previous school, so learning how to play inside and outside, and then just learning how to play in different types of schemes, and just building my versatility as a defensive back, not even a corner, just a defensive back in general.
How about off the field? Where have you grown? What's it been like to be a student athlete at a place like Michigan?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. You come here, man, and like the alumni, the people around the building, man, it's just special. Like, you get to meet so many different people, and being here has just showed me so much and just opened doors for me I could take for me for the rest of my life, and I'm very appreciative of that.
You mentioned Will Johnson first when talking about some of the other players. Obviously, he wasn't out there last week. How has this secondary made up for that massive loss and still put up some of the performances, the numbers, the plays that you guys have? Absolutely. So, Will, he's still very involved. Even though he's not on the field, he's still in the meeting rooms with us and making sure that we see the game as he see the game. And when we're out at practice, he's coaching us up and talking to us. And that's a guy that has really helped us so far this season, and he's going to continue to help us as he works his way back through. Your first two schools had proud tradition for their level, but obviously playing at Michigan in front of 110-plus thousand people, that probably is a little bit different. What's it been like when you're out there on a big play and the big house is going crazy? How would you describe that? It's a surreal feeling. Like I was at a school where the max I would get would probably be about 8,000 to 10,000 fans, and it's 10 times that here. So it's really a cool deal. And honestly, like, I try to tune the crowd out a lot, but when you look up, sometimes you just see everybody, and it's just a really cool feeling. Like, it prepares you for my ultimate goal, playing in the NFL, and it's a really cool deal. Certainly this game today will prepare you for that too. Oregon, a really good offense. Starting with the quarterback, Dylan Gabriel, what stands out about how he operates when you watch him on film? I feel like he likes to spread the ball around. And, I know I seen he's leads. He's like second in I think all time for passing touchdowns. So respect to him, but I think he does a good job spreading the ball around, and he likes to make plays with his feet, like just extending plays and using his players to get the ball on the perimeter and make plays down the field. So he's been doing a really good job this season. So we accept the challenge this week. And those playmakers you mentioned, how do they make things difficult, and how have some of the past challenging games you guys have had prepare you for an opportunity like this? I feel like this week it'll be a little different just because of some of the speed and the way that Oregon spreads out defenses, and like just some of their play calling is very versatile, and honestly, like, they play with a lot of defensive rules. So we'll be very prepared this week for just some of the things that they may give us, but honestly, you never know. Amir Hall, thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Great stuff from Amir Hall from that Michigan secondary. Wolverines and Oregon coming up a little bit more than 2 hours from now inside Michigan Stadium. We'll pause for this, another look at traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show rolls along with John Jansen's arrival next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Welcome to the Pretzel Bell, where Ann Arbor unites to share meals, memories, and maize and blue pride. Alumni owned and in downtown Ann Arbor, the Pretzel Bell serves up your favorite comfort foods, soft-baked pretzels, varsity burger, or mac and cheese, plus Michigan's finest craft beers and signature cocktails. The Down Bar has 32 TVs, and you can catch pub trivia on Wednesdays, country nights on Thursdays, and live music Fridays and Saturdays. To learn more or book a private event, visit thepretzelbell.com.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
We're an underdog in this game, and if you've been reading the papers and listening to the radio, everybody, and I mean everybody, is picking you to lose.
What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do about it, Sean? It's that flippin' simple, isn't it? What are you going to do about it?
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Wise words from the great Dan Deerdorf as we welcome John Jansen to the tailgate show. John's first segment presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. Dan had a way of explaining things pretty succinctly, and that sums this one up very well.
And a great way of filling in an adjective that you can't use with another one that is acceptable. So, yeah, this is a great day. This can be a great day for Michigan. This could be a great win. It's a great – I keep talking about opportunities. There's an opportunity to follow up on a national championship season. Now, we've underwhelmed in that regard, but it's the players – that have the opportunity to go out there and put their stamp on this program. This could be one of those let's put our stamp on it moments.
Feels a little bit like that USC game. 3:30 kick, CBS, sun shining, Goodyear blimp up in the sky. And Michigan was able to find a way that day about a month or two ago to just ground and pound and wear USC down over time. The West Coast teams coming into the Big Ten, maybe the formula is the same today. Just beat them up front, try to get into the fourth quarter and wear the team down and find a way to eke out a win at the end.
But it's also how that game started. It was started because the defense was dominant. And you had Tommy Dolman pin them down inside the 10-yard line. I think it was at the 6. Defense came out, pushed them back, and dictated the tempo, dictated the style, dictated exactly what they wanted to do. And honestly, that's the recipe that Michigan's going to need tonight. It's going to have to be a defensive-led victory.
Yeah, Jack alluded to it earlier. Michigan's best defense could be the offense, staying out on the field, limiting the amount of possessions, and that gives you a chance. We'll get the availability report here shortly, but all the reports are no Will Johnson for a second consecutive game. It's going to be a real challenge for this team in that regard. But if they can churn out some of those long drives and finish those drives, it goes a long way in helping out what will be, from all accounts, a shorthanded defense.
Well, and yes, that has to be a part of it. They're going to have to, at some point, you're going to get the ball on the 20 or the 25-yard line and put together a 75 or 80-yard drive. Yep. You're just going to have to. Now, we're not expecting that every single time. And if the defense doesn't want that, then go ahead and get a turnover. Give them a short field. pin them down inside their 10, inside their 20, so that when they punt, Michigan gets the ball at the 50 or maybe our own 45, and all we got to do is go 55 yards instead of 80.
Yeah.
That's where the defense can do the offensive solid, and then obviously the offense scoring, putting together some drives. That's where you've got to have complementary football today.
And you alluded to it, John. How about special teams, too? Doman and Zavada early in the season really showing up, giving the team life, finding a way to get points on the board, or when they didn't pin the opponent deep, things like that that give you a fighting chance. Make those guys have to drive the length of the field. Make them sustain drives to put up points. Special teams, if you're going to win today, has to play a part in that as well.
And that's just if you're talking about the basics of football. All right, yeah, okay, sustain some drives, get off the field on third down, make a play on special teams. For this game for Michigan, because right now Oregon is a more talented team, and they're playing as a better team in all three phases, they're going to need a few things to happen. You might need you're going to need a turnover. You're going to need that short field, some momentum, maybe even a defensive score. You're going to need not many, but a play on special teams. So it's going to have to be all three phases. And then at some point, you're going to probably need Dan Lanning to do Dan Lanning things where, hey, the ball is on the 35-yard line. They're 35. It's 4th and 1. And he thinks, because he thinks he's got a big set, that he's going to go for it. Now all of a sudden you stop him, and at the 35-yard line, you go out there and you think, hey, we got a short field. They just gave us a gem. Now let's go take some points. You got to capitalize on it. So you've got to be – you're going to have to get some help from the other team. But when you do – you got to make sure you turn it into points.
And along those same lines, we can't be the one giving them those opportunities, right? Last week with Michigan State, no penalties, no turnovers, playing smart, efficient football. You got to have that again today to give yourself a fighting chance.
It's a recipe.
Yep.
Yeah. How was Halloween at the Jansen household?
Oh, we had Santa Claus. Santa Claus came to town early, and Teddy went as Santa Claus.
I thought you were saying you went as Santa Claus.
No.
Did you have a costume?
Dad did not dress up. I went as a Michigan fan.
Oh.
I'm sure that's shocking to everyone.
Oh, come on. The kids didn't make you dress up as like a princess or a piggy or maybe the worst, a wide receiver.
If you
I dress
want to
like
make
Jason Avant.
No, I'd go as Jason Avant. What I wouldn't go is as a kicker.
That's just going on.
I know.
Shots are fired.
That's why you don't show up early, Jason. You're smart.
Jason got here early. I think this is the first time we've seen him
strays. Yeah. John walking around as a receiver. First of all, I don't think it's a stretch. Right? I mean, I could have been a receiver. I'm in shape. Yeah. I could go as a receiver and pass as a receiver.
5'9" 40.
Yeah. Well, hey, I might make this team.
Whoa!
Brought to you by Zing Zang.
Spicy mustard today.
Well, Jason will be stepping in for John as today's color analyst. We'll have Jack on the sidelines.
Every Wolverine fan's nodding their head. He said it out loud.
This segment, as Jason so eloquently said, is indeed presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Oh, we've got some feistiness up here at the booth. Yes, it sure has, as Michigan and Oregon get set for battle. We're on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, and let's give you another update of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will go in the trenches as we continue. A little bit later, updates on the availability report. Michigan and Oregon coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the Big House. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food. Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
You won't want to miss a star-studded Michigan gymnastics season. From exhibition meets in December to challenging conference clashes to both 2025 Big Ten championships at Chrysler Center to even the men's NCAA championships. The college gymnastics world revolves around Ann Arbor this season. Women's season tickets are on sale now. Admission is free to all regular season men's meets. So head over to mgoblue.com for schedules, updates, and tickets. That's mgoblue.com for all you need to know for Michigan gymnastics.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Let's go in the trenches.
Indeed, MGO Blue Podcast, your location for In the Trenches 3 times a week during the season. We got all the basketball coverage you could want on Defend the Block. Conquering Heroes this week featured wrestling head coach Sean Bourmet. And, of course, after this one, we'll have the post-game episode, hopefully a fun one, here with number 1 Oregon in town. This week, we had senior running back, and, hey, every once in a while, right now, once a season on average, quarterback Donovan Edwards, who recalled the lead-up to his 4th career pass and 2nd career touchdown pass against Michigan State last week.
Low-key, I was telling Freddie J to, tell Kirk, we just need to run it. We just need to get it off the sheet. Because the safety is just triggering so hard. We ran a pin and pull in the 3rd quarter, and the safety just triggered so fast. I couldn't make a move or nothing. I watched on the film. I could have went inside, whatever. But I was just we got to get that off the sheet. So it was a red zone play for us all throughout the weekend. We had that cooking in the microwave for some time now, and I was just we just have to get off the sheet just because the safety is just triggering so hard. And I just reading the safety, seeing what the safety's going to do. If he stayed with C-Love, I wasn't going to throw it away. I wasn't going to mess up my QB rating. You feel me?
So what is the QB rating?
I don't know, but I know it's better than
it's got to be high?
It's better than any other quarterback that's ever walked through here, though. That's for sure.
I have those numbers. Donovan's 540.1. Just saying. J.J. McCarthy's only 160.5. Just saying.
Well, hey, facts are what they are. Stats don't lie.
Yeah, minimum 4 passes. Dono certainly does well. He's 4-4, 131 yards and 2 touchdowns in his career. That plays.
Minimum 4 passes. you do have to have a qualifier. Anybody with 3, you're out.
Yeah, sorry.
You know what? When you talk to Sharon Moore, you talk to any of the coaches, the one thing that Donovan is he's just a great athlete. Yeah. And, we talk about him as a receiver and his ability to catch the ball. We talk about it as the running back. But this is the thing that's always weird for me. In being around so many great athletes throughout the course of my career, there are a lot of dudes, especially running backs, that can't throw a ball. They literally can't throw a ball. And that has always amazed me. And you talk to Sharon Moore, and Donovan walks out to practice, doesn't even warm up, and then flips at 40 yards. That's just the type of athlete he is.
Yeah. They call him Big Play Dono for a reason. And he's going to have to show up today in some sort of way, right? Every big game that Michigan has found a way to win over the last several seasons, that guy's been a big, crucial part of it. If it's a throw today, if it's a reverse, a jet sweep, whatever it might be, we're going to need number 7 to show up this afternoon.
How many players in Michigan history have a wider range of highlights than Donovan Edwards. I mean, Desmond Howard, Charles Woodson. I mean,
well, you have your pass blocking, you've got your run blocking,
Sure.
You've got your blocking
Sure.
on the screens.
Yeah.
You've got some different styles like this. So I would think there's a lot.
Yeah. We'll keep yours to the radio package.
I'm not talking about mine.
minimum 4 passes.
Minimum 4, yeah. minimum 4 pass
4
sets.
blocks.
Yeah. you got your right, the guys that could go right tackle, left tackle. I mean, you got there's a lot of there's a wide range that we're talking about.
Yeah. No. Thanks for your support and your analysis there. All right. We talked about Halloween last segment. Thursday, of course, the great holiday. So this week, we got the pulse of some people's candies of choice throughout the week. And on Monday's radio show, defensive back Quentin Johnson emphatically weighed in.
The best, I'd probably say like a chunky bar, which I don't even know how popular that is nowadays. A chunky bar or a Snickers. You can't go wrong with a Snickers because everybody knows Snickers. And it's just something that it's probably going to hit everybody's palate unless they're allergic. A Snickers or a Twix. The worst, a Baby Ruth. I don't even know if I said it right, but them things are disgusting. They shouldn't be able to. I don't even know who makes them. I don't even know if they still make them. Because I know they're really old candy and they taste like an old person's candy. Stay away from Baby Ruths.
Oh, all right. So if you take the nuts out of the Baby Ruth, you get a Mounds bar. Is it just the coconut that you don't like?
I don't know what it is about that candy bar. It tastes soggy. It's just not a delicious piece of candy. Like,
all right. Last one I'll ask you.
Just for real. Like, and I ain't getting no NIL deal from them, so I ain't tripping. But yeah, stay away from a Baby Ruth.
And you never will get an NIL deal
like
from
an
a Baby Ruth. But here's the irony. Here's the irony. A chunky bar, which I had never heard of, milk chocolate, raisins, and roasted peanuts.
I thought he was talking about the participant versus the bar.
Either or.
There's a highlight reel one for you.
Yeah.
They were from the same company, formerly Nestle, now the Ferrara Candy Company. So as passionate as Quentin is about Chunkies, the Chunky Bar, I don't know if the Baby Ruth will be welcoming him into that potential NIL deal.
No, but, I mean, there's no bad press, right? So
That's true.
Maybe the Baby Ruth. And he did say it correctly. I'm not sure how else you would say the Baby Ruth.
Yeah.
But, there could be positives in all of those
All
things.
right, your number one. You asked a lot of people, what is your number one Halloween candy?
I don't even think it's close. It's the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Yeah.
And because once the kids come home with their bags of candy, Dad has to sift through it to make sure that it's all
the tax.
The
tax.
Well, there's always a tax. Like I need a slice of the pie.
Yeah.
But you need to make sure that there's nothing nefarious going on.
Yes.
And so you go through and you take your slice of the pie, you check them to make sure you do the taste, make sure everything is okay. And some of them go into the freezer. Some of them are disposed of immediately.
I'm with. So the best Reese's, by the way, in my opinion, are the seasonal ones, the pumpkins, hearts.
No. It throws off the ratio.
Oh, disagree. That's where the ratio's at its best. Need a little more peanut butter, John. A little more PB. What do you got, Jack?
I'm a big Reese's fan as well. I also like Snickers. Anything with peanut butter and chocolate together is a good combination.
That's a big man candy.
I mean, you said that. I nod like, of course. Yes.
Have you ever dared to eat a Baby Ruth?
Yeah, they're not terrible.
I would persevere.
He had a real disdain for Baby Ruth. I don't understand why. But the other mix-up you can go is I do like Sour Patch Kids. Just every once in a while, like at a movie theater or whatever with popcorn. It's just okay. Well, all right, guys. All right, Reese's is. I'll see you later.
Go to hospitality. Get out here. You are kicked out.
Yeah.
No,
Jason already left. He didn't want to.
He was offended. I hope he comes back. All right, that is the definitive breakdown of Halloween candy. Just what you need as you get ready for a number one team coming to town, Michigan and Oregon. Let's give you another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
The availability report is out. Some interesting names on there. And obviously Michigan will play a little shorthanded today. We'll come back and tell you about that as we continue to break down the Wolverines and the Ducks. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compressed timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Hey Michigan fans, it's offensive lineman Miles Hinton. It is time to step up. The 2024 Recycle Bowl is scheduled for Saturday, November 2nd. We'll count every plastic, paper, and aluminum product put in recycling bins in and around the Big House. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material. November 2nd is our chance to take this title, and we need your help. Michigan Stadium has tradition of recycling and is committed to diverting recyclable material from landfills. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student-athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student-athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
This is Michigan football.
Well, he's still very involved. Even though he's not on the field, he's still in the meeting rooms with us and making sure that we see the game as he see the game. And when we're out at practice, he's coaching us up and talking to us. And that's a guy that has really helped us so far this season. And he's going to continue to help us as he works his way back.
That is from the interview we had a few segments ago with Amir Hall here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. And unfortunately, John, the availability report did confirm what had been reported for the last 24 hours or so. No Will Johnson again this week. We'll talk about some of the other names here momentarily. But, John, I do think this Wolverines team has played maybe better than people would anticipate without Will Johnson out there. But this is a totally different test than what they had for much of the game at Illinois and then obviously last week when Will was completely out against Michigan State.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a completely different level. And when you think about this Oregon team, one of the things that you think about is the speed and the talent at receiver. And it's not just one guy. It's 3-4 deep that they've got playmakers at their receiver position. So, and I'll stand by this. It's a shame. It's frustrating that injuries are such a big part of the game and they're such a big part of today's game. But I'll always go back to next man up. Yep. It's time to step up. It's time. There's so many guys are getting opportunities. You got the number one team in the country. A lot of eyeballs are going to be on this game. And let's just call a spade, not because of what Michigan is doing, but because of what Oregon is doing. So if you want to go out there and start to make a name for yourself, today's the day. You got that opportunity, step up and do it.
And that's something that Michigan did so well the last 3 years is they took care of business in these types of situations. Now Michigan trying to reverse it. You mentioned next man up. One of those individuals who would have been in that spot for Michigan in the secondary also out. This name a little bit more surprising, Jair Hill. That's another big loss without Shug.
That one is a surprise. And it's disappointing because we've seen him play so much better over the course of now 7-8 games. But to have him down now again, hey, opportunity. Yeah. And we've heard there's a name that we've been talking about the last couple of weeks. Sharon Moore 2 weeks ago talked about Josiah Edmond as a guy that was starting to come on, starting to play better, and as a freshman going to get some time. And, hey, whether it's because you're ready or you're not, you're in. and you're next man up. And so we'll probably see a lot of him today.
Other names on that availability report, once again, Amorion Walker is out, Michigan wide receiver. Key special teamer Christian Boivin is out. The Andrew Gentry injury we saw last week against Michigan State, he's out for the season. Such a shame for a young man who, he from all accounts, was right there in that right tackle battle going through camp. Some struggles there from what we saw of Evan Hall, and now here we go. Evan Link, I should say, and now Gentry's out for the year. Certainly a bummer on the offensive line.
It is, and any hit that you take to the depth at any position is going to be a big deal. So now you're looking at the guys that are tasked with going out there. Yeah, you've got your starters out there, but again, we may see some younger players if they have to go down the link or down the roster. Andrew Sprague has really looked good at practice. Another guy that Sharon Moore has talked about. And here's the other thing is, I know we've seen him in a couple of games. I don't know how many games he has in, but we're nearing that mark at the end of the season where guys, if they haven't played yet, there's only 4 regular season games left. They can play all the way through the end of the season without losing the red shirt.
Yep, and bowl games don't count either. So, yeah, we're into that realm if someone has not played at all yet this year. One other note, questionable Rayshawn Benny, so we'll keep tabs on him.
It'd be nice to get him back
up
front.
It'd be huge, no doubt. Let's talk about this Oregon team. Offensively, plenty of headlines per usual, but what Dan Lanning has built defensively, remember what he did at Georgia, really helping that Bulldogs program turn the corner from a national contender to the national champions. He was there for the first title for Georgia when Michigan saw them in the Orange Bowl. He's really done a heck of a job with Oregon. Their offense seemingly always there, but defensively, that's where this next layer of this Oregon program has gone.
It really has. And when you look at their defense, at their front seven, they're physical, they're big, they're athletic. And obviously the headliner is Uiagalelei. When you watch him play and you watch – he's a good edge defender. He's a guy that can transition from the run game right into the pass. He's got a number of different moves on the edge. He's a force to be reckoned with, and that type of player, along with the other playmakers that they have up front, it's a deep, talented group.
You nailed it. Uiagalelei. You got it.
I've been practicing.
I know. I could tell. I could tell because based on where you started, you had to start practicing.
Yeah, trust me. There's a lot of names on this roster that I know Doug has been practicing, and I have been practicing as well. Doug, which one is your favorite?
Oh, gosh.
Well,
there's plenty of options.
The center,
yeah,
Iupani Laloulu. His nickname's Poncho, so we're just going.
We're going Poncho. I love it. I love it. Yes.
Yeah. Under the bright sunshine, it's a rainy snap for Poncho under center.
Yeah.
We'll see. You got to bring it game day. You can do it on the tailgate show, but you got to bring it once kickoff hits, John. If Uiagalelei, does something bad, you got to bring it up.
That's the first of many.
Yeah.
Because I can't go Big Cinco, right? Like his brother, the quarterback, right? Yeah. What are we supposed to say? The Big Ten? I mean, he is in the Big Ten now. I guess we could call him that.
Yeah, but
that doesn't really.
I don't think DJ's earned nicknames anymore. It hasn't quite gone that well.
No, it has not gone well. But
DirecTV certainly would say.
Getting back to the point is this is on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. Yep. They've got speed. They've got depth. And I think the biggest thing for Oregon right now that Michigan is facing is a team that everybody understands their role. They're playing good team defense. They're playing in good rhythm offensively, and Michigan's got to find a way to get them out of that rhythm.
Wolverine Nation, today is the day as you head into today's game. Remember, it's the Recycle Bowl. We're trying to set a new world record of collecting recyclable material in and around the stadium today. So do your part as you hang out in Ann Arbor, head into the stadium, or if you are already here, remember, when we all recycle at home, at the game, or at the tailgate, it is the planet that wins. Let's give you another traffic and weather check here on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. We're getting ready for a 3:40 kick. The Penn State-Ohio State game is at the half, and there have been some wild twists and turns in it. We'll break it down with John and Rob as we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hello?
Where are you? The party started an hour ago.
I got, delayed.
Wait, are you at the casino again?
Casino? No, not at all.
If gambling is getting in the way of your priorities, self-exclusion from the Detroit casinos might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else. Like America's best-selling car, Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time with available all-wheel drive. Now through November 4th, you can lease a Camry LE for $299 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
We're way more prepared, better equipped to get a win. Obviously, Texas didn't go how we wanted it to, but I think just as a team, we're just much more mature. That going into, early in the season, just had a lot of new guys in there, and we just weren't as far along and developed as a team. And obviously, didn't go how we wanted to that Saturday, but I think just as a whole group, just in a way better spot to play complementary football and, put ourselves in a position to win the football game.
That is Michigan starting quarterback Davis Warren. And John, I still don't know if we have a full picture on what this team's identity is, but I think we have a pretty good idea what they want it to be, and this is an opportunity to show that truly is your identity, not just a desired end goal.
Yeah, and now getting comfortable with the 2-quarterback system, at some point they're going to have to show something in the pass game, but you just don't know when that's going to be, in terms of Alex Orji and his ability to throw. And honestly, we saw it in the USC game when he overthrew Fred Moore. Like, the arm strength is there. And so they can be a deep threat team. They just got to be able to connect. So at some point, maybe it's, hey, 4 verts, let's protect up, and let's just see if we can connect deep and show that threat, because they're going to be bringing everybody up. But with Davis Warren, yeah, there's going to be the run game that's there with, whether it's Donovan Edwards or Kalel Mullings or Ben Hall. I think we might see a little bit more of him sprinkled throughout. But we did see a part of the passing game start to develop last week. First pass play of the game, incomplete. Then he rips off 10 in a row. And they weren't, and we're not talking about 30, 40 yards downfield, but it was that measured passing game where they got him some confidence. Maybe you're able to put that defense on its heels just a little bit to open up more of that run game.
If you're just joining us, no Will Johnson as expected, no Jair Hill as well. He's out on the availability report. Amorion Walker also out on the Michigan offensive side. Andrew Gentry's injury suffered last week, confirmed to be a season ender. Halftime Out at Penn State, Nittany Lions and Ohio State, Rob Joyce have been in quite a tussle. Break down what has happened through 30 minutes of action for us.
Since we last spoke, no change in the score. At the half, it's still 14-10 Ohio State, but a lot has happened. Will Howard appeared to have gone in for a touchdown that would have given the Buckeyes a 21-10 lead. Instead, a review showed he was stripped of the ball at the one. Ball rolls through the end zone, so Penn State instead of allowing a touchdown, gets the ball. Nittany Lions drive down the field, dying seconds of the half. Drew Aller throws what was initially ruled an incompletion. Turns out it was a phenomenal interception by Ohio State, so both quarterbacks with turnovers near the goal line. All in all, Ohio State with a 4-point lead heading into, they're about to start the third quarter.
Yeah, and John, I mean, outside of that Zion Tracy pick six, it's really been all Ohio State today.
Yeah, it has, and I haven't seen as much as you guys have, but it's what's surprising me is the Ohio State's ability to run the ball. And watching the effectiveness of the run game, the way that they've called it. Chip Kelly's done a nice job of sprinkling in a couple of new wrinkles in how they're getting the running back the ball.
Yeah, Quinshon Judkins and Travion Henderson both averaging just shy of 6 yards a carry. They've been really, really strong there. Other games in progress. Rob, give us some other scores of note.
Early third quarter in Champaign, Minnesota leads at Illinois 13-10. Northwestern leads at Purdue 17-10, also early in the third. And then one national score of note. One of the unbeatens, Miami, number 5 team in the country, busted out to a 14-0 lead on Duke. Well, Canes currently trail at halftime to the Blue Devils. It is 21-17 in favor of Duke at the break.
Yeah, the ACC can't have that. They can have that. They can have that in January at Cameron Indoor. They cannot have that in football this year. Miami's just been kind of. It's been dangerous for them. It's been an odd 8-0 year.
It has been. I mean, Cam Ward came right out of the gates slinging the ball around. He was a Heisman candidate, and he's still in the conversation. But, the ACC, and then you got Clemson, right, who lost that first game, got their doors blown off by Georgia. They've come racing back. That's their only loss. So, yeah, they need to have a team that's undefeated. And whether it's Miami, if they're able to get by Duke, facing Clemson in the ACC championship game to be able to get two teams into the college football playoffs. It might only be a one representative this year.
Yeah. You've been skeptical of Indiana. They're 8-0. This is just their third road game, and their first was at UCLA. Their second was along the lake against Northwestern. Curtis Rourke is back at quarterback. They're about a touchdown favorite at Michigan State. What are you looking for in that one?
Well, it's really what's Michigan State going to do to stop that offense. And, we saw them last week be very good against the run. Can they make them simply one-dimensional and defend in the secondary? I just don't know if that's possible for 4 quarters for Michigan State. They're going to need to force some turnovers. The big key for them, what cost them the game last week? It was that one fumble right before half. And so if they're able to possess the ball, not turn the ball over, play clean football, they've got a shot.
Time for the tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer. Bring a large plastic tub to throw all your dirty utensils and dishes in. This makes it so you have an easy, organized, and clean pack-up process. And that was today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Doug Karsch is standing by. He'll join us when we come back. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Getting ready for a 3:40 kick. Wolverines in number 1 Oregon. Doug Karsch's thoughts next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Tommy James and the Shondells. Saturday night party night, November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Classic 60s hits with Tommy James. Tickets start at $35 and are on sale now at the box office at etix.com.
My baby does the hanky panky.
November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss Tommy James and the Shondells. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's the Detroit Wingco Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingco.com. That's how Detroit wings.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Now, John, you know what you need when you're getting ready for a broadcast? You need to gear up for Michigan and Oregon with a delicious cinnamon maple oatmeal latte like Doug had today, I noticed. How was that?
It was pretty good.
I mean,
was it soy or was it actual cow's milk?
No, it was actual cow's milk.
Oh.
But did you get to the pregame spread by chance?
Did you? Was it turkey meatballs?
No, it wasn't. But
Oh.
they had a lovely sunflower vegan pesto. Did you try it?
Yeah.
I was
No.
worried you'd miss out, so I brought you
Oh,
some. Here you go.
perfect.
I'd like you to dip your finger in that and
Oh,
take
wow.
a little taste.
It looks like something that Teddy produced.
I thought it was a
You want me
Christmas
to
cookie.
eat this?
I want you to dip your finger. See if you're brave enough to dip your finger in the sunflower.
It looks
vegan
like
pesto.
baby food.
It looks like if an oatmeal cookie were green. Now it doesn't. John just literally put his finger in it, and it goes. Oh boy, that looks.
And?
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Huh?
What do you put this on?
I put on the grilled chicken breast, of course.
On the grill? And you put this on chicken?
Yeah.
You put it on the latte.
yeah.
I should have saved some of the latte.
No,
for
I'm
you.
good.
I
You can have the
apologize.
rest.
I will give John credit.
It's not bad.
That was a pretty
Yeah, you
healthy
took a
amount
lot,
he tried.
way more than I expected.
Well, I
you
wanted to make sure I get a good taste.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Okay.
That wouldn't be my first choice, but I wouldn't go
Scale
hungry.
of 1 to 10.
3.
All right. All right. Not bad is 3.
Wonderful.
Great.
Wonderful.
it's not a 1.
The reality is, I do like the Oregon look today, but there have been some Oregon jerseys that have been that color.
Yeah, that's true.
They mix it up a little bit.
Do you like the helmets? You see the helmets they're wearing today?
I haven't seen the
all
helmets
chrome,
yet.
It's
right?
the chrome.
Yeah.
It's like the mirrored chrome, which look like Christmas tree ornaments.
I probably couldn't pull it off, but college football players can. Let's talk about last week into this week, Doug, because Michigan obviously took some important strides last week against Michigan State versus what we had seen against Washington down the stretch, against Illinois pretty much the entire game. What did you like, and what bigger step do they have to take in any direction here against a team like this?
Well, last week we talked about it. We talked about complementary football. The 2023 Michigan football team had a perfect record, but they were not perfect. And what they didn't do was put their defense in bad spots. They didn't turn it over much, and they played to their strengths. They were able to run the football with the occasional explosive play in the passing game, but mostly they were really good at optimizing field position, making teams try to go 80 yards against the defense, and it was an incredibly successful formula. This year's team, not as buttoned up, clearly not as experienced, until last week, they hadn't played a good brand of complementary football. And in fact, it was pretty much the case for the first 56 minutes of the game, and then a short punt gave the defense a short field. But that's where the defense was asked to stand up and defend a short field one time, and it was the most important time at the end of the game, and they did.
Yeah, and so they've got to capitalize on what did that feel like, what did it look like. It obviously turned into a win, and when you don't turn the ball over, you give yourself the best chance to have something go right. And that's really what they knew. They need to give themselves a chance offensively for something to go right. And defensively, just don't put them in a bad position.
Yep.
Because it is a good defense.
Yep. We learned what we expected to learn with the availability report, that Will Johnson would be out again. Certainly the surprising name was Jair Hill. Your thoughts on how Michigan tries to scrape and scratch and claw together a secondary against one of the most dynamic passing games in the country?
Yeah, it's not a great formula, is it? This is not what you want coming into this game. I imagine we'll see Zeke Berry a little bit on the edge. Josiah Edmond, the freshman, kid out of Northwood High School near Indianapolis, Indiana. He will get some run today, is my guess. He has impressed the coaches in practice. Bigger corner at 6'1". And Brandon Hillman's going to have to step up and play more, and they like him a lot. Great athlete and a player that gives them Dax Hill vibes. That's the kind of player they think he can be. And so we're just going to have to see guys step up and make plays. But I know right now people are skeptical. Can Michigan slow this team down? And maybe they're going to have to invite Oregon to help them by forcing some mistakes. But we've done this long enough. We've been around long enough where Michigan was the 2-touchdown favorite on a road game going into a hostile environment, and Michigan got off to a slow start in that stadium. The stadium started to believe, the other sideline started to believe, and Michigan got upset. So the thing to watch for today that didn't happen in the Texas game is a fast start.
Yep.
Against Texas, they went right down the field, a 13-play drive. They missed a field goal, but then Michigan went 3 and out. Texas went touchdown, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, and led 24-3 at the half, and just sucked the life right out of this building. So today, that first 5 minutes, first 8 minutes, first 10 minutes are critical to build some belief, get the building into it, and get the sideline into it.
Well, and Michigan started on defense on that drive. Now Texas goes down, misses a field goal.
Yep.
But they invited them to keep going on that drive because there was a penalty. There's a third down conversion, and that's where this Michigan defense has struggled a little bit, is 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10s. I'd rather they be in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. It seems like the conversion rate for Michigan that's favorable. So if you are going to start fast, defense, if you're out there, get off the field. That's simple. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. What's your favorite Halloween candy, Doug? Is it that sunflower thing?
No, it's not. It is the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. It is a weakness, and I agree with you. The pumpkin version. I'll go with the pumpkin version.
The seasonal ones, they've got the best chocolate to peanut butter ratio.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah. Some see it as a weakness. Some see it as a strength.
Yeah, that's fair.
Doug,
Whoa.
I have an announcement to make.
We had a light bulb.
Yeah.
Oh, you
I
ate
have
a Reese's?
something to show you.
Oh, dear. This is great for radio.
I am wearing
he's got the bacon socks.
Oh,
I've got socks with pictures of
bacon and eggs.
And these are
in the cast
given
iron.
to me. This is one of those ironic gifts that somebody gives me because I don't eat bacon.
Yeah.
I don't eat red
There are
meat.
eggs
I don't
on
eat
there,
pork.
though, too.
There are eggs, and so they were given to me, and I'm wearing them on game day. And if Michigan pulls off the upset, this will be part of the game day fit for the rest of the season.
Great attire choice from Sue, your wife. Again, tremendous work. She dressed you well.
Yeah.
Appreciate the thoughts, Doug. We'll talk to you here in about 10 minutes. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. John's Keys of the Game coming up here in less than 5 minutes, but we got our final check here on the show of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines in number 1 Oregon coming up. 3:40 the kickoff time here at the Big House. John's keys for the offense, the defense, and the special teams come up after this timeout. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
Let's get right into them, John, starting with the Michigan offense. Can they stay on the field enough to help that defense out? How do they have success offensively today?
Well, the one thing about staying on the field is you can't turn the ball over, and that's going to be the number one, and it may be the number one, key going forward because of how costly turnovers have been throughout the course of the start of the season. You don't turn the ball over, and then you get a win against Michigan State. You don't turn the ball over, and you give yourself a chance to get a win over Oregon, the number one team in the country. And then number two, you must control the line of scrimmage. This is going to be a toughness game. We've talked about the Oregon front. It's tough. It's physical. They've got great athletes. But if you can come out and set the tone early, and it's not, hey, moving them 3 yards every time. That's not going to be the type of the game. It's going to be good technique up front. Can I get off of these double teams up to the second level and creating a rushing attack for our offensive, for our running backs? Success on first down. Put yourself in position to allow Kirk Campbell, Sharon Moore to call plays on second and medium, third and short. Keep the offensive playbook open. And then number 4, I normally only go 3, but 4, take what is there in the passing game and be patient. Davis Warren, I think, is the perfect fit right now for where this offense is. He is decisive. He is smart. And both of those guys have shown that they can be smart. Now, you got to have that follow-through of, hey, if there is a shot to take, you got to take it down the field.
How about defensively against one of the best offenses in the country?
Mentioned it in that last segment with Doug on the number one thing. If you're going to be a good defense and you're going to prevent this Oregon offense from, sustained long drives, when you force them onto third down, you got to get off the field. Just be better on third down, especially on those third and longs. You put them in jail, keep them there. Number 2, keep everything in front of you and be patient. They've got some game breakers. But they're a team that they're going to be completely happy with dink, dunk, all the way down the field. They're just hoping that at some point you bite so that they can go over the top. Don't bite. Make them be patient. Make them, go through the process all the way down the field. And then number 3, you must be able to win with 4 guys up front. We have the talent. We've been saying it all year long. Derek Moore, Mason Grant, Kenneth Grant, Josiah Stewart. You're healthy. You're out there. You got to have some wins on those one-on-one matchups.
And lastly, special teams. You've talked about it a lot this year, wanting one big play, but the best setup would be one big play plus no gain, no loss, or better for all the other plays. You can't have many negatives when you're facing a team like this in special teams.
No, and so I'll start with my third key, since you've mentioned it. It's discipline and consistency. On field goals and PATs, snap, hold, kick. That operation has to be money. Tommy Doman, field position is going to be – we talked about the USC game. Pin them inside the 10-yard line. Give this defense every advantage possible. Coverage on kickoff and punts. Again, it comes down to discipline. If I'm supposed – this is my coverage lane. I don't veer. Nobody takes me out of that lane. I'm going to be consistent, and then it's obviously protection on PATs, punts, anything. Number one, though, score points when you have the chance. Whether it's an extra point or a field goal, you've got it. Those got to be money. You've got a great kicker in Dominic Zavada. Give him a chance. And then, you mentioned it, the big play. You need one big play today. And whether it goes for a touchdown, kickoff return, you don't have many opportunities in kickoff return anymore, or punt return, there needs to be something. It could be a block. It can be a lot of different things. But in the return game, I really think you need an explosive play today.
Yeah, we heard it from Dan Deerdorf on that clip we played earlier. No one's picking you to win. What are you going to do about it? And it's an opportunity. This is a massive opportunity for a Michigan team that held serve in a rivalry that they needed to hold serve in last week. Yep. Now you have a chance to really turn some corners.
And what have we talked about in the last 3 years? When Michigan goes into any stadium, the team, you're a 2-touchdown favorite. It's don't let your guard down, because what is the mindset of the other team? They want to try and spoil your season. Now Michigan is in that spoil mode. They have nothing to lose. They lose this game, everybody picked them to lose. All right, so go out there, play free, play happy, play aggressive, take your chances, because you got to go out there. You are now the team that can pull off the upset.
Going to be a lot of fun, and we've got plenty more to do here along the radio network. Our pregame show comes up next, and we've got the best analysis you're going to find for Michigan and Oregon from Doug, John, Jason, and Jack. We've got offensive and defensive scouting reports, including some insight from coordinators Wink Martindale and Kirk Campbell. We'll have interviews with Captain Josiah Stewart and the head coach Sharon Moore. Updates from Rob Joyce on the Penn State-Ohio State game out in Happy Valley. Other games going on in the noon slate. Miami certainly getting a test from Duke in ACC play, all in preparation for a 3:40 kickoff between Michigan and #1 Oregon. 6th all-time meeting, and of course the first as Big Ten foes. You've been listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. The pregame show is next. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point at 3. Yes, sir! In front, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Getting a win against our rivals, you know, it gives us a lot of confidence going into this game.
Pulls out to his right, wide open in the end zone is Colston Loveland. He's got it for a touchdown. Running right, turns upfield. Alex Orji to the end zone. Touchdown. Toss sweep. Dono running right. He's going to fire. He's got a man at the goal line. Caught. Touchdown. Colston Loveland from Donovan Edwards. Quarterback run. Outside 40. He's got the first down and he slides. And the Spartans will not be able to stop the clock.
The juice from that win is very high. That win is definitely going to help prepare us for Oregon.
I think we, as a team, feel like we can do it. We can compete with the best teams. We just got to put that out there.
Obviously, they've played well and got a lot of wins, but at the same time, you know, we're Michigan. We're more than capable of beating any team in the country.
It's just up to our preparation, our determination, and our will just to come out with a victory on Saturday.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Oh, man, the weather is perfect today. The setting is perfect. It's days like today that make college football so great. #1 versus the 2023 national champion. And let's recap. 2 weeks ago, Michigan was the visitor in a 100-year celebration of Red Grange in Illinois. Last week, an in-state rival, the Paul Bunyan game. And now, #1 is in town. And once again, there is an electricity in the air at the Big House. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And John, this is the biggest test you can have right now. The nation's top-ranked football team is here. What would a win mean for this Michigan team today?
Well, you think about it at every level. For Sharon Moore, for this coaching staff, to be able to show improvement throughout the course of the year, it would be a monumental win. For the players themselves, to be able to make us, you know, a lot of the goals that you start the season with, whether it's the Big Ten or it's the playoff, a lot of those are now by the wayside. It's an opportunity to put a stamp, to get that big-time emotional win, a signature win for this version of Michigan football.
Well, let's talk about the big story, the quarterback rotation. Davis Warren, efficient last week. Alex Orji, explosive in the run game. Let's start with Warren. What did you like in Warren 2.0, the new and improved Davis Warren?
I liked his patience. I liked the decisions to not put the football at risk. The one knock on him was 6 interceptions in 3 games. So he comes out, doesn't turn the ball over, yet it wasn't like they wasn't throwing the ball around. He had 10 completions in a row to end the first half.
Same thing for Orji. Why was he so good on the ground last week?
Because he's such a threat. He is such an unbelievable athlete. And, you know, the way that Michigan State played him on defense was, well, you know, they were worried about him hitting the edge, and it wasn't just the edge that they were attacking with him. They were actually using him as a back inside in between the tackles as well.
And how about the wide receiver position last week? 4 different guys made plays, a little bit downfield. It's pretty good production out of that group, at least production relative to previous weeks.
Yeah, and it's all got to be about encouragement. Encouragement for the fans and for those of us watching Michigan football that, yeah, they can throw the ball. And it was encouragement for that room that they are a part of this offense, and they hope that it continues to grow.
The grind paying off. We kept hearing about that. Eventually they'll break through. Good step forward last week. Need to get better moving forward. The Oregon offense, however, is one of the best in the nation. 11th in total offense in the nation, 496 yards per game. And the man that makes it go is the lefty, Dylan Gabriel. He's been really good at the short stuff, and they make it cover sideline to sideline.
They do, and this is a team that has big play potential, but they're not looking for it. They're looking for consistency, ball control, move the ball down the field, and score on long, sustained drives. They have that ability, but Doug, you and I were at the Oregon-Purdue game when we visited my daughter, and what did I kept telling you? At some point, they're going to go for the kill shot. They never did because it's not a part of their DNA. They can do it. They have that threat, but they love to dink and dunk down the field, and they are sideline to sideline.
For Oregon, watch for number 15 today, the wide receiver, Tez Johnson, and a pair of great backs, number 20, Jordan James, and number 6, the second stringer, Noah Whittington, may be better than James.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about a 1-2 punch in the backfield, a little bit of a different skill set. They can go speed, they can go power. They're both elusive, and it's not arm tackles that are going to take these guys down.
And a quick start seems so important. Texas took the fans out early back in September by going right down the field. They led 24-3 at the half.
Yeah, if it's defense on the field first, hey, get off the field, force a 3 and out. If they get a first down, you put them in jail, put them in that third and long, and find a way to get off the field. Don't allow points early. And offensively, if you get that ball, you've got to be able to march down the field. And we're not looking for the big play on the opening drive. We're just looking for a consistent move the ball down the field.
Little time of possession kind of drive to get this one started. We shall see just over an hour from now when Michigan takes on the number 1 team in the country. We mentioned earlier the weather. It's 54 degrees right now. The sun is out and shining brightly over the big house. Slight breeze. Temperature will get down into the mid to low 40s as this one progresses into the second half. Coming up here on the pregame show, we'll preview today's opponent, the Oregon Ducks. Also our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from our guys, former Wolverines, Jack Miller, and number 8, Jason Avant. And later, the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore, will join us. We kick it off at 3:40. It's Go Blue versus Go Ducks Go. Fight Ducks Fight. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota. With more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, anything's possible. Like the family-size Highlander with room for up to 8. Now through November 4th, you can lease a Highlander XLE all-wheel drive for $489 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Wolverines, Ducks. The November stretch run begins with a marquee matchup. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Michigan is not the fully formed or nearly fully formed powerhouse that it was entering the last 3 Novembers, when the Wolverines accomplished so much that they extended their seasons to Indianapolis and then the college football playoff. However, there is a renewed sense of hope around the program following last week's win over Michigan State. The Wolverines didn't commit a penalty or cough up a turnover. They had their best performance by the quarterback position this season. It was a big step forward, but a bigger step from that game to this one is needed. That's because the step up in competition is massive. Michigan State is improved. It's a tough out, but Oregon is as fully formed as anyone in the country, and the Ducks enter November as the #1 team in the country. Here's starting quarterback Davis Warren on the challenge and the opportunity.
Obviously, they've, played well and, got a lot of wins, but at the same time, we're Michigan. This is a big-time program, and we got a lot of great players in this building, and I'm confident that we're more than capable of beating any team in the country. So any opponent that comes in here, whether it's Michigan State last week, whether it was, Fresno week 1, we treat them with respect, and, we know that it's going to take, if we put our best effort out there and focus on what we have to do, that we're more than capable of getting a win.
John, Davis Warren also said this week that this team is in a better position to get a victory in this type of game than they were against Texas in week 2. Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they've got a little confidence. They feel like they have something that's working. And when you have an offense that can actually throw the ball, and we talked about 4 different receivers caught balls along with Colston Loveland, and when you have an offense that it's operating at a higher level than it was against Texas, and just the confidence that the players have, that they can protect their quarterback, that they can run the ball, and then you have the extra weapon of Alex Orji. You've got Davis Warren, who protected the ball well. Yeah, they're in a much better position now to take on Oregon than they were earlier in the season.
To our offensive scouting report, we start with the quarterback duo of the aforementioned and just previously heard from Davis Warren and Alex Orji. Nothing eye-popping statistically. Warren, 13 of 19, 123 yards and a touchdown pass. He added a 7-yard run. Alex Orji never threw a pass, but he rumbled for 64 yards on 6 carries with a touchdown run. Orji sealed the game by running the football on the final drive, too. So what did offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell like the most about that duo performance of Warren and Orji?
I like the execution on their part. The plays could be called, but they have to go out there and execute them, and I thought they did a great job in that. They're so selfless as players, and they root for each other's success. And it just played off it so well with how they carry each other. And, I was so happy to see their success because they put a lot into this season. They know some of it hasn't been up to expectation or the standard. And, on Saturday they got to live a little bit happier because they were able to execute.
Michigan certainly needs more from both these guys, from the entire offense against the top-ranked team in the nation. So how can, in particular, the quarterback position provide that for the rest of the offense?
Well, it's being consistent. It's protecting the football. And I know these guys want to make big plays, whether it's, the arm of Alex Orji and he wants to show that he can throw to receivers and he can throw deep, or it's Davis Warren, but they've got to be patient and take what's there. They're going to have their opportunities. And when they come, that's when they have to have the confidence to follow through. And you just never know when that play is going to happen.
To the Ducks defense, which is incredibly talented, very balanced. 12 different Ducks have at least a half sack, 6 different players with at least 1 interception. Oregon's only allowed more than 14 points twice, and those were their only 2 close games of the season against probably the 2 best teams they faced this year, Boise State and Ohio State. In total, the Ducks 10th nationally in scoring defense. Here is Kirk Campbell on what he sees.
Their front 7, they rotate a pretty darn good bit, and they're big, they're athletic, they're fast. We're ready for the challenge, and they're good. So we got to make sure that we tighten up the game plan and go out there and execute on game day.
So, John, who and what are you watching for today when Oregon's defense is out there against Michigan's offense?
Well, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on number 10, and that is their edge rusher, Uwe Ungalale. I know I said that one a little bit slower, but I think I nailed it.
You nailed it. Great job.
And because he's a force out there, and he's a force because they're playing really good team defense. They're not asking any one guy to go out there and be a double-digit sack guy. They may end up having that, but they're just doing a good job of playing within themselves. They're being patient. They're winning the matchups when they're asked to win matchups. And in the secondary, they're keeping everything in front. They're not allowing big plays. And when you're playing against a defense like that, this is where Michigan, and the quarterback, they're going to have to be patient.
Well, the Ducks defense strong, the Ducks offense per usual elite. We will break down their matchup with Michigan's defense in our defensive scouting report next. Later on, we'll hear from Captain Josiah Stewart and head coach Sherwin Moore, getting you ready for 3:40, Michigan and Oregon. Pause for a break. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Need metals? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Our customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. Alro Metals Outlet stores offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Livonia, Troy, and Warren. Learn more at alro.com.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
For the first time in 17 years, Michigan meets Oregon in football, and now these two Big Ten foes kick off less than an hour away from here at the Big House. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage along that Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Defensive scouting report now. Once again this week, the biggest name on Michigan's availability report is star corner Will Johnson. He'll miss his second straight game after suffering an injury early on in the game at Illinois back on the 19th of October. Michigan's secondary adjusted well enough to the absence against Michigan State. Aiden Childs, the sophomore quarterback for the Spartans, he was solid, 17 of 23, 189 yards and a touchdown, but not spectacular, didn't have many huge plays. Here's defensive coordinator Wink Martindale on a strong defensive performance that he had seen coming for a little while now.
I think it's really been the last 3 weeks, of just how together they are as a unit, as a defense. They don't flinch no matter what the situation is. This is the first time, that we played and we didn't have any sudden changes except the one short punt. And, we kept them out of the end zone on that one. So I think that these guys are really coming together as a unit. We're going to have to, because this team we're getting ready to play is they have unbelievable talent on the outside at receiver, at running back, at quarterback, at tight end, and their offensive line is really good as well.
You hear in that clip, in that 38 seconds, that Wink's attention goes right to Oregon. That's how good they are. Yeah. Now, from a secondary standpoint, Michigan has another absence to contend with. Will Johnson out again. Jair Hill also ruled out for this one, the more surprising name. The secondary and really the defense as a whole has been up to at least good enough standards here over the last few weeks, but they've got to take it up a notch tonight.
They do, and they're really going to have to find a way to create more pressure on Dillon Gabriel, but more pressure that keeps him in the pocket. And don't allow him to sit back there and find a guy on the right. And then the next play, hey, I'm going to sit back there, I'm going to go right to left. He does a really good job of scanning the field and going through his progressions. And this is an offense for Oregon that has shown improvement from week one to where they are now. It doesn't even look like the same team. And it's really the comfort that Dillon Gabriel, a transfer quarterback, is showing and the growth in the offense. But, keep an eye on Tez Johnson. He's a tremendous receiver. He's their number one target. But whether it's, Zeke Berry, maybe you see him play a little bit more corner position, and you see a little bit more of Josiah Edmond, who's a freshman who we've heard about. There's going to be some guys playing in different positions to try and put together the best unit that they can in the secondary.
John mentioned the quarterback, Dillon Gabriel. He's been around a while. Second in NCAA history in total yards and total touchdowns. And as Wink detailed, there is a ton of skill around Gabriel. So how has Wink and the defense handled this challenging prep?
You don't make it bigger than what it is, because it's still football. When it comes down to it, it's still football. I think things will happen faster because, like the receivers they're fast as a unit, and you can see they're starting to gel because you have the one receiver's from Troy, they went out and picked off everybody's roster and at their skills position specifically, besides the two tailbacks. I think the running back 20, I think he's going to be playing on Sundays. I mean, he's really good. He's got power. He's got great balance on contact, and it's going to be a great challenge for us.
So some of those names he detailed, Tez Johnson, number 15, one of the receivers. He's fifth nationally with 63 catches. Their other stud receiver, number 7, Evan Stewart. He went for 7 for 149 and a touchdown in the win over Ohio State. The running backs, number 20, Jordan James, averages 100 yards and a touchdown per game on the ground. Number 6, Noah Whittington. He's scored 3 times in the last 2 games. I mean, you just go down that line. There's a ton of guys. Even their tight end, Terrence Ferguson, he's got 321 receiving yards.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan has faced teams like this before. I mean, you think about the teams at Ohio State.
Yeah. Washington last year.
Washington last year. So, they have that in their experience bank of being able to play against very potent offenses. And this is probably the best and most patient quarterback that they've faced. And a patient quarterback is really dangerous because when you look at Tez's numbers, right, it's an average of 10 yards per catch. And there's not really explosive plays there, but it's 8 yards here, it's 12 yards there, and it's another 10-yard out, and they're in their first down. And they just keep moving the chains. They're one of those teams that just frustrates the hell out of you.
Going to be a fascinating ask for that Michigan defense. We'll talk with a man who will be tasked to deliver defensively. It's star edge rusher Josiah Stewart. He's next. Wolverines and Ducks coming up at 3:40 along the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with one more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless.
But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Michigan and Oregon gearing up for kickoff. It's at 3:40 here today from the Big House. Great to visit with now Captain Josiah Stewart. Take us back. That was between the Washington and Illinois games. What's it mean to you to now be one of the official captains here on this team?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I never thought I'd ever be a captain at the University of Michigan, especially just coming as a transfer last year, just kind of getting my feet wet in the program. But, I mean, it's huge. I mean, just knowing that you have 134-plus guys that have your back and coaches following you and they trust you to lead is an amazing feeling.
How would you describe your leadership?
I feel like more by example. You know, a lot of guys see what I do and how I go about my business, and they follow. But, I mean, especially starting in the summer, I've been becoming a lot more vocal and, you know, using my voice a lot more.
So you were an alternate captain before then, and obviously there are more than the 5 captains on this team who lead. Who are some guys who aren't a captain, but you feel like have had important leadership roles, voices during this year?
Yeah, Khalil, he's also an alternate right now, for sure. TJ Guy's been huge. Ernest Hausman's been huge. You know, Rod Moore and Makari Page are captains. They're back there doing their thing. Will Johnson, can't forget about Will. He's being a big leader back there for those, you know, young DBs. Jimmy Roeder. I mean, you can name a lot of guys. I mean, everybody knows the importance of this season, and, you know, just having, you know, lost all our captains last year, coming in this year, needing new guys to step in.
We just heard on the show Wink Martindale talk about how proud he was of this team last week and this defense last week. What was most impressive? What were you happiest about when reviewing the film from the win over Michigan State?
Just how we finished. I mean, we could have easily, you know, slacked off at the end of that game there, allowing them to come in, which they almost did. But, you know, we stood tall, we stood strong, we played for one another, and we fought to the very last play.
To this one against Oregon, obviously number 1 team in the nation, really good offense. Starting with their quarterback, what do you see from him on film? What makes him as effective as he is?
Yeah, he's a great quarterback. He's accurate with the football. He's the first lefty that we're going to see this year, so that'll be a little different. He can move pretty well. I mean, he has a great touch on the ball. And he's experienced, so he's seen a lot of coverages and, you know, a lot of blitzes.
Assess their offensive line. How good is this group?
Yeah, no, they're pretty good. I mean, they have good tackles, you know, good guards, kind of well-rounded O-line. They work well together in space, and, you know, they finish blocks.
And lastly, they're playmakers, guys who obviously have some big numbers on the season. What stands out about that group?
Just the way they use them. You know, they use them out in space a lot, and I'm getting them the ball in, you know, various ways, and they get to a lot of formations and a lot of shifts to, you know, get your eyes out in the wrong place, and they want to hide number 15 and you know, get them the ball. But, you know, they do a lot of fancy stuff, but at the end of the day, you know, it's mano a mano.
The crowd, it obviously seemed to have a big impact against Michigan State. How did they influence the game then, and how can they here tonight? Yeah,
for sure. We're going to need all you guys super loud today. Now, the crowd helps a lot, especially in third down situations. You know, it's hard for that offense to, you know, hear the play call and hear the huddle, what's going on, and, you know, hearing the communications, the motions, or whatever needs to be heard. You know, they can't hear nothing when you have 107 screaming. So,
lastly, what did that win last week do for this team to get that 2-game losing streak off the schneid to set up for an opportunity like you guys have here today?
Yeah, it's huge, especially after coming off 2 losses and the bye. So it's really 3 weeks of, you know, sitting on those losses. And, I mean, just getting that confidence back, you know, that juice flowing back in the building, and knowing that, you know, we can go out and execute when we're about our details.
Josiah Stewart, thanks for the time, Captain.
Thank you.
There's Josiah Stewart. Michigan and Oregon coming up. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They get the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $4,000 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer's stock by November 13th. See dealer for qualifications and details.
So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
It's time for our Leaders in Best Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. Great to be joined once again by Ryan Brooks, Director of Talent Acquisition for Michigan Medicine. Ryan, I understand there's a big job fair you have coming up later this month. Tell fans about that.
Yeah, so our third annual Michigan Medicine Career Fair is going to be on November 10th, Sunday, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's going to be a great opportunity for folks who are interested in exploring a career at Michigan Medicine to come on by. It's at the Big House at the Jack Ross Stadium Club. Got a great view of the stadium from up there, and meet some departments and hand out your resume and start the conversation about a career at Michigan Medicine.
So what are some of the jobs that Michigan Medicine is hiring for?
We have departments from all over the organization that are going to be participating: pathology, radiology, pharmacy, logistics and support services, IT, the emergency department, facilities and operations. So it's really just both patient care, non-patient care, support services, operations. Departments from all over are going to be there hiring for all types of positions that exist in their departments. So if you have the desire or the curiosity about what it might be like to work for one of the best health systems in Michigan, we'd love for you to come on by.
You mentioned one of the best, and it seems like Michigan Medicine is at or near the top of places that people love to work. Can you share some of the reasons why Michigan Medicine employees love working there?
Absolutely. So, our benefits are fantastic. We've got a 2-to-1 retirement match, great health, dental benefits, PTO, all the stuff that you'd expect. But I think the thing that I'd like to point out, and I think what drives a lot of people to love their jobs at Michigan Medicine and stay here for 10, 15, 20, 30 years is the mission. We come to work every day knowing that we're helping our providers to provide patient care to families that are sometimes going through some of the worst periods of their lives. So the sense of satisfaction that you get from contributing to that mission and being part of an organization that's at the cutting edge of healthcare drives me, I know, and I know it drives a lot of people that choose to make their career at Michigan Medicine.
So the Michigan Medicine Big House Career Fair coming up Sunday, November 10th, inside the Jack Ross Stadium Club at the Big House. You can learn more at michigananswers.com/careers. Ryan Brooks, Director of Talent Acquisition for Michigan Medicine. Good luck with that event. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, great stuff there as we are back at the Big House. Michigan and Oregon coming up. Before we go any further on the pregame show, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our station identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. number 1 team in the nation against the reigning national champions, Michigan and Oregon, coming up. Jack Miller's alongside Jason Avant's down on the field. It is crazy down there. There are a ton of people. Jason, let's start with that 2-quarterback setup. What'd you like about Davis Warren and Alex Orji's performances last week, and the wrinkles they could potentially add to that in week 2 of that setup?
Hold on, Brian. I'm still dancing. The DJ is killing it on the field right now.
I'm surprised you have room to dance down there. There are so many people.
Yeah, it's a lot of people here on the sideline. But I like the 2-quarterback system. I think the guys feed off each other, and just getting a chance to interview the guys after the game, I thought that, they definitely feed off each other, but Davis Warren starts us out and gives us that ability to throw. But like Jack said earlier in the show, we're going to need to see some Alex Orji passes in this game. But I think you can use both of those guys and be effective. I think that everyone's encouraged on the field. It feels like USC game, like how it was kind of dead early and people were wondering. But you start to see the players have that confidence. They're walking with swagger. They're talking to each other. The quarterbacks are communicating. And it just feels like that. It looks like that game. So I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome like that.
Yeah, Jason, I agree. I think the best thing that we learned last week was the quarterbacks were able to play smart. They didn't make mistakes. There was no turnovers. There was no penalties. It was an efficient offense. It wasn't perfect, but they were able to move the ball when they needed to. They got creative when they needed to put up points, but they didn't give the opponent an opportunity to capitalize on their mistakes. That's been the downfall of Michigan thus far offensively this season. Last week, 2-quarterback system, they were able to do that. Like we talked about, Orji being able to throw the ball, that can mix things up. That can keep a defense guessing. That starts with first down. If you're 2nd and 5, the playbook's open. If you're 2nd and 10, if you're 3rd and 8, you get really limited with what you're able to do in the passing game in particular. So it's going to be, as always, you got to be able to run the ball. You got to set up play action. And both those quarterbacks, if you're ahead of the sticks the entire time, Kirk Campbell can call a creative type of game and keep this defense guessing. They're going to need that to sustain drives. They're going to need that to keep Oregon's offense off the field.
That's what happened last week. The offensive coordinator showed up in a major way, and it caused us to be able to manufacture some offense. And we're going to need that game or better to have a chance to win this week.
Let's talk about your guys' positions, your positional units on Oregon. Jason, starting with you and the pass catchers surrounding Dylan Gabriel. They've got depth everywhere, but their wide receiving group is pretty darn special.
Yeah, I think this may be the best group that we'll see all year. Definitely, top 3 in the country. When it comes to Tez Johnson, that's the guy that has double the receptions of everyone else, also has double the touchdowns and also targets. So they're trying to get him the ball at all costs, and they usually get him the ball at the line of scrimmage. Dylan Gabriel has said multiple times that he's completing 76% of his passes. That's because they're short, controlled passing game to Tez Johnson. So this is a game that we have to tackle, but it's not just him, it's Evan Stewart. It's also they have Trayshawn Holden back, which is their big guy. He's 6'3". I'm looking at him right now. He's a guy that can go up and get the ball. He has 3 touchdowns, and having him back from the incident where he spit in the guy's face and implementing the game plan again is going to be huge for them. So we have to tackle well, and we also have to be able to hold up in man coverage, but just tackle them first.
And, Jack, how about the offensive line? This is an O-line for Oregon. They gave up 7 sacks in Oregon's first 2 games, both close. They almost lost to Boise State. That's the Broncos' only loss of the year. Just 3 sacks allowed in the 6 games since. How would you assess that Oregon offensive line?
I think very underrated. I think they've done a really good job throughout the season, particularly in the last couple months. I think for Michigan, this is a game, we've seen the blueprint before when you have these prolific offenses. You need the defensive line for Michigan to show up. If Dylan Gabriel has time back there, he will find these weapons down the field. There's no doubt about it. If our defensive line with 2 All-Americans and Josiah Stewart and Derek Moore are playing really, really well this year, if they can get there without pressure and then Wink can sprinkle in some pressure and some blitz packages when he needs to and keep Dylan Gabriel guessing, he doesn't know where it's coming from, he's under duress, that's going to be a big component for this. And then offensively, look, it always goes back to this. You got to be able to run the ball. This offense, this team is predicated upon dominating the line of scrimmage, controlling the time of possession. We have to keep their offense off the field. Got to be able to run the ball, and all of a sudden, here comes the play action. It all starts to open up from there. You're ahead of the sticks. You can get creative with what you want to do. It all starts up front. Always has, always will. This is a big challenge. Oregon's offensive line and defensive line is very, very talented. If I'm Michigan's defensive line, this game's on them. They have got to find a way to get Dylan Gabriel under pressure, in duress all the time, and make him make some mistakes. You're going to need a couple plays that spring this team forward, that give them a short field.
Yeah, Jason mentioned it, 76% completion for Dylan Gabriel. No FBS quarterback is above 75 other than Oregon's signal caller. We'll talk about what the guys think. We'll be discussing in post-game when we continue. Wolverines and Ducks coming up in a half an hour. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Wolverine fans. I'm Miles Hinton, offensive lineman for the University of Michigan. My job on the field is keeping the quarterback safe. Off the field, I have a passion for the outdoors and protecting our planet. One of the best ways to do this is by recycling. Last Recycle Bowl, Michigan fans diverted over 20 tons of waste from landfills. I'm calling on Wolverine Nation to step up our recycling game. On November 2nd against the Oregon Ducks, we'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper products in the recycling bins in and around the Big House. I challenge you to do your part and help us beat last season's record. Remember, when we all recycle, it's the planet that wins.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Deep in the end zone, touchdown, Desmond Howard. What a catch and what a call.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
This great call in Michigan history is presented by T-Mobile. November 22nd, 1969, Michigan finishes off an epic upset of top-ranked, unbeaten Ohio State to clinch a spot in the Rose Bowl.
3, 2, 1. They got Schembecker on their shoulders. Listen to the crowd go wild. Michigan upsets Ohio State. Believe it or not, Ripley couldn't have made it any better than this.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro.
Oregon's first trip to Ann Arbor as a Big Ten team is on the air.
At the Big House, indeed, the Wolverines facing the #1 team in the nation. Jason, if Michigan's pulling off this upset, what are we talking about? What were the keys to this one for Michigan?
Well, how we had an offensive explosion, and that's some kind of way. We got to look toward the hills from whence cometh our help on offense, right? Something to star to give us some offense there. So we're going to be talking about that, an explosive offense, and we're also going to talk about how our pass rush was able to get to Dylan Gabriel. So that's the only way I see us winning this ball game, is us to explode on offense and also to suffer him on defense.
Jason, I agree with you. I think somebody offensively needs to show up in a big way today. One of these receivers that's been kind of flirting with a big game, somebody's going to have to show up, make a couple big key plays, some explosive plays, and then I think it comes down to turnovers. If we're able to create turnovers and give ourselves a short field, give ourselves momentum, that's going to go a long way. If the opposite happens and we're giving the ball away, it could be a long day for the Wolverines. Look for turnovers and a big explosive play.
If Michigan wins, then Alex Orji has a touchdown pass, and Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant have the first footage that they'll show in April when they're first-round picks of that package, because those two need to wreak havoc on this game, Michigan and Oregon. Those are the thoughts from Jack and Jason. We'll hear from head coach Sharon Moore coming up momentarily. Up next, though, an update in Penn State. Ohio State trying to salt away the win over the undefeated Nittany Lions. Rob keeps you updated on that. Then Coach Moore, all getting ready for a 3:40 kick. Michigan, Oregon. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame.
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by the Progressive Keys to Progress program, providing cars to veterans in need. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Michigan, Oregon, at the Big House in a huge game. You can file this one in the doesn't get better than this category. But before we get to the game, let's welcome back our regular pregame show guest, Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Doug. This kind of game is what makes college football awesome. I'm so glad to be here for it and to cheer on our Wolverines.
Well, Andy, we've talked recently about a Blue Cross program that's celebrating its 20th anniversary of changing healthcare for the better throughout the state of Michigan.
That's right, Doug. It's called Value Partnerships, and it's a movement toward value-based care that's driven by collaborative efforts between doctors, hospitals, and Blue Cross.
Andy, it's a movement that's led to improved quality and safety. More than 20,000 doctors, 40 physicians organizations, and 100 hospitals right here in Michigan participate in value partnerships.
A lot of people working together, Doug. I want to talk about one important part of our program today. Funding from Blue Cross gives doctors and hospitals the resources to gather, analyze, and share data in more than 20 critical areas of healthcare. And that partnership is leading to improvements in the way that healthcare is delivered, not only here in Michigan, but across the country and around the world.
Andy, that partnership has produced dramatic results, and it's in the news again. This time, it's about making blood thinners safer and more effective. That's a big deal because millions of Americans take blood thinners to prevent blood clots that cause heart attack and stroke.
Doug, over the past decade or so, oral blood thinners have become very popular, but in more than 10% of cases, they're either under or overprescribed, and these issues can have life-threatening consequences.
I read that in most cases, issues occur months or years after those oral blood thinners are prescribed. That's due to changes in how a person's body processes the medication or interactions with other drugs.
That's right, Doug. But that Blue Cross funding we just talked about has helped doctors at Michigan Medicine identify a framework for monitoring patients who are taking oral blood thinners. And participating hospital systems are leading national efforts to build teams of doctors, nurses, and pharmacists who monitor for issues. The goal is to ensure that patients are always receiving the safest and most appropriate blood thinner possible.
For more, go to valuepartnerships.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and Oregon at 3:40 from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the Learfield Network studios with a look around the rest of college football. We'll start with the big one. The top 5 tilt in Happy Valley starting to wind down. Fourth-ranked Ohio State leads at number 3 Penn State 20-13. A minute 16 left. Buckeyes 1 first down away from icing it. Penn State a few minutes ago had first and goal from inside the 3-yard line. 3 stuffed runs and an incomplete pass later. Buckeyes take over at the 1-yard line and have since gained a couple of first downs. 1 timeout left for Penn State. So if they make a stop, they'll have probably 20-ish seconds to go most of the length of the field, needing a touchdown to tie. one Ohio State first down, and it'll be kneel down for the Buckeyes. Other noon kicks in the conference. Minnesota leads at Illinois 22-17. 2:23 to go in the fourth quarter. Gophers have the ball inside the Illini 25-yard line. And overtime at Ross-Ade Stadium, Purdue and Northwestern are all square at 20 in the overtime period. Everything else yet to begin. 3:30, number 13, Indiana tries for its best start in school history. At 8-0, Hoosiers travel to East Lansing to face Michigan State. IU has won its last 2 trips to Spartan Stadium. Also at 3:30, Nebraska hosts UCLA. If the Huskers win, become bowl eligible for the first time in 8 years. 2016, the last time Nebraska played in the postseason. Other 2 games tonight, 7:30, Iowa and Wisconsin clash at Kinnick Stadium in a battle of 5 and 3 teams. Also at 7:30, an important game for bowl eligibility in Seattle. Washington meets USC. Both teams enter at 4-4. Have fairly tough road games over the next 3 weeks. A loss for either could prove costly for the postseason. That's the day of the Big Ten nationally going on right now. Number 5, Miami, was given a scare by Duke. However, the Canes have started to pull away. It's 46-31 Miami midway through the 4th down at Coral Gables. Duke led that at halftime. 19th-ranked Ole Miss putting a hurting on Arkansas. It's 63-24 Rebels in Fayetteville. 5:30 to go in the 4th. And number 21 Army with a backup quarterback stays perfect. 8-0 on the year after a 20-3 victory over rival Air Force. Notable games still to come. The annual showdown in Jacksonville. 2nd-ranked Georgia and Florida comes at 3:30. Then our only other top 25 game of the day besides Ohio State and Penn State out of the ACC. Number 20 SMU is 7-1. 18th-ranked Pitt is 7-0. Mustangs and Panthers face off in Dallas at 8. Again, Michigan and Oregon in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore. He chats with Doug after this. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on a beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue, the national champs. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor, a refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue. Then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume. Gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024. The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Getting you set for Michigan and number 1 Oregon coming up shortly. And we're joined by the head coach, Sharon Moore. And Coach, we'll start with a big win last week. Does the momentum carry over into the week, ending the losing streak and getting a win over a rival?
Huge week, huge week. We know we take a lot of pride in that rivalry, 365, so winning that game was huge for us, and you can tell it went into practice this week.
Your quarterbacks, we'll start with Davis Warren, taking care of the football. Was sitting and watching helpful for him?
I think so, but Davis never really changed throughout the process. He was the same kid, same preparation, same way, but obviously played a lot better and took care of the football, made some really good throws down the field, so hope to keep progressing on that today.
Is it somewhat underrated when a kid loses a starting job, prepares the same? I heard he always scored 100% on the tests, even when he was eighth string, but it's a tough thing for a kid to do.
Hey, I think the mental strain of going through adversity like that and then to put your mind in a place where I'm still going to attack it the same way as I was when I was the starter, a lot of people wouldn't do that. So credit to him and the way he's brought up and what he's been through.
What did you like most about his performance last week?
I think just, the huge thing was the conversions on third down. That made a big difference in the game, helped us, convert some long drives, but taking care of the football obviously was number one.
Okay, and then Alex, the best use of Alex all year. What was different with Alex in the run game? I think
the multiplicity but simplicity, what we did with him, different things where he could read it, where he was, automatic quarterback run. And there's still the threat that he can throw. He's thrown down the field in games before, drop back, play action, so he can do that. But he did a really nice job with those runs he had called.
At some point, teams are just going to crash the line of scrimmage when he's in there. So you got that in your back pocket, break out a throw with him?
Yeah, we've got that's always up and ready. So we definitely got the bag of tricks ready if we need be. And, this will be a game we'll might have to break out a couple.
Okay, you've talked all year long with us about you got to keep grinding. We got to keep working at it. And did it feel like last week a couple of aspects of your game we started to see it? Let's start with the wide receivers, more guys making plays.
I think you saw more detail. You see guys being hands catchers, getting open, getting separation. That really started and really more in the second quarter on for the rest of the game and progress in practice this week.
The other thing was pass protection. Davis didn't get sacked. Is that part of where you're seeing the progress up front?
Yeah, huge. And a guy that was been challenged a lot is Evan Lincoln. He went in there and he didn't give up a pressure. So for him to do that in that type of game was really good and look forward to the challenge today.
The run game, I know that's your baby, and it didn't produce as much as it had, at least with the running backs. Maybe you don't care who does it, but where does that need to get better in this game today?
I mean, little things of, not just assignments, but fundamentally when you're getting off of blocks or where your half placement is, and we've just got to continue to grind on that.
Huge opponent coming in, Oregon #1. We'll talk about the Ducks next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option, at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Back here with Coach Moore, Michigan and Oregon coming up. And let's start with the Oregon offense. Dylan Gabriel, quarterback, can pretty much do it all.
Yeah, I mean, a complete quarterback, complete offense at every position. They're really, really good. Quarterback has played enough games, a lot of games in college football, so he's seen it all and plays with poise back there. He's got great arm strength, accuracy, and can run.
And he's a lefty. Does that matter much at all?
Yeah, it's different, but, the ball's going to come out, and you just got to see the spin of it. But as far as guys catching it, in the air, hopefully we can get a couple of those.
They have a type of offense. It looks to me like they make you defend sideline to sideline. They will use it all.
Yeah, they definitely spread it out well. And I've known Will Stein for a long time. He was a player when I was coaching at Louisville, and he's progressed in his knowledge of the game and things he does, and he's done an outstanding job with that offense.
Their wide receivers, Tez Johnson, Evan Stewart, it's like they have too many guys to defend.
Yeah.
Talk about what you've seen on film from them.
Just all fast, all have balance, all, could make you miss in space. So we just got to do a great job with rallying, tackling, keeping in front of them, and eliminating the explosive plays.
Big challenge. When the injury report came out, we saw no Jair Hill this week and no Will Johnson. Who needs to step up against this elite core of receivers?
Yeah, Zeke's going to move out to corner, so he'll play some corner. Amir Hall's been playing really well. Got Brandon Hillman back, so we got all our safeties back there. So it'll be a team defense affair.
Do you have to give anybody any help, or are they just going out on the island and playing the same way you played with Will and Jair?
I think you have to adjust, especially if you don't have Will. So we'll do some things comfort-wise to help all those guys.
The running backs, Jordan James, great balance. Number 6, Whittington, he looks like he can do it all as well. He might be better than the starter.
Yeah, I mean, both those guys, they run powerful, run strong. 6 isn't super big, but they run violent, and that's the key, and their offensive line is really good.
All right, let's talk about the big house. Texas jumped on you early, led 24-3 at the half. How important is a quick start today to get the fans in it?
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge for the momentum for the fans to get in it. It's huge for us as a team to continue to promote the confidence that they need to go get a win.
Coach, good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Sharon Moore, Michigan, and number 1 Oregon. Coming up next, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Basketball season is here, and both Michigan programs just launched some exclusive promotional ticket packs that include a game ticket and a special item or experience. We're talking holiday mugs, themed sweaters, a sneakerhead t-shirt, and a whole lot more. Head over to mgoblue.com/tickets for full promotional, pricing, and availability details. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your Wolverine basketball tickets and promotions during another exciting season at Chrysler Center.
Getting a win against our rivals, it gives us a lot of confidence going into this game.
Pulls out to his right, wide open in the end zone. It's Colston Loveland. He's got it for a touchdown. Running right, turns upfield. Alex Orji to the end zone. Touchdown. Toss sweep. Dono running right. He's going to fire. He's got a man at the goal line. Caught. Touchdown. Colston Loveland from Donovan Edwards. Quarterback run. Outside 40. He's got the first down and he slides. And the Spartans will not be able to stop the clock.
The juice from that win is very high. That win is definitely going to help the Bears for Oregon.
I think we, as a team, feel like we can do it. We can compete with the best teams. We just got to put that out there.
Obviously, they've played well and got a lot of wins, but at the same time, we're Michigan. We're more than capable of beating any team in the country.
It's just up to our preparation, our determination, and our will just to come out with a victory on Saturday.
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jensen, here's Stud Karsh.
Michigan and Oregon today here at the Big House. The Wolverines hoping to stun the top-ranked Oregon Ducks, led by Dan Lanning in his 3rd season at Oregon. He's 30-5 overall, 8-0 this season, and they already have a win over Ohio State in their back pocket. His football team is ranked number 1, and John Jansen, very impressive offensively, and they've got talent on defense as well. Their special teams are good. They really don't have a lot of weaknesses.
No, they don't. At the beginning of the season, it wasn't like they were blowing the doors off anyone. They had a couple of close calls, but you could see this offense week after week after week under Dylan Gabriel as he became more familiar with the players around him, as the play callers got more comfortable with his skill set, what he provides this team, they continue to improve. And to what we see today is, are they explosive offense? They have that potential. They're not really, but they're a team that is very consistent, and they just continue to move the ball down the field. And defensively, they've got some studs up front.
Well, you mentioned the offense. Their guy is Dylan Gabriel, quarterback. Sharon Moore said this week that he is elite in every way. In the passing game, they actually ranked dead last in yards downfield per attempt, 6.5 yards per attempt going into last week. But they have 6 passes of more than 50 yards, which is number 1 in the country. Right. That tells you they're a great yards after catch team.
Well, they're a yards after catch team, but they're a patient team. And those patient teams can just be so maddening and frustrating because they're going to take what's there, and then when you least expect it, boom, they break a big one.
For Michigan, Dan Lanning called the defensive tackles, Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham, game wreckers. Josiah Stewart, power and twitch, speed off the edge, but he's not just a speed rusher. This group is going to have to be the best version of themselves for Michigan to pull off the upset today.
Going to have to find a way to win one-on-one matchups up front. There's 5 offensive linemen. They like to be able to throw the ball. They want to get as many guys out in the routes as possible. So at some point, somebody is going to be matched up one-on-one. Those are the ones that you have to win.
For Michigan, of course, Sharon Moore, year 1, 5-3 so far, plus the 4 wins last year. This is the 6th meeting all time between Michigan and Oregon. The Ducks have won the last 2. And here come the Wolverines out of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel. Oregon, the only team with 3 top 25 wins this year, and a huge game, of course, earlier this year when number 3 Texas came to town. Well, they really got off to a fast start, did the Longhorns, and kind of sucked the life out of the building. We just heard from Sharon Moore talk about that. It's such a key today.
Yeah, he talked about it last week at the fast start, and repeated it this week. You got to take what you learned last week in possessing the football, and now take it a step further. If you're on the field defensively, you got to get off the field on that opening drive. Don't allow them to get confidence in their offense. Don't allow the play callers to find a rhythm. Get off the field, and if you do, if the defense is on first, you have an opportunity to give your offense a shorter field. So, and if it's offense, a couple of first downs. That's all we're asking for.
You mentioned the defense getting off the field last week. Struggled at times against Michigan State, specifically in the 3rd and longs. With the ground game, Michigan State was able to churn out first downs 3 separate times on 3rd and 9 or longer.
And that's when you know the defense is pinning their ears back. They're trying to get after the quarterback, and that's great, but you also have to be aware of the draws, of the quick screens, of ways that a team will attack a defense that has their ears pinned back. Sometimes they just run right by you, and you've got to be alert still for that rushing attack.
One thing, John Jansen, you're always paying attention to, the play up front, the offensive line. Last week, Miles Hinton was back. Sharon Moore was very happy with the pass protection. And when Gentry went out at right tackle, unfortunately lost for the season with an injury, Evan Link came in, maybe had his best game in pass protection. Had a couple MAs in the run game, but in pass protection, he was very good.
Yeah, Evan Link looked good, but you've got to find a way. In pass protection, that's going to be a big part of today, protecting Davis Warren and Alex Orji. But you've got to establish the run game. That's where, and we talked about it last week, early in the game, they weren't doing great on double teams. Pad level wasn't there. I know that, Sharon went to the sideline, had an emotional moment. Things got a little bit better, but it has to start better today.
Dan Lanning said this week he was impressed with Michigan's run game that you just mentioned. He thinks this might be the best offensive line the Ducks have gone against. And as for running backs Kalel Mullings and Donovan Edwards, he said they don't go down on first contact. Sharon Moore said this week of the run game, on a good run, you can hear it.
Well, yeah, because the pads are popping. That's the beauty of a run game that is effective. It's pads up front, and it's pads from the backs and quarterback.
Let's go down to the field, at the center of the field where the captains have gathered, as we'll listen in on the lead official, Ron Snodgrass, for today's coin flip.
Oregon, as visitors, you'll call the toss. I'll have you repeat his call. This is the coin, this is the head, and the Big Ten logo is the tail. What's your call? He's called tails. We'll let it hit the ground. It is a tail. Oregon's won the toss. Oregon's won the toss, deferred their choice to the second half. Michigan, you always see.
So as you heard there, Michigan will get the football first, which means we will see Davis Warren 2.0 right out of the gate. And last week, no interceptions, no turnovers, no sacks given up by the offensive line, and no penalties.
Yeah, and all of those things lead to giving you a chance to win. They don't guarantee a chance, but they give you the best opportunity to win the game. And against a team like Oregon, all of those factors, even though they may not be perfect, have to be consistent.
Let's set the Michigan offense before we get this one underway. Up front, Miles Hinden, Josh Preeb, Greg Crippen, Gio El-Hadi, and Evan Link will make up the offensive line. Offensive line coach Grant Newsome challenged Josh Preeb to step up after a week ago, called Greg Crippen a football junkie. And of Gio El-Hadi, he said, play 36 offensively last week. He put a Spartan to their bench. He loved play 36 when he saw out El-Hadi.
Well, and when you have moments like that, they're tone-setter moments. You talk about starting fast. They're going to get the ball. You've got to be able to come out and set the tone early on that offensive line. You've got to hit someone in the mouth. You've got to be consistent, and you've got to let them know that they're in for a long day.
Tight end, of course, is Colston Loveland, along with Max Bredesen getting to start. Samaj Morgan, along with Tyler Morris at the wide receiver spots. In the backfield, Kalel Mullings and Donovan Edwards will split the reps. And Davis Warren at quarterback. Now, why was he better a week ago? He said he takes each play as an individual event. He watched all of Jared Goff's check down passes from last season. He watched Tom Brady film as well, all check down stuff to make sure he's not putting the ball in danger and taking what the defense gives him.
Yeah, and it's all about being patient. Every quarterback wants to be able to hit the long ball. They want to get big plays, explosive plays. But you've got to be able to take what the defense is giving you. If it's a little dump off to Donovan, hey, that's what they're giving you. Put the ball in a playmaker's hands and let them make plays. Those opportunities will come, and when they present themselves, you've got to be ready.
Davis Warren said this week of this challenge, number 1 Oregon, I know we can handle it. We're more than capable of taking these guys on. Atticus Sappington has the ball on the tee. Watch out for the ricochet kickoff. He does not kick it right at one of the up men as he did against Ohio State. His kick is fielded by Keyshawn Harris at the 5. Gets outside, check that, Joe Taylor to the 30. Joe Taylor wrapped up and dropped at the 32-yard line. Chelsea Bulldog Joe Taylor with the return, and Michigan set up with decent field position.
That's what it's going to come down to, field position. Against the number 1 Ducks, yeah, okay, this offense could go 80 yards, but you want to shorten as much as possible. 70 yards still looks better. You're running out there with a good feel. There's a little juice on the sidelines. Let's see what this offense can do.
Oregon was hoping to have Jordan Birch, outstanding edge rusher, back. He is not out there for this first snap of the ball game. He is here and did go through warm-ups. He has missed 3 straight games. Shotgun for Davis Warren with 2 receivers split to either side. In the backfield, Donovan Edwards. Toss sweep to Edwards running right. He'll be dropped for a big loss. Wow. Absolute great penetration from Derek Harmon, the transfer from Michigan State. 7-yard loss on first down.
Yeah, and that one, Gio, just got beat across his face. When you're going to reach that wide and they're slanting that way, you got to find a way to get them on the ground. And eventually, hey, it may even turn into a cut. That's a legal block, but you can't just allow a guy to loop out from that 3 technique and make a play in the backfield.
Second down and long for the Wolverines. Davis Warren standing on his own 22-yard line. Donovan Edwards continues in the backfield. Marlon Klein along with Colston Loveland split out wide right. Pair of receivers to the left. Snap, handoff. Donovan Edwards up the middle. He's got some room across the 30 out to the 35-yard line. Gets much of that yardage back and then some. It'll set up a 3rd down and manageable for the Wolverines here on the opening drive.
And you start to try and figure out, okay, what's the defensive plan? On play 1, it was a full defensive shift from right to left, and you're going to have to find out how to block movement. But if that's going to be the case, you go right at them, and they'll create some running lanes for you, which is what they did on play 2.
Now we see Jordan Birch out there. He is a problem off the edge. He has 5 sacks, 7 TFLs on the season. Wolverines with a 3rd and 7. Davis in a shotgun, back to pass, looking, fires, and it is knocked away from Colston Loveland on a slant pattern near the sticks, and the Wolverines will go 3 and out. Jabbar Muhammad, the transfer from Washington on the pass breakup, he is 2-0 against the Ducks, and he is now a starter for Oregon after coming over from the Husky program.
Yeah, and I mean, Davis did the best he could to try and fit that ball, and if he leads Colston Loveland anymore, Jeffrey Bosa, the receiver who read that one, linebacker, would have been there to pick the ball off. Tried to throw it a little bit far behind Colston Loveland, thinking maybe he'll be able to make a play. It just wasn't going to happen.
The dangerous Tez Johnson standing on his own 20 to field this punt from Tommy Doman, who rolls right and puts his right foot into it. Tez Johnson moves up, now backs up, Makes it catch at his 17-yard line up the middle of the field to the 30, 35 on the far sideline, and he steps out of bounds close to the 40. And Oregon will be set up with good field position for their first drive of the game. Let's set the Michigan defense up front. You've got Derek Moore, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and Josiah Stewart. They have to be elite today. Jayshon Barham and Ernest Hausman are your linebackers. In the secondary, we'll monitor who gets the start here. Amir Hall on one side, along with Quentin Johnson. Zeke Berry's going to bump out the corner. Makari Page in the backfield as well. And it looks like, is it Keyshawn Harris out there? We have an injury?
Yeah, there's an injury on the a Michigan player is down on the Oregon sideline. I can't see who it is. There's a lot of bodies over there.
We're going to get our first time out. That was a 49-yard punt from Tommy Doman, 21 on the return. We'll get a break while they address the injured Wolverine on the Oregon sideline. Scoreless here, 13-19 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Rake in the riches every Saturday in November with the Fall Harvest at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. From 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., join us to win a share of over $300,000 in cash and premium play, plus grand prize bonus entries that could boost your chances of winning. Then, on November 30th at 11 p.m., one lucky player will harvest the biggest win of all, the grand prize of $150,000 cash. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The injured Wolverine is Jeff Percy, right leg. They took him up the tunnel on the cart. That cuts into the depth of the offensive line, specifically at the tackle position. Andrew Gentry already out for the season with an injury last week against Michigan State. Now Percy up the tunnel. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. So here we go. Oregon's first possession of the game. And wow, Michigan, Wesley Walker getting the start in the secondary with the Wolverines out. Both their starting corners, Zeke Berry's out there on one side, Amir Hall on the other. And they'll be facing an elite receiving group for the Oregon Ducks. Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback, the lefty, he's in a shotgun. The running back is Jordan James. From their own 37-yard line, Gabriel will roll out to the left, looking, fires underneath. He's got James across the 40 out towards the 45-yard line. His running back out of the backfield stepped out. They're saying at the 43 for a gain of 6 on first down. Amir Hall credited with the stop.
Dylan Gabriel is extremely patient. They roll him out, and Josiah Stewart is right there, and he's just waiting for him to come off of 14, Justice Love. As soon as he does, he dumps the ball off.
And it was indeed Justice Lowe on the catch, not James. Second down and 4 for the Ducks. Back to pass. It's Gabriel. He fires over here to Tez Johnson, 40, 45, 50 into Michigan territory, and tackled right in front of the Michigan bench by Wesley Walker from his safety spot. That's the dangerous guy right there, 5'10", 161 out of Pinson, Alabama, the transfer from Troy. He goes for 11 yards. The Ducks go hurry up.
And this is the frustrating part of this offense is a wide receiver screen. Both of these are plays to wide receivers that were caught behind the line of scrimmage, and yet they go for first downs.
Good news for Michigan. Rayshon Benny has checked in. He was questionable for this game. He did go through pregame warmups. 1st and 10 for the Ducks. Quick pass out to the flat. It's Lowe to the 40, inside the 40, down to the 37-yard line. Wesley Walker again on the stop, Justice Lowe. Kid out of Portland, Oregon, plays with a chip on his shoulder. He lines up all over the field. He goes for 9 yards there.
And they're just begging Michigan to be more aggressive from the corner position. Michigan needs to be patient. They could move up just a little bit, but again, that's 3 passes and 3 passes behind the line of scrimmage.
3 for 3 for 26 yards for Gabriel. Handoff up the middle. It's James plowing forward. Wolverines stopping for a short gain on first down. Or check that. That moves the chains for a first down. Rayshon Benny on the stop for Michigan.
Yeah, and this is the formula for Oregon. They want to be good on first down. They've been able to pick up a couple here, but it's, hey, let's get into second and short, second medium, so that they can then turn to their running backs, Jordan James or Noah Whittington, to be able to pick up those firsts.
Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun from the Michigan 33-yard line. Oregon's first possession of the game, scoreless here in Ann Arbor. Gabriel takes the snap, back to pass, looking downfield. Here comes the pass rush. He bails out of there to the left, fires it to his release. His pressure valve out there, and it's Makari Page chopping down Justice Lowe for a short gain on first down. Nothing really there for Dylan Gabriel downfield. He eventually dumped it off to his wide receiver.
Yeah, that was a great job by Amir Hall and Wesley Walker on the sideline here, Michigan sideline, covering downfield, good coverage, know where to go with it, under pressure, and then he dumps it off to his outlet.
Second down and 8 for the Ducks from the Michigan 31-yard line. 3 receivers split to the right. Now they motion Holden back into the line of scrimmage. Handoff up the middle and chopped down as he gets across the 30 down to the 28-yard line by Wesley Walker is Jordan James.
Well, they like Wesley Walker to be able to come up and help in the run support, which they've always expected from whether it's Makari Page. We saw him near the line of scrimmage last week, and this is where Michigan really has to show improvement. First third down opportunity of the game last week. Not a great performance on third down. Find a way to get off the field, and even if it's just forcing a field goal here, that'd be a big win for Michigan.
Third down and 5 for the Ducks from the Michigan 28-yard line. They have to get it across the 23. Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun back to pass, looking to his right, fires, and it's caught. First down at the 20 and dropped just inside the 20 as Evan Stewart by Zeke Berry moved the chains for the Ducks. And Jason Avant down on the field. I know you love great wide receiver play. Oregon's got quite a few.
They definitely have that, but this is pitch and catch because the guys are off.
Well, Oregon goes quickly to the line of scrimmage. Handoff to James across the 20 and down to the 16-yard line. Do we have a whistle? No, give him a gain of 2.
They're holding a substitution. Hey, John, our cornerbacks and our defensive backs have to be one-on-one blocks, just like offensive line, defensive line. We got to beat one-on-one blocks to stop this short passing game.
Yeah, those wide receiver screens. Michigan's really struggled the last couple of years with those wide receiver screens.
Second down and 7 from the Michigan 16-yard line. Gabriel in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to either side with the ball on the right hash. Claps his hands, back to pass, fires quickly. Another wide receiver screen inside the 10 down to the 8-yard line are the Ducks, where Wesley Walker brings down Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end. Idaho Falls native. We got 2 Idaho pass catchers in this game.
Yes, and Jason is right. I mean, they're dinking and dunking right now because Michigan is off. We saw in that Illinois game a more aggressive style from the secondary, but when you have so much talent at receiver, I understand the pause that these DBs have because they can get run right by, but you've got to be able to be aggressive.
First and goal for the Ducks from the Michigan 8-yard line. Snap to Gabriel. He's going to roll out to his right, pump fake, and dive forward down close to the 5-yard line. They'll mark him just shy of the 5, setting up a second down and goal. Jimmy Roller, who just checked in, made the stop.
Well, nice job by the Michigan defense of stringing that one out. He wanted to dump the ball off the tight end, Terrence Ferguson, and it just, hey, he got too close to the line of scrimmage, felt, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and take this one myself. Picked up a yard, and good job by stretching that one out.
Ferguson, their outstanding tight end, missed the last 2 games after having his appendix removed. He is back for this one today. Now everybody jammed in tight here for the Ducks with just 1 receiver split out wide right. Second down and goal from the 6. Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun, takes the snap. Nope, they go direct snap. Running to the left is Whittington. He'll get inside the 5, down to the 3-yard line. Call it the 2. It'll be third and goal for Oregon.
Here's where it's really difficult to defeat this Oregon offense. You faced a third down, but now that field is really small. You're going to have to be up on those receivers because you only got 2 yards to go for a touchdown. You got to see some aggressive play, but they also have that big offensive line that they've been able to gain some yards against as well. So, hey, Michigan's defensive front, we keep talking about Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, all of these guys up front. They're going to have to be good here on third down.
And it's hard to play man-to-man because the quarterback can run.
Yep.
Third down and goal from the 3. 7-minute mark, first quarter, and scoreless. 4 wide for Oregon. Gabriel back to pass, going to go fade pattern far side, and it's caught for a touchdown. Amir Hall, tight coverage there, but Gabriel goes back shoulder and finds his receiver in the south end zone for an Oregon touchdown, complete to Evan Stewart.
Oh, it just went right underneath the arm of the defender, Amir Hall. And it's just, I mean, unfortunately, he was in good position. Tight coverage, just a great catch.
This play is going to get down there. Are they going to review it? No, they're not. Oregon on their extra points lines up in some sort of wacky CFL, split everybody out formation, and then motions everybody back in to just kick the extra point. We asked for a quick start. We did not get it from Michigan as Oregon leads at 6-0. Sappington on for the extra point. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is good. You don't want to get into a track meet with the Oregon Ducks, and they go right down the field. 12 plays, 63 yards in 6 minutes and 26 seconds, and they lead at 7-0 here in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Rodney Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,909 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends November 13th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Oregon leads at 7-0, taking their first possession. 12 plays and 63 yards. Scoring on a touchdown pass from Dylan Gabriel to Evan Stewart. I saw that replay. I mean, you talk about a perfect throw into good coverage.
Well, when I mentioned that was just right underneath Amir Hall's arm, it literally looked like it might have rubbed the underarm, and it was a great catch. The concentration to be able to complete that ball in the end zone. It was sometimes they make plays. Now it's up to Michigan to find a way to not have a lost yardage play on first down. One of my keys was you've got to be good on first down. What we saw from this defense is that they're going to show motion up front, and you've got to be able to block that movement.
Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Joe Taylor is deep with Keyshawn Harris to field this kickoff as Michigan will get the football back, trailing 7-0. And Harris will field this one 4 yards deep in the end zone and take a knee. Before the Wolverines start this next possession, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Wolverines with the football from their own 25-yard line, trailing 7-0. We see Kalel Mullings in the game for the first time. He's in the backfield with Davis Warren, who immediately shifts the two tight ends in tight, Marlon Klein and Max Bredesen. Davis will take this snap from under center. Snap, and they go jet sweep to Colston Loveland. The Ducks have it strung out, and Colston gets chopped down. Lost yard there. Tysheen Johnson, the transfer from Ole Miss, comes up from his safety spot to make the stop.
So obviously something in film study made Michigan believe that they could attack the edges, and if you're going to attack the edges, you better get good blocking at the point of attack and not be beat across your face, because at some point you're going to have to turn it up. Oregon defeated that one because they never allowed Colston Loveland to turn it up.
Another negative play puts the offense behind the chains here. 2nd down and 12. Davis Warren in a shotgun with Kalel Mullings deep. Snap. Davis is going to roll out to the right, looking downfield. He's got some room. He's going to run 25 out close to the 30. Slides out of bounds into the Oregon bench. They're going to mark him at just shy of the 29-yard line. Make it 3rd down and manageable.
Yeah, good coverage downfield. They only rushed 4. When that happens, it's a cluster downfield. You're trying to sort through.
Wolverines line up quickly here on this 3rd down and 6 from their own 29-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Claps his hands. Now the Wolverines, everybody will look to the sideline to get the play call. Kalel Mullings shifts from left to right in the backfield on this big 3rd down play. Warren's got the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. He steps up in the pocket. He's hit. The ball's out. And Davis Warren falls on it. Back at his own 23-yard line. A loss of 6 on 3rd down. And the Wolverines go 3 and out again.
That was Jordan Birch.
Yeah, Jordan Birch was able to get his hand out on actually it was the back of Evan Link. As Davis Warren went to at least look like he was going to throw the ball. As he pulled back, Evan Link's back, he hit Evan Link's back, and the ball got dislodged. He needs to step up in the pocket just a little bit quicker.
Tommy Doman puts his right foot into this one and standing on his own 31, fielded by the Ducks. Wolverines are all over him, and they will drop him. The ball's out. The Wolverines got it. It was Ryan Pellman back there, and he fumbled it, and Michigan recovers at the Oregon 28-yard line. I believe it was Joe Taylor on the hit. And is it C.J. Charleston that jumped on it?
Yep.
Wow.
Wow, I tell you what, this is exactly what Michigan needed. A short field. You haven't done anything in 2 opportunities offensively. You get that short field. Now, this is where they've got to be a good offense. Put something on the board.
2 questionable calls here by the coaching. Why is Ted Johnson not in there on that play?
Very good question. We had to look up who it was because Tez Johnson's got an 85-yard touchdown punt return against Boise. He is electric, and he was not back there. He came out of the game that first possession. I'm not sure he went back in. Wolverines 1st and 10 from the Oregon 28-yard line. Shotgun. Davis Warren takes the snap. They're going to go reverse to Samaj Morgan. Tries to get outside and can't. Spins out of 1 tackle and gets upfield back to the line of scrimmage. Nico Reed coming up from his corner spot on the stop. Maybe give Samaj a half a yard there. It'll be 2nd down and long.
Again, I'm not sure what they're seeing on the edge. I mean, this Oregon defense is sprinting to the edge on 1st downs. That's 3. Okay, maybe you got back to the line of scrimmage. 3 lost yardage plays on 1st down.
They're a speed team, John, and we're trying them at their strength.
Well, maybe they should try up the middle. Donovan Edwards deep, the lone setback. Davis Warren will take this snap from under center on 2nd down and 10. Snap, handoff up the middle. It's Donovan Edwards, 25, 20, inside the 15, carrying tacklers down to the 10. Right up the middle, John, just like we said.
Exactly. And the way it was lined up, too, they only had 1 linebacker. A nice job of spreading out the defense, making it very clear for the offensive line who they've got to go to. And again, remember I mentioned on the opening play, they slanted everybody to the right. This time they slant everybody to the left. They hit it right off of the backside of Giovanni El-Hadi. When you move the defense, if you use good footwork, they will create a rushing lane for you, and Donovan Edwards took advantage of it.
Alex Orji's in the game. The Wolverines have it first and goal from the Oregon 10-yard line. Following the 18-yard run by Donovan Edwards. Orji in a shotgun. In the backfield, Donovan Edwards, snap, flag is down. Orji up the middle, and he's powering down to the 5. And Mark just shy of the 5. And we might have an illegal shift on Michigan.
That's exactly what we have.
Illegal shift. Offense, number 17 and 8. Both moving at the same time and not resetting. 5-yard penalty.
Pre-snap penalties. You hate to see them.
Yeah, that goes back to the basics of football, especially when you're in a game like this. You can't have pre-snap penalties, missed assignments. You've got to be honed in on everything, especially when you're in the red zone.
Wipes out a 4-yard run from Alex Orji. It'll be first and goal from the 15 after they march off 5 against Michigan. Lone setback is Donovan Edwards. Davis Warren will take a snap from under center. 3:01 to go first quarter. Michigan down 7-0. Handoff Donovan Edwards. Going to bounce it outside, cut up field, and get most of the penalty yardage back down close to the 10-yard line, where he is brought down by Tatum Tuioti.
Yeah, here's what this Michigan defense, or Michigan offensive line needs to do. We talked about the motion up front at the snap of the ball. If you take good footwork, it will defeat motion. It will also put you in good position to square up, whether they're playing straight and you can get a good double team up to that linebacker. This is where Michigan really needs to show improvement up front.
Samaj Morgan, Tyler Morris, and Peyton O'Leary split out wide right. Max Bredesen split out wide left. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Alex Orji, a quarterback, takes the snap, going to run left to the 10, inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line, and he's knocked out of bounds there by Kobe Savage up from his safety spot. Wolverines will have it third and goal.
Hey, John, on that play, we had them outflanked to the right. There was only 2 guys against our 3, so they should come back to that play and throw it out to a receiver screen.
I agree. They overloaded everything, and whatever Michigan's doing in that formation, they had everything overloaded to the left, and that's where when you have 2 quarterbacks running a system, you're not maybe able to make that audible at the line of scrimmage.
Ball's on the left hash, minute 42 to go first quarter, third and goal from the Oregon 6-yard line. Davis Warren back in, snap, looking to his right. He's got Colston Lovell out there in the flat, and Davis going to fire into the end zone, and it's caught for a Michigan touchdown. Davis on the move.
I don't know how he fit that ball in there. I really don't.
It's Tyler Morris on the receiving end. What a play by Davis Warren, and Michigan has struck back, and they now trail at 7-6 here at the Big House.
Sometimes you just need guys to make plays. What do you tell quarterbacks? Hey, if you're running to the right, don't ever throw it across your body. Well, he does and finds Tyler Morris, and I'm waiting to see the replay because I don't know how that ball got fit in there.
It was a catch. We just saw it again. Morris had to lay out. It was really good coverage. We've had 2 great touchdown passes in this game, and a great catch by Tyler Morris. His second TD of the season. Zavada on for the extra point out of the hold of Tommy Doman. A snap from Will Wagner. Snap is good. Hold is good. Kick is up, and the kick is good. And with a minute 31 to go here in quarter number 1, the Wolverines have tied it. That touchdown pass to Tyler Morris brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 5 plays, 28 yards, over 3 minutes and 19 seconds. And Michigan has tied up this football game. Oregon gets the football back next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers. And please drink responsibly.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
The November stretch run begins with a marquee matchup. It's Michigan and Oregon, live from the Big House.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. 7-7 here, minute 31 to go, first half. We wondered about the outstanding wide receiver for the Ducks, Tez Johnson. He is in the Oregon locker room. He had being reported from the Oregon sideline, a shoulder injury, and that's why Ryan Pelham was deep on that last punt. Michigan forced the fumble, and they turned that into 7 points. 7-7 here in Ann Arbor.
Well,
Noah Whittington is now deep for this kickoff. He is dangerous.
He is dangerous, and you mentioned that Davis Warren was watching the film of Jared Goff. I think the special teams was watching the film of the Lions from last weekend as well. That short field really paid off.
Tommy Doman will boom this one deep in the end zone and take Whittington out of play, as that'll be a touchback out to the 25-yard line.
Cam Brent went into the 10 a little earlier. He's back out now.
All right, what adjustments does Wink Martindale have here defensively?
That is going to be the key, and you're going to have to do something differently on the edges. You can't just continue to allow the Oregon offense to have easy passes, because they will be patient and they will take them every single time. 7 passes, 7 completions for Dylan Gabriel. 5 of those were behind the line of scrimmage on that opening drive.
It's got to be tough. It's got to be so tempting to come up and want to make a play on the football, and yet then they get you deep, right?
Well, that's the 1-2 punch.
Dylan Gabriel, perfect so far. Hand off to James up the middle. The Michigan run defense is stout. Gets 2, maybe 3 yards running to his left. Kenneth Grant leading the Michigan tacklers. Short gain on first down.
Jason, does it feel like there's a different mojo on the sidelines right now than there was in those first couple of possessions?
No, everybody's up, standing on the sideline. Everyone's into the game. The coach is hyping things up, especially Chris Singleton.
2nd down and 7 for the Ducks. They go 5 wide here, empty backfield for Dylan Gabriel. The transfer from Oklahoma. Prior to that, he was at UCF. Hawaii native, same high school as Marcus Mariota. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, in a shotgun. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. They bring 4, back to pass. Gabriel fires over the middle, and he's got his man out near midfield. First down, pitch and catch. And the Ducks have moved into Michigan territory. Sadiq on the reception.
Yeah, and this is where you got to have good communication in the secondary.
Oregon quickly to line of scrimmage. They go rolling out Dylan Gabriel, and he's got no one to throw to, and he gets rid of it, and then he gets hit late, and we're going to get 15 yards marched off. Ernest Hausman was the man there, and he wants to argue.
Well, I don't think it was a late hit. I think it was a hit to the head and neck area.
He didn't even hit him. He got blocked into. A player got blocked into Dylan Gabriel. Did you see the replay?
No.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense number 0 with a high hit to the quarterback. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Josiah Stewart's hand got.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even meant to do it. I think he was trying to block the pass, but his hand came down on the head of Dylan Gabriel, and they'll march off 15. I think that's some bad luck there. I don't think there was ill intention from Josiah.
No, but, I mean, you all know you can't touch the head and neck area of a quarterback. Yeah. But it's a cost of doing business sometimes. Now you gotta stiffen up.
Whether he meant to or not is irrelevant. It's 1st and 10 Oregon from the Michigan 33-yard line. 7-7 here, late first quarter. Gabriel in a shotgun. takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He bails out of there to the left, looking downfield, and he's going to fire it into the stands. Nobody open, and the Wolverines pressuring Gabriel there. His first incompletion of the game. Jason Barham was the man in his face.
Yeah, a great job of winning up front. You're going to have to do that because you're going to be dropping 6 and 7 guys into coverage, and you can get good pressure on him. Now, the hard part is getting him down because he's a very heady quarterback. Nice job of throwing the ball away by Dylan Gabriel. Great communication in the secondary because you've got guys playing in really weird positions right now with with Will Johnson being out and Jair Hill being out.
2nd down and 10 from the Ducks from the Michigan 33-yard line. Gabriel in a shotgun. Back to pass. Now they go delayed handoff to James. He's going to bounce it outside 30, down the far sideline, inside the Michigan 25, puts his head down and is knocked out of bounds at the Michigan 21-yard line by Amir Hall. 1st down for the Ducks.
When James attacks the line of scrimmage, I mean, that draw play was really hard to defend the last week on 3rd and long. And nope, timeout on the field. But it's Ernest Hausman that comes up, just takes a bad angle.
12 yards, that's the final play of quarter number 1. Michigan and Oregon tied at 7 after 15 minutes here in Ann Arbor. 2nd quarter action straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Planning for retirement? It's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue! Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan and Oregon tied at 7 after quarter number 1. Oregon's got the football at the Michigan 21-yard line. 1st and 10. Dylan Gabriel 8 of 9 for 71 yards and a touchdown. Donovan Edwards 4 carries, 25 yards for Michigan. Oregon now going to the northern end zone. Wolverines in their traditional maize pants, blue jerseys, maize numbers, and of course the winged helmet. Oregon in the all-whites with the silver metallic shiny helmets. John Jansen,
what they call it, warp speed,
yeah,
is their name for it.
I know you don't care, but what are your thoughts on these Oregon uniforms?
I'm not sure. What I care less about is where any punter might be from or opponents' uniforms. I mean, one of the things I love about Michigan and I love about college football is tradition. There's no tradition of uniform. In fact, their tradition is that they don't have a uniform that they stick with. I don't know how many combinations they have, but as a big man, not a fan of white on white. It just looked like a big giant marshmallow out there.
Well, let's get a different perspective.
Yeah.
Jason Avant.
I like the lower half, the top half, all of it together look like they shop at Forever 21.
I'll take that.
Christmas ornament.
It does have a Christmas ornament feel for their helmet.
1st and 10 Ducks from the Michigan 21-yard line in a 7-7 game. Dylan Gabriel, as advertised, efficient as can be. 8 of 9, 71 yards, and the 1 touchdown. He's in a shotgun here. First play of the second quarter. Takes the snap. Rolls out to his right. Looking back to the left now. Nobody open. He's going to bail out of there, and he's got some room to run, but he's going to fire it to Ferguson, his tight end. 10-5. Ferguson down near the goal line. We await the ruling. They're going to rule him just short of a touchdown inside the Michigan 1-yard line. Terrence Ferguson. Little improvisation there from Gabriel. Quentin Johnson on the stop. 20 yards. Oregon quickly to the line of scrimmage. Snap. Handoff. Whittington up the middle. And did he get in?
Yep.
We await the call. Yes, indeed, he did. Touchdown, Ducks.
Yeah.
And 30 seconds into the second quarter, Oregon leads at 13-7.
Dillon Gabriel is such a difficult quarterback to defend because he's got great pocket awareness. Michigan didn't really put pressure on him in that second-to-last play of that drive where he finds Ferguson as tight end. Once you allow him room to roam, Michigan's had some trouble in the secondary, and everything breaks down.
The ruling on the field was a touchdown. The play's under further review.
All right, well, you heard Ron Snodgrass there.
And I probably used the wrong word there. It doesn't break down. It's just really hard to cover that many good receivers for that long when a quarterback is running around.
This close shave replay brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream for whatever your day brings. Choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
He's 2 yards in the end zone. Why are we?
Well, his knee came down. We're looking at the replay. His knee might have hit the ground before he crossed the line, and then he slid into the end zone. So the question is, where was the football when his knee hits?
Yeah,
I don't know if they can overturn this.
No, I think there's great hope that they might overturn it, but to me it looks like when his knee is down, he's clearly broken the goal line.
Noah Whittington on the carry.
We've been having Makari Page in the slot today. He should be a mismatch for receivers when it comes to the receiver screens. We haven't seen that yet because he's not close enough to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Jason, on that last pass play that they ended up finding Ferguson, coverage was good, but I was concerned at the snap of the ball because every Michigan defender that was covering a receiver was 6 to 7 yards deep.
Yeah, he actually had Evan Stewart on Zeke Berry, but he couldn't see him. But he was definitely open, so he had a target, and then he just made a play at the end.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason. We have not seen Tez Johnson since he left in Oregon's first drive.
Ruling on the field stands as called. Touchdown.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tez Johnson. It's been the other guys. It's Lowe, it's Stewart, it's Holden, but it hasn't been Tez Johnson.
Could be a big loss for them. He has 8 touchdowns and leads their team. He is explosive. Nonetheless, Oregon takes a 13-7 lead. And Atticus Sappington on for the extra point. Michigan, remember, has blocked 3 kicks in the last 4 games. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and it is good. And Oregon takes a 14-7 lead here in Ann Arbor. 6 plays, 75 yards in just 2 minutes and 1 second. And the Ducks are back on top. Michigan gets the football back early second quarter. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin voted for 100% of Biden and Harris's disastrous economic policies that wrecked our economy. That's right, 100%. In Washington, Slotkin created the mess we're in. We're struggling, and Slotkin's wasting time pushing her far-left agenda instead of doing anything useful for Michigan. Slotkin wrote the bill to force schools to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports. That's right, Slotkin wrote the bill to let men compete in girls' sports. Slotkin even voted to let men use girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. We have real problems, but Slotkin is focused on this BS. We need a change. Mike Rogers will protect our daughters' sports teams and fight for things that matter, like lower prices, lower rent, and protecting Michigan jobs.
I'm Mike Rogers, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message. I'm a dad. I'll fight to protect our girls' sports for my daughter and every daughter.
Join Mike's team by donating at MichiganVictoryCommittee.com. Paid for by Michigan Victory Committee.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. Well, you don't want to get in a track meet with the Ducks. John, at least it's better than the Purdue start that we saw in West Lafayette on that Friday night on our way to Illinois when Oregon led it 21-0 before many of the fans had sat down.
No, well, you get a big play on special teams, and kudos to the offense. You're able to capitalize on it. Now they've got to find a way that they're going to get the ball back to put together a drive and find something offensively that they can sustain, for, 75, 80 yards.
We need to get into the screen game, the slow screen game to the running back because they're playing zone coverage and doing these stunts and slants up front.
Sapping did the kickoff. As he puts his right foot into it, sails it towards the northern end zone here in Ann Arbor, and out of the back of the end zone in Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line. We mentioned Jeff Percy out of the game, John, and with Andrew Gentry already hurt, who will be that next tackle in?
I got to imagine freshman Andrew Sprague. We've heard about a lot of young guys, mostly on defense, when you're talking about Josiah Edmond, Mason Curtis, about guys that might be able to get some play, but Andrew Sprague is a guy that they've talked about that has really come in and made some progress here through 8 weeks.
Khalil Mullings in the backfield. Snap to Warren. Mullings up the middle, hesitates, got some room, pushes out across the 25, carrying tacklers out to the 31-yard line, a gain of 6 on first down.
Well, it's nice to see the adjustment being made. Instead of attacking the edges on first down and lost yardage plays, now they're going, hey, head down, let's go straight ahead. Let's let this offensive line come off the ball. Don't worry about those guys moving up front and just attack the middle of that defense. It's a big defense. They got some playmakers up there, but you can attack. There's some yards to be made in there.
Pistol formation with Mullings deep. Now, Davis Warren will walk up to take a snap from under center on 2nd down and 3 from the Wolverine 32-yard line. Max Bredesen in motion. Snap. Handoff. Khalil Mullings up the middle, and he's got the first down across the 35 to the 36-yard line with his forward progress before getting bent backwards. Move the chains for the Wolverine offense.
Nice job of communication up front. They stemmed the defense right before the snap of the ball, and the way it was presented was, hey, tight end, you're going to have to cut off that end front side, and it was a great job by Marlon Klein, but even better recognition by Evan Link of being able to just go up on that linebacker and gain some yards.
Alex Orgean at quarterback for Michigan. They motion Max Bredesen into the backfield off the left hip of the Wolverines quarterback. Tyler Morris now in motion. Snap, and it's Orgean run up the middle. He's got a couple of yards before he's stacked up close to the 40-yard line. That'll be a gain of 4 on first down.
It's all about being good on first down. When you gain yardage and you're in 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, it really it changes the whole flow of the offense, and it changes what Kirk Campbell's able to call.
Ball across the 40. It'll be 2nd down and 6 for the Michigan offense. Davis Warren back in under center. Khalil Mullings deep. One receiver split to either side. Oregon showing blitz. Davis takes the snap. Handoff. Khalil Mullings met in the backfield. Can't escape a tackle, and he'll be dropped for a loss on this 2nd down play back to the 39-yard line by Bryce Betcher, a former walk-on and a outstanding center fielder for the Oregon baseball team, and he's a middle linebacker for the football team.
There's such opportunity at the line of scrimmage. If Davis Warren has the ability to audible, when you see a blitz like that, they're all out to stop the run.
It's 3rd down and 7 for Michigan from their own 39-yard line. 3 receivers split wide right. That's Samaj, Colston, and Tyler Morris. Kendrick Bell, a lone man, split wide left. Davis Warren in a shotgun with Khalil Mullings in the backfield. Oregon brings an extra rusher. Davis is going to bail out of there to the right, looking downfield. He's got a man underneath. He fires. It's batted up in the air and out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench by Dante Manning. And Michigan will be forced to punt.
Not much there for Davis Warren.
No, everybody was going to the left side of the field, and Davis got forced out to the right.
Not a lot of options. He had basically two options. They were all covered. He tried to make a play at the very end, but and they were bringing the house. Nice job by Khalil Mullins of recognizing the blitz, picking it up on the left side, which even allowed that play to have a chance.
Now they got Jabbar Muhammad deep to field this punt after Pelham fumbled, and Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it. Check that, it's Evan Stewart who will field it with a fair catch on his own 17-yard line. So another good punt from Tommy Doman. That one 48 yards, and Oregon's got the football back. They lead it 14-7 here with 11:37 to go first half. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down at T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2, at T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24-monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. 14-7, Oregon on top of Michigan, and the Ducks have the football back. And I know it's early in the game, early second quarter, but already it kind of feels like danger time for Michigan. They do not want to get down 2 scores, and Oregon has been exceptionally efficient offensively.
No, it was nice to see Tommy Doman get off a good kick there, but Jason and I were talking at the break. That was a risky play by Davis Warren, and I know that he wants to make plays, but knowing that you can kick the ball and end up, at the 13-yard line versus a tip that may go in the direction of Oregon defender, like that was a risky play at the end of that drive.
See Mason Curtis in at safety, the true freshman. Also Jadon Hood in at linebacker next to Jimmy Rolder. Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun pistol formation. Oregon from their own 17-yard line. They've got it 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle. James, he's met in the hole and dropped immediately for a short gain. Wolverines getting a stop from Big Mason Graham on 1st down.
Yeah, nice job of Jadon Hood of filling that hole as well. I mean, he was right in position to make a play and forced him out one gap, and that's where he met the Michigan defense.
2nd down and 9 for the Ducks. Fans getting into this one. Gabriel in a shotgun, claps his hands, back to pass, looking to his left, going to fire a deep ball, left sideline. He's got a man out there, and Zeke Berry turns around at the last second and breaks it up. Looking for Evan Stewart down the far sideline in Michigan territory.
What a play by Zeke Berry, getting his head back in position. I thought that would be a pass interference for sure.
You know what? If he doesn't look back, it probably is. And great job of reading the receiver's body language, reading his eyes, knowing he's going back for the play. Just look back at sometimes it might save you that penalty.
Can the Wolverines force an Oregon punt? 3rd down and 9 last week. This down and this distance.
It was tough.
The draw play, running play was an issue. Gabriel in a shotgun, back to pass. Wolverines bring the pressure. He steps up in the pocket, bails out of there to the right. The Wolverines still chasing him. He fires, incomplete, out of bounds. Gabriel on the run, couldn't find his receiver Stewart right in front of the bench. Zeke Berry in coverage. And how about that? Michigan State forces their first punt for Oregon of the ball game.
Don't underestimate what being in 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9 means to this Oregon offense. That was the first time Michigan was really good on 1st down. You force them into 2nd and long situations, and it's a completely different deal.
Ross James back to punt. John, you know where he's from?
Australia.
Hartfield, Mississippi. The backups from Australia. James has it, standing on his own goal line, and this one's a short punt. Samaj waving everybody away from it. It's going to land and bounce back into Oregon territory, and Michigan will have great field position there thanks to a 3-and-out. Forcing a punt, and then a less than ideal punt, and Michigan will have it at the Oregon 48-yard line. When we continue from here in Ann Arbor, 14-7, Ducks on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
There we go. This is complimentary football. 48-yard punt by Tommy Doman, a 3-and-out, and then a 33-yard punt back the other way. And Michigan has the ball in Oregon territory, spotted at the Oregon 47-yard line. And that's where the Wolverines will start this drive, trailing 14-7 here in Ann Arbor.
It's time to take a shot, John.
Hey, it's on your side of the field. I'd like to see them run between the tackles here and get into a second medium, take your shot at that point. But I wouldn't be opposed to taking a shot downfield here.
Frederick Moore has checked into the game with Amarion Walker out. He might become the go-to deep guy, so we'll keep our eye on him here. Davis Warren's in a shotgun. Now he'll take a snap from under center with Donovan Edwards deep. 1st and 10 Michigan from the Oregon 47-yard line. Snap, play action. Back to pass. They set up a screen to Colston Loveland, and he's met at the 50 and dropped immediately. Wow, Oregon sniffed that one out.
Yeah.
However, if a block is made, there was nothing but green grass in front of him. Loss of 3.
Yeah, and here I do like the call because we haven't seen blitzes from this Oregon defense on 1st down. We've seen defensive lines moving around, but we haven't seen a blitz. That's why I think it was a good idea. One, to hit Colston Loveland. There was some green grass there, or to take that shot that Jason was asking about.
Wolverines with everybody jammed in tight on this 2nd down and 13. Edwards in the backfield. Oregon again jamming the line of scrimmage with an extra man. Warren in a shotgun. Has the snap from Crippen, back to pass. Pump fakes. Now he bails out of there to the left, looking, and he fires it incomplete to Donovan Edwards. So I think let that one fall incomplete because he would have been dropped for another loss.
Yeah.
And he knew it. He was 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Good protection, had plenty of time. And I think he may have got a little bit nervous in the pocket. There was no reason for him to get outside the pocket or to even move around. But there was nothing downfield. I know he was trying to extend things just a little bit. Maybe somebody could wiggle open.
3rd down and 13 for the Michigan offense.
I thought he had Peyton O'Leary there on the spot route.
4 wide, including Donovan Edwards, split out wide right. Warren in a shotgun. Quick pass, Samaj Morgan, wide receiver screen. 45, cuts back inside the 45, down to the 42-yard line. Short of the first down, but did they get it into Zavada field goal range? It looks like they're going to go with the punt here.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision to punt. And it's all, this game is going to be so much about field position. They started that last drive on the 13, 3 and out. Michigan got the ball on Oregon's side of the field. Now if Tommy Domi can pin him inside the 10, maybe even inside the 5, you can force another 3 and out. No harm, no foul.
Doman standing on his own 44-yard line. Time for the wedge. Pops one straight up in the air. It's coming down and bounces inside the 10. And the Wolverines will down it at the 6-yard line with C.J. Charleston downfield. So,
take that.
Yep. Good punt from Tommy Doman, who's having a good day. 36 yards. But Oregon's got a lot of field in front of them, leading 14-7 with 9 minutes to go, second quarter. Let's go to the update desk and our Rob Joyce.
Hey, Doug, there are 2 other games going on right now in the Big Ten. We'll start in East Lansing. Indiana trailing for the first time all year. Michigan State leads the Hoosiers 10-7. However, IU does have 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line. Curtis Rourke, by the way, the Indiana quarterback, is back after missing last week with an injury, while UCLA leads at Nebraska 10-7, and the Bruins have it inside the red zone, 9:10 to go before halftime in Lincoln. A trio of games already finals. Ohio State outlasted Penn State 20-13 in State College. Nittany Lions had 1st and goal from the 3-yard line in the 4th. Turned it over on downs with 5 minutes left. Never saw the ball again. Both teams now 7-1. Minnesota goes to Champaign, beats Illinois 25-17. Gophers with a strip sack of Luke Altmaier near the red zone in the final minute. And Northwestern, a walk-off win in overtime against Purdue, 26-20. It was a bit weird. Boilermakers went for it on 4th and 6 to start overtime. Didn't get it. Wildcats, after it, picked up a personal foul. Started the drive from the 40, 2 plays, touchdown, ball game. 2 games still to come tonight. 7:30, Iowa and Wisconsin face off at Kinnick Stadium. Also 7:30, Washington hosting USC. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Quickly, one top 25 scorer following. Going on right now, Florida leads number 2 Georgia 7-3, and the Gators just picked off Carson Beck for the 2nd time today. That one is early in the second quarter in Jacksonville. We'll run through what else has happened around the nation, give you the first half highlights and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. For now, back to the Big House. Doug, John.
Well, a couple of upsets possible there.
Yeah.
You know, who knows what happens in Florida, Georgia. So maybe this is the day where those upsets happen. And, you know, nice job by Tommy Doman of pinning Oregon deep. Now it's going to be a matter of, again, if you can repeat that same performance of being good on 1st down, and then obviously 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, getting off the field, Michigan can get the ball back on Oregon's side of the field.
You know, we've talked about Tommy Doman. He's kind of been feast or famine this year, but that 36-yarder, maybe his best punt of the game, inside the 10-yard line. He's still averaging over 45 yards a punt.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting to see Oregon get outside of what they do with that long pass that was broken up by Amir Hall. I'm sorry, by Zeke Berry. Yeah. Great job by Zeke, and we talked about that coverage. And, you know, it could be the exact same thing. You just have to play technically sound football, and you give yourself a chance. Doesn't mean you're going to be successful on any given play, but if you're technically sound, you give yourself a chance. And we get a win up front, we'll see what Michigan defense can do.
Still no Tez Johnson in that Oregon huddle as they break the huddle in the shadows of their own goalposts. The Ducks leading 14-7. See if somebody can step up and make a big play here for the Michigan defense. Wolverines showing a 5-man front. Gabriel back to pass in his own end zone. Fires over the middle. He's got his tight end who is wrapped up and dropped at the 11-yard line for a gain of 5. Ernest Hausman, the man there in coverage.
That's a nice tackle by Ernest Hausman because there's nobody else around. And if he breaks that tackle, there's a lot of green grass. So open field tackles are always difficult, but a great job by Ernie.
That was Patrick Herbert, brother of Justin, quarterback for Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers, of course. 2nd down and 5 for the Ducks. They split 3 receivers out wide left, 1 to the right. Gabriel looking, fires quickly, and it is incomplete. Tried to get it to his tight end Ferguson, but good coverage there from Wesley Welker. And it'll be 3rd down for the Ducks.
Yeah, that was tremendous coverage because they had 3 wide. And here's the thing that really challenges this Michigan defense. They're on the right hash, and they had 3 guys lined up on the just almost outside the left numbers. They use every inch from left to right of this field.
So here we go. 3rd and 5. Oregon on their own 11-yard line. Bunch formation with 4 people to the right. 1 to the left, empty backfield for Dylan Gabriel, who now brings the receiver in motion from right to left. Back to pass, fires, and he's got his man near the 1st down. He slips, and he's going to be marked short of the 1st down, I believe. Oregon's saying 1st down.
I don't know, he might have reached that ball out just enough to pick up the 1st.
They're saying 4th down. Will they go for it here at their own 16?
No, they said first. Yeah.
Wow.
This might have been that first Dan Lanning call. He likes to be aggressive.
Is this spot worth challenging, Jason?
The sideline judge, both of them had him short, but the inside ump called 1st down.
1st and 10 Oregon from their own 16. Gabriel fires, wide receiver screen, far side. He's got his man across the 20 out to the 21-yard line. It was Justice Lowe. Derek Moore brought him down out there. A gain of 4.
Well, they do a nice job of setting up those wide receiver screens with tight end Ferguson out there. He does a really nice job of squaring up on the defensive backs to make those blocks.
Ball just over the Oregon 20-yard line. They lead it 14-7, 7:10 to go 1st half. 1 receiver split wide right, 2 to the left. Shotgun for Dylan Gabriel. Puts a man in motion, that's Low. From right to left, they go handoff up the middle to James. He's got running room across the 30. Puts his head down and is dropped there by Mason Curtis. Move the chains for the Ducks. So they got a little breathing room now, and they're going to quickly go to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Michigan, this is where Michigan really needs to get lined up, get set.
Snap back to pass as Gabriel looking to his right. He's got his man at the 43-yard line and pushing forward near midfield. Was that Trayshawn Holden?
I think it was Lowe.
Was it okay?
Yeah, Lowe did a great job of driving up on Wesley Walker. He was playing off just a little bit and had to honor the deep ball, stuck his foot in the ground, came back. Easy pitch and catch for Oregon.
Amir Hall was the man in coverage in front of Lowe, 15 yards there. They've got it out to the 47-yard line.
Going to have to see some more aggressive play by the secondary. It's a lot of dink and dunks, which is what this Oregon offense is.
1st and 10, Gabriel in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hand off to James. Running right, bounces it outside into Michigan territory and chopped down at the 46-yard line by Mason Curtis there again. Gain of 7 on 1st down for the Ducks.
Now, Michigan is doing a nice job of clogging up the inside, but when you have a running back like James or Whittingham and they're able to read and bounce, you got to have linebacker support.
James now with 46 yards on 8 carries. Oregon's moved it into Michigan territory, leading 14-7. 5:25 to go 1st half. Gabriel, toss sweep now to James. Can he get the edge? He can, and gets knocked out of bounds by Jayshawn Barham. A couple yards shy of the 1st down. It'll be 3rd and short.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of defending this team, and Jayshawn Barham does a great job of cutting right across Harper, the guard, right across his face to be able to make that play. Going to have some big plays by the linebackers.
3rd down and 2 for Oregon. Might be 4 down territory with the ball just inside the Michigan 45-yard line. Shotgun, Gabriel back to snap, or pass rather. He's going to fire deep ball down the far sideline. He's got his man out there caught inside the Michigan 10-yard line. Trayshawn Holden dropped by Amir Hall. That time they took a deep shot, and it's complete, and down at the 6-yard line is Holden.
That's where that patience that Dylan Gabriel has had. I'm going to keep going short until I see one that I really want.
They go quickly to the line of scrimmage, handoff to Whittington. He tries to bounce it outside. The Wolverines got it strung out, but he breaks a tackle to the pylon into the end zone for an Oregon touchdown. Completing a 94-yard drive, the Ducks there extending their lead to 20-7 here in Ann Arbor.
Now, Zeke Berry was in position to make that play, try and string it out a little bit more, but he got the stiff arm. Just couldn't make the tackle in the open field.
Whittington is so good, coming off a knee injury. And he is...
Well, he's just got a good feel for how the offensive line is blocking. I mentioned they clogged up the inside there, and he bounces it outside. There was nothing there, so he again bounced it to the outside.
Andrew Boyle's on for the extra point. Snap is clean, kick is up, and the kick is good. And Oregon leads it 21-7 here in Ann Arbor. And John, we mentioned danger time. You don't want to get in a track meet with this team. That was 10 plays, 94 yards, 4 minutes and 41 seconds. And with this Michigan offense being what it is, you almost have to ask the defense to pitch darn near a shutout the rest of the way.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to. And you're also going to have to find something offensively that's working. And I know the interior run has been there a little bit for Michigan. Maybe they got a little bit greedy by trying to go with a couple of passes in that last set of downs. But you got to believe that if with the players on this defense, that if you start your drive on the 6-yard line, they're not going to be able to put together a 94-yard drive. And that's the disappointing part of what we just saw.
We're not seeing much of, not much, but not a lot of Alex Orji in comparison to last week.
Well, he's got 2 carries for 9 yards so far. I'm sure they'd like to get some first downs, but Michigan with just 53 yards of offense so far, and it's been tough sledding for this Michigan offense, hasn't it?
It has. There's not been a lot there. Even the passes downfield, there's just not been anybody to throw the ball to.
Low line drive kick right at Keyshawn Harris, but he'll get out of the way and let it roll out of the back of the end zone, and Michigan will have it on the 25-yard line. Now, here's a new thing I've heard Michigan stress this year, and a lot of programs stress, the middle 8. The middle 8 minutes of the game, the last 4 minutes of the first half, the first 4 minutes of the second half. It's a little bit more difficult to dominate that middle 8 when the other team gets the football to start the second half, but want to win this game. It feels like Wolverines got to get some points on this drive.
Yeah, they're going to have to put something together offensively that gives them a little confidence going into halftime that they can move the football.
From the 25-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan. Davis Warren takes the snap, handoff. It's Kalel Mullings, gets out of the arms of one tackler out to the 27-yard line, a gain of 2 on first down, where Jabbar Mohammed takes him down.
Yeah, they're starting to add in that extra guy in the box, knowing that Michigan hasn't been effective downfield. I mean, when you look at Davis Warren's numbers, he's 3 of 6 right now, and nothing that says they're going to take any shots downfield. So they're going to continue to load up the box.
Warren in a shotgun. Samaj Morgan in motion. Now he'll yo-yo back out to the near side. Now back to the far side. Snap back to pass is Davis Warren. Looking downfield, he's going to fire, and he's got his man, Colston Loveland, out near the 45-yard line, where he is gang tackled by the Ducks. Move the chains. What a throw there from Davis Warren. That's what Davis Warren's capable of. And, of course, Colston Loveland is All-American tight end.
Yeah, and they need to start targeting Colston Loveland a little bit more. I'd even throw Marlon Klein in there. You got big bodies. You got big targets to be able to throw the ball to, and Colston Loveland does a great job of reading the defense, finding some of those little areas where he can find himself open and give a target to Davis.
18 yards on the completion to Colston Loveland from the 45-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan. Snap from under center. Toss sweep to Kalel Mullings, to Samaj Morgan on a reverse. Now back to Davis Warren, who's going to pass, and he's got it to Colston Loveland, who breaks a tackle down the near sideline, inside the 30, inside the 20, and knocked out of bounds at the Oregon 18-yard line. A little razzle-dazzle. Jabbar Mohammed credited with the stop as Michigan's knocking on the door here late first half.
Get the ball to your All-American tight end. I think a lot of people believe he's the best tight end in the country. He's the best receiver that Michigan has at this time, and I like the fact that they set it up with the run. Colston Loveland is running a stretch block and then just abandons his block, and he's wide open.
36 yards for the Michigan offense, and they've got it 1st and 10 from the Oregon 19-yard line. Orji in at quarterback. Snap. Alex Orji rolls out to the right. He's looking to throw downfield. They're covered, fires, and he sails it out of the end zone, incomplete. Nail it or sail it, right?
Yep, and I mean, they're trying to sell the run there, right? It's Alex Orji. He comes over to the right like he is going to tuck the ball and run it, and then pulls up. Nothing really there, and honestly, not a lot of options. There was really only one option downfield. Anything else was on the wide side of the field, and I wouldn't expect Alex Orji, one, to look over there, but to be able to make that pass.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan. Davis Warren back in at quarterback. He'll take a snap from under center. 2 tight ends to the left. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Snap, handoff, Kalel Mullings. And he's met in the backfield, and it gets back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe they're going to call it a short loss on that tackle by Jeffrey Bassa, former safety who's moved up to linebacker. And we've hit the 2-minute timeout here in Ann Arbor. Oregon leading 21-7. 2 minutes to go here in the first half, but Michigan knocking on the door. Big 3rd down play. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local schools across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tubman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $4,000 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer's stock by November 13th. See dealer for qualifications and details.
So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Michigan so far has gone 55 yards on this drive. That's more than half their offense for the first half. Still in it, trailing 21-7. But they've got the ball on the Oregon 20-yard line, looking at a 3rd down and 11 here. And John, Jason, I'm just going to say I don't care. I'm throwing it to Colston Loveland here.
Yeah. So they're going to be in a cover 2 defense more than likely. That's been their coverage in 3rd and longs most of the day. So I would like to see a high and low over the middle of the field, and therefore put Colston in one of those positions, like you said.
Yeah, make those linebackers decide: are we gonna be able to cover everybody underneath? Put the secondary in conflict, and just give the visual to Davis Warren of a couple of options.
Colston split out, short to the right. Hogan Hansen's in there. Kendrick Bell there as well. Samaj Morgan split out to the left. Now they put Colston in motion from right to left. 3rd down and 11. Davis Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass. He's got time, fires, and up to try and get it is Samaj, and he can't pull it in. Ball was too tall, and that was Tyler Morris, not Samaj Morgan, and Michigan will be forced to attempt a field goal. Nico Reed, the transfer from Colorado, was the man in coverage.
Yeah, and we've seen Tyler Morris, obviously he's got the touchdown today, make a great catch in the end zone, and honestly that's one that I think he probably should have come down with. He did have to go up to get it, but that ball went right between his fingers.
Those are the plays we have to make with what we got out there, quarterback situation. You got to make those plays for those guys.
38-yard field goal attempt for Zavada. Snappers William Wagner. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. So Michigan gets some points here in this middle 8 rather, the last 4 minutes of the first half that they stress so much now. It's 21-10. Of course, the bad news is they left Oregon a minute and 51 seconds.
Yeah, minute 51 seconds, plenty of time for Oregon. They have all 3 timeouts. So the defense is going to have to go out there. And, I mean, we know that Dillon Gabriel is going to be able to throw the ball downfield. Right now he's 14 of 18. He's been able to operate in the pocket almost undisturbed. You're going to have to rely on some of those guys up front to be able to win a one-on-one matchups. Apply a little bit of pressure. See if you can get involved off his mark. Maybe get a hit on him just as he delivers the ball, and then see what happens.
Remember last week Jonathan Smith tried to steal a possession? Is Michigan trying to steal one here?
With an onside kick?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you don't want to give him a short field, but at some point you're going to have to do something unorthodox, right? Tommy Doman approaches the football, and he will kick it deep. Back there to field it at the goal line, and bringing it out is Noah Whittington after hesitation to the 15 and runs out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Perhaps ill-advised, but Oregon will have the football with a minute 47 to go and a 21-10 lead.
Yeah, I think his foot was on the goal line. It may have been over just a little bit, so he had to bring it out. And
yeah, heads up play by him. He was straddling the goal line.
Oh, you fair catch it or you just don't catch it at all.
Yeah.
But
well, at this time, it's up to the defense now. You get your big boys out there. You get your 4 up front that can win one-on-one battles. Now you got to ask them to go do it.
From the 20-yard line, 1st and 10 for Oregon. They lead it 21-10. Dillon Gabriel in a shotgun. He's got James in the backfield. Play action. Rolling out. Nope. Hand off to James running right. Not much room. The Wolverines string it out. He's chased out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Gain of 1 for Jordan James. Quentin Johnson was the man over there forcing him out of bounds.
The 1 3 and out that Michigan had, they were good on first down. You put Oregon into a position that they haven't been in a lot this year. Now 2nd and 9, okay, it's not a threatening position. They still got a lot of options, but it changes the way that they call plays.
James in the backfield. Shotgun for Gabriel. 2nd and long. Has the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He steps up in the pocket, fires over the middle. He's got his man at the 40. Cuts back, 45, 50 into Michigan territory. Down to the Michigan 35-yard line is Trayshawn Holden. Zeke Berry brought him down. And Oregon's got the ball in Michigan territory.
Yeah, Quentin Johnson was in position to make a play. Now, he wasn't in position to defend the pass, but he could have made a tackle and just got juked and got beat deep.
44 yards down to the Michigan 34. Minute 27 to go first half. Gabriel rolling out to his left, looking downfield. He's got options, pump fakes. Now he's going to fire deep into the end zone. And up, and is it caught? It is. Wow. Evan Stewart just pulled it down, I believe, one-handed in the back of the end zone. And we're going to have to see a replay on this one. If he did what I think he did, that was an elite catch. There's a penalty flag back near the line of scrimmage. Illegal man downfield. Marcus Harper, the right guard, was downfield, and that
because that was a phenomenal catch. That was
you'll
a touchdown.
See the replay of this one for people listening, even if it's nullified, but a timely penalty there will back up Oregon 5 yards and take 6 points off the board.
Well, that as an offensive lineman, that sometimes that can be tough because you want to be able to provide a path for your quarterback. He's running around. Sometimes you'll lose position as to where the original line of scrimmage was, but you got to be aware that cost them 7. And obviously for Michigan, we're very grateful.
1st and 15, ball at the Michigan 39-yard line. Empty backfield. Now they'll shift James back into the backfield. Gabriel in a shotgun, back to pass, pump fake, rolls out to his left, fires, looking for Ferguson, who's got it inside the 25. Nope, he stepped out of bounds. The officials were all over it, and it looks like Ferguson thought he was well inbounds and brought a foot down out of bounds. Kind of lollygagged that one.
Coach Lamar Morgan let the official know, too.
I just saw him there.
You're out.
2nd down and 15 for Oregon. A minute 13 to go first half. 21-10, Ducks on top.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Wink on 2nd and long here, 2nd and 15, to apply some pressure. Maybe just add on Jayshawn Barham.
Whittington's in the game. He's in the backfield. Shotgun for Dillon Gabriel. Snap. Play action. Back to pass. Here comes the blitz, and they go screen pass to Ferguson. 40, 35, 30, and close to the first down. Depends on the spot. Derek Moore downfield brings him down a yard shy of the first down. It'll be 3rd down for Oregon. Watch for them to go quickly. You got to line up. Clock running, 55 seconds to go in the half. Indeed, Oregon does line up. 3 receivers to the left. Snap, handoff. Nope, yep, Whittington, sorry, up the middle. He's got the first down. Jayshon Barron brought him down at the 23-yard line.
Well, they were set up for that wide receiver screen on the near side here. And that's the thing about when you have a quarterback like Dylan Gabriel. Oregon's going to take a timeout, but he's got the right to be able, or the leeway from the sideline to be able to hand that ball off if he thinks that's going to be what gets the first down. If he doesn't trust that they're going to be able to pick up the first down on the ground, he's got an easy pitch and catch out to a receiver, and they're set up for that wide receiver screen yet again.
You mentioned the timeout with 45 seconds to go. Dylan Gabriel, 16 of 21 for 217 yards and a touchdown here in this first half. Clock stopped. Oregon looking for more, up 21-10 here in Ann Arbor. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Can the defense bow its neck and get a stop here late first half?
Well, they're going to need to. I mean, you'd hate to think going in 24-10 would be a win, but right now it looks a lot better than 28-10.
Starting to get reminiscent of the Texas game, which was 24-3 at the half. Remember, Oregon gets the football to start half number 2. Gabriel in a shotgun out of the timeout, 1st and 10 from the Michigan 23. He's back to pass, looking downfield. Fires underneath, incomplete. Ernest Hausman in coverage. Whittington, the intended receiver, out of the backfield. Nobody open downfield, and Wolverines doing a good job in coverage there. It'll be 2nd down with 41 seconds to go in the half.
Good job in coverage for the Michigan defense, but up front, they're not getting absolutely no pressure on Dylan Gabriel. A lot of credit to this Oregon offensive line, but matching up and taking on this front 4 of Michigan.
5 wide and an empty backfield here for Gabriel. Now they'll shift Whittington into the backfield on the 2nd down and 10. Snap, back to pass, looking to his left. Now he's going to go QB run up the middle, 20, 15, 10. Dylan Gabriel to the goal line, touchdown Oregon. Parted like the Red Sea, and he takes it in from 24 yards, and Oregon extends its lead to 27-10 with 35 seconds to go first half.
Now, good quarterbacks can really frustrate you, and Dylan Gabriel is having a hell of a game today. And all that was up front, they overloaded the left side, Michigan's defense, to try and create some pressure, and it left a big hole on the right where Dylan Gabriel found it.
Sappington's on for the extra point. Clean snap, kick is up, and the kick is good. And Oregon extends its lead to 28-10 here at the Big House. And we talked about this middle 4. We've talked about Oregon having too much time, and now Michigan doesn't have much time and a non-explosive offense.
No, and honestly, they're going to have to go out there, take this one at a halftime, and find a way to make some changes defensively. You know, the quick wide receiver catches, that they knew that coming in, that this was an offense that wasn't going to go downfield unless Dylan Gabriel saw something unique. And they have been an offense that just, even on that 96-yard drive, I know they had the one big pass play, but it was, you know, wide receiver, you know, behind the line of scrimmage, time and time again. Then they hand the ball off, and you're getting great play from Jordan James. Right now, their offense is operating at an extremely high level. It's very difficult to defend.
Boyle will kick off. Keyshawn Harris and Joe Taylor deep for Michigan here. Oregon up 28-10 here at the Big House. 35 seconds to go in the half. Oregon splits a guy way out wide on their kickoff. Everybody else jammed in tight. They got one guy out wide. This will be returnable if Harris wants to bring it out, and he does, to the 10, to the 15, tries to get outside, and he can't. He's dropped at the 13-yard line. And that's where Michigan's offense will take over with 30 seconds to go in the half, and we got a Wolverine slow to get up.
Well, there's a lot that they got to fix at halftime, but I think I don't even know what the number one thing is. You haven't really showed much offensively. You're able to score on a short field, but you haven't sustained any drives. And then this Oregon offense, they've had over 300 yards of offense here in the first half.
Shotgun for Davis Warren. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Snap. Hand off to Dono. Hesitates. Sneaks through a small hole out to about the 18-yard line where he is dropped. Oregon has 2 timeouts, but they'll let the clock run. Inside 20 seconds to go. Derek Herman on the stop. And that will likely be the final play of the first half.
That was Joe Taylor that was slow to get up.
Okay.
He's talking to the trainer now.
He's the one that forced the fumble. The only turnover of the game came on that punt. And the Wolverines will indeed let the clock tick down to 0, and Oregon will take a 28-10 lead to the locker room, and they are chirping as they make their way up the tunnel. And the Wolverines need to regroup.
Yep, got to regroup in all 3 phases. Special teams has done a pretty good job, but it's offense. You've got to find some type of rhythm offensively. They've only got 45 yards on the ground, 66 through the air, and that's really where they've been a one-dimensional team. 5 of 10 passing the ball right now, and you're not going to beat a team when you don't have a threat downfield like Oregon.
Well, Oregon with 304 yards of offense. Gabriel 16 of 22, 217 yards. Davis leading the way. 5 of 9, Davis Warren for 66 yards and a touchdown. 7 different pass catchers for Dylan Gabriel. Well, we knew they'd be tough to stop.
And they are.
They are. They've scored in all but 1 possession in half number 1. And unfortunately, they get the football to start the second half. 28-10 here in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Well, through 30 minutes, the top-ranked team of the country looks the part. Oregon leads Michigan 28-10. As the two teams head to their respective locker rooms. Time to recap the opening 30 minutes. Wolverines with the football first. We'll go 3 plays and out to start the game. Ducks take over early and play to their reputation from the start. A methodical, efficient trip down the field. 9 plays, 55 yards, sets up goal to go. And Oregon winds up striking first. A 12-play drive in all. Ate up nearly 6.5 minutes. Ends in a nice Evan Stewart grab for a 2-yard touchdown. Midway through the first, Oregon on the board at 7-0. Offense's second drive looks like the first for Michigan, a 3-and-out. But then a gift, a muff punt by the Ducks. C.J. Charleston, the recovery. It sets up Michigan at the Oregon 28-yard line. and the Wolverines will take advantage. Donovan Edwards, a run to the 10 on the very next play. Fast forward, it's 3rd and goal, and Davis Warren completes his first pass of the game in style.
Minute 42 to go, first quarter, 3rd and goal from the Oregon 6-yard line. Davis Warren back in, snap, looking to his right. He's got Colston Loveland out there in the flat, and Davis going to fire into the end zone, and it's caught for a Michigan touchdown. Davis on the move.
I don't know how he fit that ball in there. I really don't.
It's Tyler Morris on the receiving end.
Threads the needle to tie the game at 7. That's our score at the end of 1, but we start the second. The Ducks threatening again, 4 plays to get down to the Michigan 21 to end the opening frame. First play of the second, a 20-yard completion down to the 1, and then Noah Whittington punches it in on the next play. 30 seconds into quarter number 2, it's 14-7 Oregon. A couple of punts from there, 2 from Michigan, sandwich Oregon's lone kick away of the day thus far. 9 minutes left in the half. The Ducks take over from their own 6-yard line, and they go on the move again. Multiple plays of 5 or more yards, just dink and dunk down the field. Then a big one, a 3rd and 1 play goes 38 yards down to the Michigan 6, and eventually Oregon would double its lead.
They go quickly to the line of scrimmage, handoff to Whittington. He tries to bounce it outside. The Wolverines got it strung out, but he breaks a tackle to the pylon into the end zone for an Oregon touchdown. Completing a 94-yard drive, the Ducks there extending their lead to 20-7 here in Ann Arbor.
Did it in 10 plays, 4 minutes to halftime. Michigan puts together a sustained drive, 18 yards, and then on a double reverse pass, 36 yards to Colston Loveland, helps put the ball in the red zone. Dominic Zavada has to wind up kicking a 36-yard field goal, so it's 21-10 with a minute 47 left, and all 3 timeouts for Oregon wouldn't need them. First play, a 44-yard catch and run, then appeared to have a highlight reel touchdown grab. It was wiped out by an ineligible man downfield. Ultimately, though, the Ducks would get their 6th going into the halftime.
Snap, back to pass, looking to his left. Now he's going to go QB run up the middle, 20, 15, 10. Dylan Gabriel to the goal line, touchdown Oregon. Parted like the Red Sea, and he takes it in from 24 yards, and Oregon extends its lead to 27-10 with 35 seconds to go first half.
Took just 72 seconds to go 80 yards. Gabriel, 217 yards passing. That rushing touchdown. Oregon trying to go 2 for 1. Ducks will get the ball to start the third. Up 18, it's 28-10. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, alexisofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back, and tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and Top 25 next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Lobs it up in the end zone of Roundtree. He adjusts to the ball. He's interfered with. He makes the catch.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Planning for retirement? It's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue! Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on a beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Michigan trails Oregon at halftime, 28-10. Time for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. We'll start In the Big Ten, two other games are in progress. In East Lansing, Indiana trailed for the first time all year. Spartans led 10-0 at the end of one. All Hoosiers since. At the break, Indiana leads 21-10. Curtis Rourke, the Indiana quarterback, is back after missing last week with an injury, while Nebraska trails at halftime at home to UCLA 13-7. Huskers a win away from bowl eligibility. That would be the first time in 8 years. However, work to do in the second half. 3 games have already gone final. Earlier, a top 5 tilt, Ohio State holding off Penn State 20-13 in State College. Nittany Lions did not have an offensive touchdown. Twice had it inside the red zone late in the first half through an interception, had first and goal from the 3 in the fourth quarter, wound up turning it over on downs with 5 minutes left at the 1-yard line, did not see the ball again. Minnesota goes to Champaign, beats Illinois 25-17, so the Gophers are bowl eligible for the 4th straight year. And Northwestern walked off Purdue in kind of funky fashion in overtime, 26-20 in West Lafayette. Bit weird. Boilermakers in the first part of overtime went for it on 4th and 6, didn't kick the field goal, didn't get it. After the play, a dead ball personal foul on Northwestern would start the drive from the 40-yard line. Didn't matter. 2 plays later, Wildcats walk it off with a touchdown to win. 2 games still to come tonight in the conference, both at 7:30. Iowa and Wisconsin face off at Kinnick Stadium. Hawkeyes have won back-to-back in the series, 3 of the last 4. And then at 7:30, Washington hosts USC in a game pitting a pair of 4 and 4 teams against one another. That's the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. A couple of intriguing games going on right now. We'll start in Jacksonville, a minute 21 till halftime. Florida leads number 2 Georgia 10-3, and the Gators are down to their 3rd-string quarterback. Remember, Graham Mertz, former Wisconsin quarterback, he's out for the year with a knee injury. True freshman DJ Lagway had to get carted off with an apparent lower body injury, so they're down to a redshirt freshman Aiden Warner, but the Gators have the lead as they approach halftime. Elsewhere, 11th-ranked undefeated Iowa State with a 13-10 halftime edge on Texas Tech, and number 17 Kansas State trails early in the second quarter at Houston. It is 7-3 in favor of the Cougars. Some finals from earlier. 5th-ranked Miami ran away from Duke 53-31. Blue Devils led by 11 early in the third quarter in that one. Canes outscored them 36-3 the rest of the way. Number 19 Ole Miss blasted Arkansas 63-31. 21st-ranked Army downing Air Force 20-3. Big game still to come tonight in the ACC. The only other ranked-on-ranked contest of the day, aside from Ohio State, Penn State, is number 20 SMU hosting undefeated 18th-ranked Pitt at 8. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Oregon up 28-10. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller break down the first half next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Back here at the Big House, tough first half for the Maize and Blue. Oregon all over the Wolverines, 28-10. Today's halftime show driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Well, Oregon can beat you in a lot of different ways, guys, and this certainly has been a pretty thorough first half. Jason, we'll start with you. Just when you think about that first half, what's the thing that frustrates you or the thing that you feel takes this 28-10 score and puts it into perspective best?
You know what? Like, I'm thinking about what can I say for adjustments, halftime adjustments. When it comes down to it, they have like superior talent right now, and that's not a smack in anybody's face. It's just that this is an older group of players that are ultra talented. Their quarterback is talented, and Michigan's fortunate right now to have 10 points because they've made mistakes in order to give us a few of those points. So Oregon is a sound football team, and we can't, execute our offense the way we need to. On first and second down, we have to be able to take shots, but we don't have the quarterback to do that. So the things that we need to do to get back in this ball game is very, very hard because that's where we are vulnerable at throwing the ball.
Well, Jason, I think you make a good point there about, Oregon's just got a lot of good athletes, and they can score a lot of ways. They can make plays a lot of ways. And what Michigan can't do, like we talked about in the pregame, is put themselves in bad positions. And they haven't turned the ball over, but getting behind the sticks, too many tackles for loss, too many missed tackles defensively. We talked about it last week with Michigan State. This defense is not tackling very well right now. And then on the offensive side of the ball, we're not good at 2nd and 8, 3rd and 6. We just don't have enough of an offensive repertoire to go through and make plays when you need to that way. And when you're behind the sticks all the time, it's always going to put you in a bad spot. I think, honestly, the team has battled for a majority of this game in a pretty good fashion. We all kind of expected that this wasn't going to be the greatest day for Michigan. They had their chances there. And when Oregon, the fumble that we're able to convert into a touchdown, things started to look good for the Wolverines at that point. But you just, in this type of game with the number one team in the country, with the talent that they have, you just can't afford any sort of mistake. It's going to put you behind, and you can't catch up. And that's been the story of this offense all year. It's certainly the story today.
I'll tell you, this feels a lot for us what I think a lot of teams felt like facing Michigan last season, where even if you feel like you're battling, you're playing well, the relentless waves of talent, of execution, of physicality just overwhelmed, and to the point where, Jason, Oregon had the 1 3-and-out. Otherwise, drives of 63, 75, 94, and 80 yards for touchdowns. And 2 of those drives were basically 2 minutes or less.
Yeah, no, they can get explosive plays on our defense. We're playing with backups in the secondary right now, and they, are coming at us full speed. There's guys that are in position to block, and now they're starting to realize, hey, we can go down the field on this team as well. So that's dangerous for the second half because earlier in the game they were saying, hey, we're not going to do that. We're going to respect Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Josiah Stewart. We're just going to dink and dunk and see if we can get yards that way. Now they're starting to realize, hey, we can protect these guys, and now we're very vulnerable on the back end.
Yeah, we're in a position now with this game where it's gotten a little lopsided. It's gotten a little out of hand. The team has to come out in the second half here and just cut it loose and try to make plays. It's an experiment for a lot of these guys, both starters and guys that will find some time here to showcase what they can do, to play their best ability. Nobody at this point is super concerned about the score. Of course, you want to get back into this ball game, but it's more about the individual players and cutting it loose, playing loose, trying to have some fun and make plays to get yourself back in this game, to showcase what you can do as a player and what this team is capable of. I think the mindset at halftime is, look, enough with that first half. There were some opportunities. There's some good stuff in there. There was enough bad stuff. Oregon's a really, really talented team. Michigan's got an opportunity to come out here in the second half, battle, get it close again, feel good about what they're doing and what they're trying to become as the season goes on. Find a way to get good at that and do the best you can.
Going to be an uphill battle, no doubt. Oregon outgaining Michigan 304 to 111. The Ducks are averaging 8 yards a play. Michigan has surrendered 5 tackles for loss in their 26 total plays. Oregon a 28-10 lead on the Wolverines here, thanks to 16 of 22 passing from Dylan Gabriel, a couple of rushing touchdowns from Noah Whittington, and some dynamic receiving from this Oregon rushing attack. That was the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Jack and I will be back during the SeatGeek postgame show to wrap this one up. Stay tuned for the second half. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you all the coverage here as the Wolverines look to mount one heck of a rally. It's top-ranked Oregon 28 and Michigan 10. Second half coverage begins after this timeout as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is helping to drive veterans' lives forward through their Keys to Progress program. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Lake Michigan Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Lake Michigan Insurance Agency today at www.lmiainsurance.org. That's www.lmiainsurance.org.
Get out there and have some fun in a new Toyota truck. Now through November 4th, get 1.9 APR financing or $2,000 customer cash on a new 24 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a Tacoma SR Double Cab for $319 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Nobody builds better trucks than Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome back to our coverage of a huge matchup in Ann Arbor. Now let's head back to the broadcast booth for more of the Wolverines and Ducks.
28-10, Oregon on top of Michigan here in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines have scored more than 28 points only once this year, and that was in the opener against Fresno State. They got their hands full with this Oregon offense here at the Big House. They're the number one team for a reason. Oregon, very much a veteran team, so reminiscent of Michigan a year ago. They start 7 seniors on defense, 9 seniors, 7 seniors on offense, 9 seniors on defense. You can see it.
Yeah, I mean, everything that they're doing, and it's all offensively spearheaded by a very seasoned, a very patient, and very capable quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. You look at his numbers, 16-22, 217 yards, 1 touchdown, but then you look at what he's able to do on the ground as well. He's a threat. The 23-yard rushing touchdown. He just extends plays. Even if Michigan does have good coverage, he extends them long enough to be able to find someone.
We welcome you back to the Big House, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Kraft. All right, John, Michigan's got to find a way to get a stop here and get the football back, trailing 28-10. Tommy Doman will kick off. Whittington is deep for the Ducks.
Yeah, the mindset has to be one play at a time. Just go out there and win this play. Start stacking some plays and then see what happens down the road.
Doman approaches the football and puts his right foot into it, and Whittington will let it bounce in the end zone, and Oregon will take over at the 25-yard line. Oh, Dylan Gabriel's good. He's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean,
we saw him at Purdue, right? I mean,
he's so composed, and Michigan's not getting any pressure on him right now, so it makes it easier back there. But he just does a great job, as we said in the pregame and in the first half. He just takes what's there. There's no ego involved. If it's there to go downfield, he'll take that shot, but he is so patient.
Coming into this game, the left tackle, Josh Connerly, had only allowed 5 pressures all season. Unjohn Cornelius at the other side, only 10 pressures. Oregon goes run up the middle with James out to the 28-yard line, a gain of 3. On first down, Ernest Hausman on the stop for Michigan, second down.
And some of it's tempo that this Michigan defense is going to have to deal with. Get lined up, get set, make your reads early.
2nd down and 7. Rolling out to his left as Gabriel fires, and he's got his man, and we get a whistle and a stoppage before that one bounced. All right, sorry, it bounced to his receiver, Stewart. 3rd down.
Yeah, and that goes to the seasoning of Dylan Gabriel. He saw that both of his options, not deep options, they were both there but unavailable, so he just throws the ball into the ground.
Okay, 3rd down and 7. Michigan's defense get off the field. Wolverines with a 4-man front. Jason Barham sneaking up there. Will they bring the blitz? Gabriel's in an empty backfield. Now looks like he wants to change the play. He's got 7 on the play clock, plenty of time. Has the snap. Wolverines do bring a rusher. Quick pass out to the right side. One man misses, and now down goes the tight end Herbert at the 30-yard line. And it is well short of the 1st down. And how about the Michigan defense forcing a 3-and-out? Josiah Stewart out there on the stop.
Hey, it's one play at a time, one series at a time. You go out there, you get a win. You force a 3-and-out. Now it's a matter of offense. It's going to be the same thing. What are you going to do on 1st down? Can you pick up 5 or 6 yards? Can you give the offense a chance to be, dynamic on 2nd down?
Tyler Moore is standing on his own 29-yard line to field the punt from Ross James, who only had to punt once in the 1st half. It was only 33 yards. Puts his right foot into this one. Morris will signal for a fair catch and make it at his own 24-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with their first possession of the 2nd half. There you go. 45 yards on the punt.
Yep.
Good start.
It is a good start. And that's what you got to take it one half at a time. The challenge for this team is to put away what happened in the 1st half. Got a fresh start. You get a 3-and-out. Now offensively, how can you be dynamic? How can you not just know that you're going to run the ball and find a receiver downfield?
2 tight ends to the left. That's Colston Loveland and Marlon Klein. 2 receivers split wide right. Kendrick Bell and Tyler Morris. Handoff up the middle. It's Donovan Edwards. Hesitates. Gets dragged down out near the 27-yard line. Gain of 2 on 1st down. Derek Harmon on the stop. Harmon, a transfer from Michigan State, a Detroit native.
Well, one of the things that this defense is doing is they're hitting the line of scrimmage, especially on those run plays, right at the snap of the ball with a linebacker, and it takes away the ability to get any double teams. So you're gonna start having a lot of one-on-one matchups up front. Michigan has to start winning some of those.
Davis Warren in a shotgun on 2nd down and 8. Man in motion is Tyler Morris. Warren, play action, back to pass. Looking downfield, fires over the middle. He's got Colston Loveland near midfield. Colston 50, 45, inside Oregon territory, down to the 38-yard line. Move the chains, 1st down, Wolverines.
Well, they hit the line of scrimmage again with the blitzing linebacker. Donovan Edwards did a great job of crossing in front of Davis Warren to pick up the blitzer. If that doesn't happen, there's no play. Davis Warren finding Colston Loveland. Needs some more of that.
34 yards on the pass to Colston Loveland, who now has 4 catches for 85 yards. Michigan 1st and 10 from the Oregon 39-yard line. Trailing it 28-10, 12:27 to go, 3rd quarter. Davis Warren in a shotgun. C.J. Charleston in motion. Takes the snap. Handoff, Donovan Edwards bounces it outside. Cuts back inside, 40, 35. Donovan Edwards with a good gain on 1st down to the Oregon 35-yard line, 4 yards.
That's a great 4-yard gain on 1st down.
Bryce Betcher on the stop, the middle linebacker.
And that's where you have the strength of Donovan Edwards. He is a strong running back. He does a good job of stretching that one out, and then when he figures out, hey, I'm not going to outrun anybody, I'm going to have to put my foot in the ground, is able to get enough leverage on the linebacker to get inside.
Davis Warren in a shotgun with Edwards off his left hip. Takes the snap, back to pass, looking to his left. Got time, fires Colston Loveland's got it behind the line of scrimmage, fights forward inside the 35, takes a big hit.
Yeah.
Wow. Dropped at the 34-yard line. Let's see a replay of this hit.
Yeah, he came back inside and was getting held up.
Look at targeting.
I think he hit more of his shoulder pad.
It's going to be 3rd down and 5. The fans saw the replay, and they don't like it. Amari Washington on the hit. Third down and 5. 1 of 6 on third down is Michigan. 3 receivers split wide right. Now they bring Orji in motion, and he's in the backfield. Quick pass. Tyler Morris has it. 40, 30, 25. Tyler Morris, first down. Dropped at the 21-yard line of the Ducks. Move the chains for the Wolverines. Their second third down conversion of the game. And Michigan's in the red zone. A gain of 13 on the wide receiver screen to Tyler Morris.
Hey, if it's working for the Ducks, let's see if we can work for Michigan. The quick wide receiver screen, a nice job of getting out in front. Max Bredesen, I mean, how many times did we talk about him, about being able to set up blocks? Evan Link did a nice job of getting outflanking the linebacker to get in position.
Marines had both quarterbacks in for that play. Orji was motioning into the backfield when they went wide receiver screen. Under center is Davis Warren. Lone setback, Donovan Edwards takes the handoff and is met in the backfield and dropped. Oh, boy. I mean, that's a 4-yard loss on first down, and this has been a problem in this game. Another TFL.
Yeah, you can't have those, especially when you finally find something that's working. How many times do we talk about how important that first down play is, and then to take a loss of 4 yards on first?
Second down and 14. 2 receivers split to the left. It's Kendrick Bell and C.J. Charleston. To the right is Colston Loveland. Now Marlon Klein motions out of there. He's split out wide right now. 4 wide with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis Warren surveying the defense. Play clock down to 5. Now he's ready to go with 3 seconds on the play clock. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Looking over the middle. Caught. Colston Loveland inside the 10 and is spun to the ground at the 6-yard line. First down, Wolverines. Colston Loveland comes up big again, and the Wolverines are able to convert after taking a 4-yard loss on first down. It'll be first and goal.
Well, that's a great job by Davis Warren. I know he wanted to hit him sooner, but had to let a linebacker pass, or actually had to wait for Colston Loveland to pass that linebacker and find that nice, comfortable spot in there. Did a great job of throwing a ball right on the money.
Khalil Mullings checks into the Michigan backfield. Wolverines with 3 tight ends. First and goal from the 6. Shotgun. Snap. Handoff, Khalil Mullings up the middle to the 5, pushing forward. The scrum moving down to the 4, and that's where Michigan will snap this second down and goal play, and Alex Orji comes in.
Well, I do like them attacking the middle of that Oregon defensive line. Anytime that Michigan has been successful running the ball, it's been right between the guards, but inside the tackles.
8:15 to go, third quarter, clock running. Michigan trailing 28-10, second and goal from the Oregon 4. Alex Orji in at quarterback. Khalil Mullings in the backfield. 2 tight ends, Klein and Colston Loveland to the left. Max Bredesen split out wide right. Now he comes in motion back towards the line of scrimmage. QB run. Orji spins away from one man. He's met in the backfield and dropped awkwardly for a 2-yard loss.
That looked like a face mask to you guys?
Well, I can't see from up here.
It looked like a chokehold, really. I don't think it was a face mask. It was Jordan Birch who got Orji up around the neck. But I didn't see a face mask.
No. I'd like to see him take a shot in the end zone. You get 2 big targets in both of your tight ends. Loveland and Klein.
Davis Warren back in on this third and goal from the 6. Bunch formation to the right. Colston and Peyton O'Leary. Tyler Morris, now they motion Colston to the left. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Looking, backing up, fires back of the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Wolverines. From 6 yards out, Davis Warren finds Peyton O'Leary in the blue for a Michigan touchdown, and the Wolverines have trimmed the lead to 28-16.
That's exactly what again, it's one play, one series, one drive. There's no 21-point play, but you can go out there and methodically move down the field. A great job by finding Colston Loveland in this drive, but great patience and great accuracy.
Wow.
Shown by Davis Warren.
He really created something under pressure and found Peyton O'Leary for his first career touchdown catch. Dominic Zavada on for the extra point out of the hold of Tommy Doman. Snap good, hold good, kick is good, and Michigan, there's a start to the second half, a 3 and out, then a 10-play, 75-yard drive over 6 minutes and 35 seconds, and the Wolverines have cut it to 28-17 here against the nation's #1 team in Ann Arbor, You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years. And as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today. And feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
For 100 years, Michigan has been at the forefront of automotive history. The first assembly line, automatic transmissions, today's advanced electronics. Vehicle production is our lifeblood. But Alyssa Slotkin would wipe us out. She voted to allow states to ban gasoline vehicles. Slotkin helped funnel hundreds of millions of your tax dollars to foreign EV businesses that then laid off Michigan workers. And she took thousands in cash from EV lobbyists. That's what she did. But here's what she says.
I'll never put corporate interests ahead of what's right.
The truth, Alyssa Slotkin got paid off, while Michigan workers got laid off. And if Alyssa Slotkin gets her way, it's lights out for Michigan workers. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Hello?
Where are you? The party started an hour ago.
I got, delayed.
Wait, are you at the casino again?
Casino? No, not at all.
If gambling is getting in the way of your priorities, self-exclusion from the Detroit casinos might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
That 6-yard touchdown pass to Peyton O'Leary, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. That was Peyton O'Leary's second career touchdown pass. He got one from Jaden Denegal last year. Davis Warren threw for 66 yards in the first half. He threw for 77 yards on that drive, going 5 for 5, and Michigan's cut into Oregon's halftime lead. It's 28-17 here in Ann Arbor with 7:09 to go, third quarter. And Jason Avant down below, 2 touchdown passes to wide receivers in this game.
Yeah, making plays out there when they get the opportunity. Good job by Tyler Morris on that receiver screen. I thought that was impressive blocking, and like John said, stole a page out of Oregon's book. Made a play there in the end zone for O'Leary. That's what you have to do for your quarterback.
Tommy Doman approaches the football, puts his right foot into it, and sails it deep towards the southern end zone, where Whittington will let it go over his head and into the end zone for a touchback. And Oregon will take over at the 25-yard line, with Michigan applying a little bit of heat here, 28-17.
Yeah, and so whatever worked on that first 3 and out, and again, it was nice on first down. They've got to try and find a way to repeat that here, give the offense back, and see if, hey, maybe they found some magic here in the second half. Use a little bit of the momentum you created here in the second half, starting fast in the second half.
Crowd's getting into it here, trying to urge on this Michigan defense. Oregon from the 25-yard line. Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun. Snap, handoff to James up the middle, and he breaks a tackle across the 30 out to the 34-yard line. A gain of 9. Jayshawn Barham brings him down.
I think you're going to get creased a little bit like that, because to start the game, our defensive ends were up the field to stop that short passing game.
Snap, handoff to James, and he's dropped in the backfield. Mason Graham with some penetration, and that's going to set up a third down and short.
Yeah, nice job by Mason Graham of being able to beat a player one-on-one, backside guard. Came around the backside.
Marcus Harper, Mason Graham beat. To get to James, it's third down and 1. Oregon 5 of 7 on third down. Pistol formation. Gabriel with James in the backfield. Michigan showing a stacked box here. Snap, handoff, James up the middle, puts his head down. It's close. I believe he got it just across the 35. Indeed he did. First down for the Ducks.
Yeah, boy, when James gets ahead of steam going, I mean, that was a good stop. Just not good enough to prevent the conversion on first down, but he gets ahead of steam going. Boy, he's really hard to bring down. All they're doing is attacking the inside, as you would expect, on 3rd and short, attacking the inside of that defensive line.
1st and 10 Oregon from their own 36. They lead 28-17, 5:42 to go, 3rd quarter. Shotgun, snap, back to pass is Gabriel. Here comes the rush, bails out of there to the left, fires, and incomplete. Sails it into the Michigan bench. Josiah Stewart was back there. Jason Barham on pressure.
Looks like Josiah might be dinged up a little bit.
Yeah, he's down on the ground at the 22-yard line.
He tried to get up and couldn't get up.
It's just a cramp here.
Well, Josiah Stewart did a nice job coming off the edge and honoring the run. He actually came down and was getting ready to make a play on the running back. Saw that Dylan Gabriel still had the ball, tried to leap out and take a swing at his legs, and I'm just not sure what happened when he tried to make that leap. It fell in a very awkward manner.
Now laying on his back at the 22-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Oregon, we get a timeout with Michigan trailing 28-17, 5:32 to go, 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Core breaks a tackle to the 10, to the 5, Blake Corum to the end zone.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Motor City Casino's soundboard is turning up the heat all season long. Come celebrate a night of funk with Morris Day in the Time, November 14th, followed by BET comedy headliner Gary Owen, November 15th. Then catch the #1 Michael Jackson tribute in the world, December 29th, with MJ Live, only at Motor City Casino's soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Headquartered in Brighton with other convenient locations across the state, Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Visit FoguthFinancial.com to learn more. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Josiah Stewart limps off. Oregon looking at a 2nd and 10 from their own 35-yard line, leading at 28-17 here, 5:32 to go, 3rd quarter.
Yeah, and I mean, you never want to see anybody go off, but this is where Michigan actually does have some depth at that edge position. We've seen TJ Guy go in there and be very effective, so now it's his opportunity to step up and make something happen.
Oregon with 4 receivers split out wide left, although one of them's an offensive lineman. Now they motion Whittington into the backfield. Back to pass is Dylan Gabriel. Fires over the middle. He's got his man across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Jason Barham drops his receiver right there. It was Trayshawn Holden, the transfer from Alabama, to be 3rd down and 4 for Oregon.
Making sure Michigan's done their homework on how they line up. TJ Guy in there for one play, did a nice job of recognizing 2 offensive linemen out. I got to go match up, take away at least this one option.
Big play here. Shotgun, Dylan Gabriel. Claps his hands. Now looks to the Oregon sideline. Plenty of time on the play clock. Oregon's got 3 receivers split wide left. 1 to the right. 3rd down and 4. Snap, back to pass. Gabriel triggers, and it's batted away. Makari Page gets a pass breakup. Jason Barham there as well, as he was looking for Ferguson, his tight end, and the Michigan defense forces another Oregon punt. The Wolverines not dead yet.
No, this is being a very important drive for this Michigan offense. Can they repeat the performance that they had on that last drive? But a great job by Makari Page of timing it up, putting his helmet right on the ball.
I literally lost my headset because I'm like, it's a pick.
Snap to the punter, James. With a punt to Tyler Morris, so we'll signal for a fair catch and let it go over his head and into the end zone, and Michigan will get the ball at the 20-yard line, and we do have a flag down back at the 50. Looks like it's against the Ducks.
Yeah, it might have been.
Although, did he point at Michigan?
No, that's Michigan. It looks like somebody was offside.
Oh,
that would be a first down, and that would be a huge mistake.
Illegal formation. Defense number 95 lined up over the snapper. That's a 5-yard penalty, which results in a first down.
You got to be kidding me. Trey Pierce.
Okay. I mean, that's a turnover.
It is. You had the ball. You had him stopped. And now the defense has to go back out there. You're giving Dylan Gabriel another chance. You get a chance to get that guy off the field. You got to make sure he stays off the field. You had some momentum with a great play by Makari Page. Ball goes into the end zone. You're going to get the ball at the 20. And all for naught because you have a lack of awareness, a lack of the attention to detail. That is inexcusable.
Josiah Stewart just entered the game again.
Well, that's good news, but should be Michigan football following the 5-yard march off. First down for Oregon from their own 47-yard line. Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Hand off to Whittington, running left into Michigan territory down to the 47-yard line. Gain of 6 yards on first down.
Well, they're going to have to find a way to regroup. That's a tough one to come back from. But you got to put every play aside and find a way to come back and make a play.
God, that's about as frustrating as a penalty as you'll see.
Yep.
Free first down after the defense gets a stop of this elite offense. Second down and 4 for the Ducks from the Michigan 47-yard line. Snap, handoff, Whittington running right, met in a hole right there by Rayshon Benny and wrangled to the ground at the 41-yard line. That'll set up a third down after a gain of 1.
Rayshon Benny has battled so many injuries. Obviously a devastating injury at the end of last year. Wasn't able to play in the national championship game and then had a couple of injury that he missed the last 2 games. I just love it when that guy makes plays.
Here we go again. Third down and a long 3 for the Ducks. Can the defense get a restop? We're going to get a whistle, and Michigan's going to take a timeout.
Yeah, Rayshon Benny came running off.
Timeout, Michigan, they're first. This will be a full timeout.
They only had 10 on the field.
With 3:28 to go here in the third quarter, Michigan trailing Oregon 28-17. Big third down play. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If your day sounds like...
We need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through... You deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame...
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo. Remarkable fight. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Wolverines, Ducks. Two marquee programs are in action, live from Michigan Stadium. Here again, Doug Karsch and John Jansen.
Big third down play coming up. No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the season. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024. Third down and a long three for Oregon out of the timeout.
Well, hopefully losing that timeout doesn't come back to bite you. They're scratching and clawing to see if they can get back into this game. You might need those timeouts at the end of the game.
Ball is just shy of the Michigan 46-yard line. Ducks need to get it across the 43. Snap, toss, sweep. Whittington running left, puts his head down, and he's got the first down inside the 43, down to the 41. Little student body left right there, and Oregon moves the chains.
Yeah, they had everybody loaded up on the left side.
Ernest Hausman credit with the stop.
Ended up pulling guard and tackle. They went unbalanced to the left there. Michigan just didn't make the adjustment quick enough.
From the 41-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Ducks. Defense needs a turnover here. Inside 3 minutes to go, third quarter. James in the backfield. Snap, pass, quickly out there to Holden. It's to the 40, inside the 40, down to the Michigan 37-yard line where Quentin Johnson brings him down. 4-yard gain on first down. Oregon goes quickly to the line of scrimmage. Wolverines trying to sub, and they're going to have too many men on the field. Back to pass. It's Gabriel. He's going to take a shot, as he should, down the sideline and incomplete in the corner of the end zone. There is two flags on the field. Michigan got caught in a substitution.
And I don't know how you get caught in that situation.
They're helping Oregon on this drive, and they don't need any help. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
So it's the illegal formation being head up on the center that causes the first down. Defense was off the field. It's using a timeout because you only had 10. And then how many times have we talked about Oregon going hurry-up offense? They go hurry-up. Michigan tries to substitute in. I mean, the unforced errors.
See Josiah Edmond, the freshman, in. He's matched up wide on Holden here on the 2nd down and 1. Gabriel takes the snap, handoff to James. Up the middle, 30, 25, 20, 15, inside the 15, and knocked to the ground at the 10-yard line. It'll be first down, Oregon in the Michigan red zone. Ernest Hausman downfield on the stop. Oregon, of course, quickly to the line of scrimmage. It's what they do, 1st and goal. Snap, handoff. Nope, it's Gabriel, and he's going to be brought down in the backfield by Derek Moore. Kept the football and dropped for a 3-yard loss on first down.
A nice recognition by Derek Moore. I mean, the ball handling skills that Dylan Gabriel is displaying right now, they're elite. He's doing a great job of protecting that football, hiding the football, so that, I mean, we've been fooled a number of times up here. So is the defense. Derek Moore not fooled on that one. 2nd
and goal from the 13-yard line. Gabriel in a shotgun, James deep, pistol formation. 2 receivers split left, 1 to the right. Man in motion is Ferguson. Snap, handoff, it's James up the middle to the 10, inside the 10, down to the 9. And that's where he's dropped by Ernest Hausman again, and it'll be 3rd and goal.
Got to find a way to get a stop on this play. And you can add in a linebacker, but if you do, you better make sure that you get home. And it's really hard to get home on Dylan Gabriel because he's so aware of what the look is pre-snap, what happens post-snap. He gets the ball out quick.
Going into the student end of the field, it's 3rd down and 8. Empty backfield for Dylan Gabriel. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Now the motion, James into the backfield. Snap, back to pass, looking, fires into the end zone, incomplete. Overthrew his receiver in the back of the end zone, Justin Slow. It was Josiah Edmond, the freshman, in coverage, and Oregon will be forced to try a field goal.
Well, it's a nice job bowing up inside the 10-yard line, getting a stop when I know those guys are disheartened. They were off the field once and it gave up a big run to get down to the 10-yard line. That's a great job of showing some resolve and getting a stop.
Chance to stay within 2 scores here. How about one of them block kicks, huh?
It would come in handy right now.
Atticus Sappington on for a 26-yard field goal attempt. Snap is good. Ball set down. The kick is up, and the kick is good for Sappington, and Oregon extends its lead to 31-17 with 36 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Michigan will get the football back momentarily. Let's go to the update desk and our guy, Rob Joyce. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update is brought to you by Absol Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Absol Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. 2 games in the conference in progress. Late third quarter. Well, Michigan State's 10-0 lead over Indiana seems like a long time ago. Hoosiers up big, 33-10. IU late third in East Lansing. And UCLA is leading Nebraska in Lincoln 27-14. 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Huskers just scored a touchdown to break into the deficit. Finals, Ohio State outlast Penn State 20-13 in State College. Nittany Lions twice had the ball inside the 10 today. Didn't score. Interception late in the first half. First and goal from the 3 in the fourth quarter would become a turnover on downs. Penn State now 1-13 against top 5 teams under James Franklin. Elsewhere, Minnesota goes to Champaign, beats Illinois 17. Gophers are bowl eligible. Northwestern walked off Purdue in overtime 26-20. Wildcats 4-5. Boilermakers winless in league play still. 2 games to come tonight, both at 7:30. Iowa hosting Wisconsin. Then Washington welcomes in USC in a game pitting a pair of 4-4 teams against one another. And then one national score of note. Early third quarter, Florida 13, number 2 Georgia 6. Gators down to what was their third-string quarterback to start the year, was the backup today after freshman DJ Lagway had to get carted off. So a redshirt freshman now in for the Gators, lead Georgia still. That's your check of scores. We'll recap the rest of the day in college football, get to the highlights of our game, and get post-game reaction all on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, back to Doug and John.
All right, thank you, Rob. 31-17, Oregon on top of Michigan here at the Big House. 36 seconds to go, third quarter. All right, John, still in this football game, down 2 scores. The Michigan offense, chance here to maybe make this a 1-score game with a critical drive to
you gave away,
make the number 1 team work for it.
You gave away 3 points, but obviously it's better than a touchdown. And now you have a chance to go back out there as an offense and put together another one of those same drives. And the key is you've got to find a way to continue to get Colston Loveland the ball. But if they take that away, how can you use that to your advantage? Who else does that free up, either down the field or does it free something up in the run game? And that's where Kirk Campbell's going to have to make an adjustment here, because you know that Oregon will. Dan Lanning's a defensive-minded coach. He's not going to like the fact that Michigan went on that drive. So you're going to have to find a way to continue to attack downfield with Colston, but adjust off that, and who does that free up?
Yeah, first and second down throws, John. They're stacking the box, especially on first down.
Yep.
So you're seeing those negative yardage plays, and Michigan had success on first and second down throwing the ball. They picked up a few third downs, but the first and second down throws is key.
Well, I mentioned those run blitzes as well. And Donovan and Kalel have both done a really nice job in pass protection when those linebackers blitz. If they're going to continue to do that, you've got to take advantage and find something downfield.
That drive, 15 plays, 6 minutes and 33 seconds, results in a field goal. Michigan's defense had a stop, but a special teams penalty was costly. And then they get a restop, and that's how they got the field goal, forced a field goal. This kickoff will go into the end zone, and Michigan will scrimmage from the 25-yard line. Late here, third quarter, trailing by 14.
Hopefully they're going out there with some confidence for what they did on that last drive. Offensive line has been good in protection. Davis Warren made some good decisions, was able to find some guys downfield, and they were able to actually get some yards on the ground as well. So maybe they finally found a little bit of rhythm offensively.
Yeah, Davis Warren, 10 of 14 for 139 yards and 2 touchdowns. In a shotgun, has the snap, back to pass, bails out of there to the right, looking downfield. And steps up, fires, and incomplete, looking for Marlon Klein across the 30. Fired it at his feet. That might have just been a throwaway. It'll be second down.
Yeah, it was one of those where, hey, if Marlon Klein comes up with it, hey, that's nice. But he is just getting the ball out of his hands.
Well, he didn't put it in harm's way.
No, it's a good decision. Gave his guy a chance. It was going to be a good catch if he made it.
2nd and 10 from the 25-yard line. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Pistol formation. Snap, handoff Kalel up the middle across the 25. Give him the 26. Not much running room there. It's been a day of rough sledding here for Kalel.
Yeah. I mean, anytime he's in the game, they're loading up the box. They know they need that extra guy to stop Kalel. You may get a lighter box with Donovan in there, and maybe that's the adjustment that they need to make. I'd hate to take Kalel off the field, but if they're going to go with 8-9 guys in the box every time he's on the field, you're going to have to make an adjustment.
7 carries for 14 yards for Kalel. That was the final play of quarter number 3. Wolverines trail at 31-17, looking at a 3rd and 8. When we continue from the Big House, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
We know you're a fan, but is Michigan pride in your blood? Here's your chance to prove it. This season, Abbott and the Big Ten are kicking off the largest blood donation competition of our lifetime to fight one of the worst blood shortages in a generation. Simply visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up for the We Give blood drive and help settle once and for all that the Wolverines give the most spirit. Again, visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
(31-17) Oregon on top of Michigan here as we're about set to get the fourth quarter underway. Wolverines got a 7-yard touchdown pass from Davis Warren to Tyler Morris in the first quarter. Also a 38-yard field goal from Dominic Zavada, brought to you by Citgo top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Also a touchdown pass from Davis Warren to Peyton O'Leary at 6 yards. That's how the Wolverines have their 17 points. Davis Warren, a couple of touchdown passes. Colston Loveland's been the big weapon. 6 catches for 108 yards. Michigan has just 188 yards in this game. Still hanging on. Oregon with 367 yards. And Michigan looking at a big 3rd down and 8 here.
Yeah, this is where you got to rely on Davis Warren to have good decision. I mean, I know he wants to pick up the first. Hopefully there's a receiver that he can find open. Maybe it's a tight end screen. Maybe they're finding Colston Loveland. But if it's not there, it's still going to, even though the clock is running down, it's still going to be better than trying to force something where you could turn the ball over. That'd be a nail in the coffin.
Out of the timeout. Wolverines have an empty backfield with Davis Warren in a shotgun. 3 receivers split to the left, 2 to the right. On what is a critical 3rd down and 8 in this first play of the fourth quarter. You just can't keep giving the football back to this Oregon offense.
Nope.
Well, a motion Kalel Mullings into the backfield off the right hip of Davis Warren. Oregon crowding the line of scrimmage. Snap back to pass. Here comes the blitz. Warren fires, and up to get it is Colston Loveland for a 1st down across the 30-yard line. Wow, what a catch.
What a catch, and what a great job. Oh, the back official is coming in saying he didn't get a foot down.
Wow, the official looking right at it.
The field was an incomplete pass. 4th down.
He's got a foot down.
He's got a foot down. Does he keep possession of the ball?
It comes out when he hits the ground out of bounds. Did he have possession long enough is the question. Is this a complete kind of deal? At this point, do you
So he's got the ball, foot down. He's clearly in.
Hits the ground. And the ball comes out.
Boy, what a great effort by Colston Loveland.
Wow.
You want to talk about a guy that is as a never refuse, never say die attitude.
We might get a review here. Let's see if this indeed is ruled possession before the ball came out.
Michigan is challenging the ruling on the field of an incomplete pass. We'll review the play.
Kind of have to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's the difference between punting and a first down, and it's really going to come down to, do they believe that with both hands on the ball, does he possess the ball long enough with his foot on the ground and I mean, if he kept both hands on the ball, I think they probably say it's a catch, but because he moved it into one hand, I think they're going to say it's.
Ron Snodgrass, our lead officials under the hood, taking a look at this one. Boy, Donovan Edwards is down there imploring them to overturn this. Again, it'll be 1st and 10 Michigan at the 36-yard line. And if they have to punt, they'll be in a world of hurt.
Are they getting the notepad out, Doug?
This can be, the longer these things take, well, now that Snodgrass takes the headset off.
After review, the receiver was going to the ground and did not maintain possession. It is an incomplete pass. Michigan is charged for a second timeout and has lost their challenge for the remainder of the game. It's 4th down.
Well, look, I think you kind of had to do it.
Yeah, no question.
I believe that's the right call in that situation.
I think it is as well.
Yeah. The thing is that when you're in that situation on the sideline, you want to get that ball to your body as fast as you can to avoid situations like that.
Tommy Doman standing on his own 12-yard line. Has the snap, puts his right foot into it, gets off a good punt inside the 28, and calling for a fair catch is the Ducks wide receiver, Evan Stewart, on the receiving end of that punt, and that's where Oregon will take over, leading by 14. Here early 4th quarter, that was a 45-yard punt from Tommy Doman.
Yeah, and it's this is where you got to rely on your defense. Go out there, get yourself another stop. They did it in the first possession of the second half. They were able to hold enough to hold them to 3 points when they had already had a stop, but the drive was extended due to penalty.
It's a big ask of this Michigan defense. It's held Oregon to 3 points so far in the second half. Gabriel, handoff to James up the middle. Not much running room there as he gets stacked up out near the 32-yard line. Short game. It's Trey Pierce on the stop.
Clogging up the middle there. Now here's where they got to be really good on second down, because Dylan Gabriel really has everything at his disposal. He's probably going to stick the ball in the belly of the running back, Jordan James.
James approaching 100 yards rushing. 2nd down and 7. Gabriel back to pass. Here comes Josiah Stewart off the edge. Gabriel gets out of there, fires, and it's caught by Lowe across the 40. Good for a first down. Knocked out of bounds by Jadon Hood, and moved the chains for the Ducks.
Josiah Stewart's going to beat himself up about that. He had Dylan Gabriel's in the sights and just went for that upfield shoulder versus trying to keep him in the pocket, forcing him up in the pocket where he might have been able to get the sack.
Clock running, 13:44 to go. Oregon up, 31-17. Ball just inside their own 40. Gabriel in a shotgun. James off his left hip. Snap. Handoff to James. 40. And dropped as he gets out to the 42-yard line by Trey Pierce again. Gain of about 1.5 yards on first down.
Trey's done a nice job of getting good extension up front there, being able to rip off a block and make that play. And it was on that right guard, Marcus Harper. This is an experienced offensive line for Oregon.
Second down and 8. 2 men in motion, and yeah, indeed, the flags fly as Oregon will be backed up 5 yards. They had 2 guys in motion. And here's the call.
Ball start. Offense, number 50, 5-yard penalty, second down.
That was Newshot Struther. Only the second penalty of the game on the Ducks.
But we'll take it.
Yeah.
Second and long.
There was something wrong with the timing of that whole thing. And you could see Gabriel like, guys, you can't both be in motion, and then the center flinched. Or check that, the left guard flinched. Second down and 13. Empty backfield for Gabriel. Wolverines show a 4-man front. Now they walk up Walker from his safety spot. Back to pass is Gabriel. Fires over the middle, incomplete on a slant, looking for Trayshawn Holden at midfield. He bounced it to him. Makari Page in coverage. It'll be third and long for Oregon.
Yeah, that's a uncharacteristic misfire by Dylan Gabriel.
Who is that that's down?
One of the big boys.
Timeout on the field.
There you go. We'll get a timeout as they address an injured Oregon Duck, with the Ducks leading 31-17. 12:36 to go in the ball game. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
(31-17), Oregon on top of Michigan, but looking at a 3rd down and 13 here, early 4th quarter from their own 37-yard line. Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Our statistician is Bruce Motti. Our spotter is Rich Marion. Engineer is Tony Butler. Brian Bush is our host. Jack Miller, pregame, halftime, and post. And Rob Joyce back in our studios. Huge play here. This Michigan defense is trying to get the crowd into it, and they are responding.
Yeah, got to find a way to get off the field. This is a great opportunity for this defense. They've done all the hard work.
Oregon's 7 of 11 on 3rd down. This is a 3rd and 13 for Dylan Gabriel. Back to pass. Steps up. Here comes the rush. Fires it incomplete. Tried to dump it off to his running back, Whittington. And the Wolverines buried Gabriel as he got rid of it. It was Mason Graham in his face, and the Michigan defense finds another stop.
Well, Dylan Gabriel has not held onto the ball very long. He's had good protection, but that ball has been in and out of his hands. Nice job by Mason Graham of finally being able to get home. And it was just a straight bull rush that got to him. Derek Moore met there at the same time.
If it wasn't for those guys up front, they had Justice Lowe down the field streaking, wide open.
Don't line up over the center, guys. Tyler Moore is standing on his own 19-yard line. Field this punt from James. Fair catch signal for, and it goes over his head towards the end zone and into the blue for a touchback.
Great decision. Great decision. Letting that one go.
Wolverines will have the football from here at the Big House when we continue trailing 31-17 with 12:23 to go, fourth quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built for tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $319 a month for 24 months, with $3,909 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 trade assist and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends November 13th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $319 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan with the football on their own 20-yard line, trailing 31-17 with 12:23 to go in the ball game. And, you know, it's one of those games where it just feels like they're hanging around and Oregon can't quite put the dagger in, and defense keeps coming up with a stop. And
the defense has been so big here in the second half, and now it's the offense's opportunity to be able to go out there and make something happen. You got to find a way to get Colston Loveland the ball.
Oregon with just 63 yards of offense in the third quarter. And after having 304 at the half.
Yeah, boy, it was a dominant first half. Dylan Gabriel is, I mean, after watching him, comparing him to Quinn Ewers,
yeah,
he seems like a much more well-composed version, just as dangerous.
Alex Orgean at quarterback on this first down play. And we get a whistle, and is there movement up front by Michigan, or did Oregon do something?
They may be calling him for simulating the snap. They're allowed to move, but they can't make.
Ball start. Offense, number 17, 5-yard penalty. First down.
He probably was looking in there at the ball, saw the defense, all four defensive linemen abruptly stem from left to right, and just twitched a little bit.
Back up Michigan to the 15-yard line. They continue with Alex Orgean there on this 1st and 15. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Orgean takes the snap. Goes QB run up the middle across the 15 out to the 17, the 18-yard line, where he's chopped down by Bryce Betcher. Going to be second down, and Davis Warren back in for the Michigan offense.
I like bringing in Alex Orgean, but at some point, I don't. If it's a read option, I know he's got Kalel Mullins back there, but with him, you've got a little bit more speed, a little bit more athletic ability to try and press the edge just a little bit more.
Second down and 13. Davis Warren in a shotgun has the snap. Here comes the rush off the edge, and Davis gets out of there looking downfield. It's going to fire, and incomplete. Did everything he could to avoid the sack, got rid of it, bounced it up to Marlon Klein's feet, but that's very fortunate. That was not another negative play.
No, very fortunate. Davis Warren was able to squeeze out of there I'm not really sure how he was able to avoid the sack. He was under extreme duress as soon as he took his fifth step. But to be able to get out of there and get rid of the ball, that saved him, 6 yards?
3rd down and 13 for Michigan. 11:43 to go in the ball game. They trail by 14. 2 receivers split wide right, 1 to the left. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis Warren back to pass. Looking, fires over the middle, and it's caught for a first down across the 35-yard line by Tyler Morris. Well covered. What a throw. What a catch.
Yeah, great protection. Plenty of time in the pocket. A lot of games going on. A couple of twists on both sides. Offensive line passes it off. Davis Warren stands in there, delivers a strike to Tyler Morris. That was beautiful. Great conversion.
Michigan still alive here, trailing by 2 scores with the ball on their own 37-yard line. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis Warren, pistol formation, takes the snap. Rolls out to his right, looking downfield. Fires, caught by Colston Loveland across the 40, out to the 43-yard line where he's knocked into the Oregon bench by Kobe Savage. Good gain on first down for Michigan, 6 yards.
Nice pickup. There's more to be had there. Kendrick Bell, if Davis Warren is able to read the defense and see Kendrick Bell coming out of his break, he's got an easy pass down the field. It just takes him a little bit too long, but you always know that you got that dump off to Colston.
2nd down and 4 for Michigan. Edwards in the backfield. Snap, handoff, Edwards up the middle, first down, 50, 45 into Oregon territory. Donovan Edwards down to the Oregon 41-yard line. Good hesitation, found a crease, burst through it. Jabbar Muhammad brought him down as Donovan Edwards goes for 16 yards.
Well, like I mentioned, when they bring Kalel in, they load up the box. With Donovan's in there, they don't have that extra guy in there, so you got a little bit of extra room. Nice job up front of parting the Red Seas and allowing Donovan Edwards a lot of room to roam in there.
Michigan hanging in there with number 1 Oregon. Down 31-17, 10 minutes to go in the ball game. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, and his pass is broken up in the backfield, knocked down by a blitzing safety, Brandon Johnson. Incomplete, 2nd down.
Well, they put Kalel in motion. They wanted to see what the defense was going to do. They weren't going to match up in man, so they had an easy dump off to Kalel. Just got to put a little bit of air under that ball so it doesn't get batted down at the line of scrimmage.
Alex Orji is in at quarterback. It's been bottled up today, 4 carries, 10 yards. He's in a shotgun on the 2nd down and 10 from the Oregon 41-yard line. Snap, Orji's going to go, quarterback run right, 40. Breaks a tackle inside the 30, down to the 35. Alex Orji carrying tacklers, has not stepped out of bounds inside the 15 and down to the 12-yard line. Alex Orji with a QB run before he was finally forced out of bounds. That's 29 yards after contact.
Yeah, I mean, you get him just a little bit wider, like I mentioned. Now all of a sudden there's a lot more room for him to be able to use his athletic ability. And had he not stepped out, I think, didn't Miles Hinton just pick him up and carry him there for a little bit?
Looked like it.
He definitely did. Picked him up and kept him going.
There you go. Davis Warren back in. And we get a whistle. This one might get reviewed to see if Alex stepped out.
Stepped out a little earlier. A lot of action by the sideline.
After a replay review, the runner was out of bounds at the 15-yard line. It's first down.
All right.
It's not.
It's
cost
not
Michigan 3 yards.
I was wondering because he was dancing near the sidelines at about the 30. I thought they were going to say, "Hey, let's move it all the way back." We'll take the 3 yards.
From the 15-yard line to the Ducks. Wolverines knocking on the door. Kalel Mullings in the backfield off the right hip of Davis Warren. Now he shifts from right to left. 1st and 10 Wolverines. Davis Warren, snap, rolls out to the left. Looking downfield, is going to float it out of bounds. Nothing there.
Great decision.
He said earlier this week, take each play as an independent event.
Yep, and in the second half, that's how we started this. Hey, you start stacking successes. You got to be good on this play. Don't worry about what just happened. The first half is over. Last play is over. You've got to find a way to be good on that next one, and that was a great decision. Nothing there. Throw the ball away.
Alex Orji in at quarterback on the 2nd and 10. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Orji takes the snap. QB draw up the middle, puts his head down, 15, and fighting down to the 12. It's likely 4-down territory given time and score.
Certainly is. I wish Alex Orji would have been just a split second later, a little bit more patient. If he does, he probably sees the tight end coming around, is able to scoot that one out to the right versus cutting it back to the left. A lot of traffic back where he cut the ball.
3rd down and 7 for Michigan from the Oregon 12-yard line. Davis Warren back in at quarterback. Well, Mullings in the backfield. 3 receivers split wide right. That's the field side. Ball on the left hash. Now they motion Colston Loveland. Handoff. Kalel Mullings gets it inside the 10, just barely, and he's stacked up there. It's going to be 4th down. And 4th and about 5.
Well, the decision to run Kalel there tells you they know it's 4-down territory. They're just trying to pick up half of the yardage. Little surprised that they would go with Kalel with the success that Donovan has had and the light box they get with Donovan in there.
Alex Orji is in the ball game on this critical 4th down and 5. From the 10-yard line, Orji in a shotgun. He's got the snap, flips it to Samaj. Samaj looking to throw. He's going to fire a jump ball, and it's out of bounds. Little wide receiver pass, incomplete, and Oregon gets a stop with 7:24 to go in the ball game. Not fooled on the reverse pass.
No, and they're obviously trying to go back to Alex Orji, hand the ball up to Samaj, run the old, what is it, the Philly special?
Timeout on the field with 7:24 to go. Oregon on top, 31-17. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Tommy James and the Shondell. Saturday night party night, November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Classic 60s hits with Tommy James. Tickets start at $35 and are on sale now at the box office at etix.com.
My baby does the hanky panky.
November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss Tommy James and the Shondell. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
It's Michigan and Oregon, live from the Big House.
Wolverine drive stalls on 4th down from the Oregon 10-yard line with 7:24 to go in the ball game. Michigan with 1 timeout. Ducks are going to want to run some clock, up 2 scores. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be with the Wolverines. So, John Jansen, what have you seen today that you liked?
Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 catches, 112 yards. He has, when the Wolverines have needed him, he's been able to step up and make plays. I think he's been dynamic, and he's been the best that Michigan has.
Defense needs a turnover here. I imagine we'll see Oregon try and run the football. Dylan Gabriel, shotgun. Toss sweep to Whittington, running left. Across the 10, out to the 15-yard line where he's chopped down by the Wolverines. Mark it at the 16. Ernest Hausman on the stop. I've called Ernest's name a lot today.
Yeah, he's a downhill guy. He's a guy that can go sideline to sideline. We've talked about him covering tight ends. He made the open field tackle against Ferguson earlier in the game.
He's got 10 tackles.
And Oregon's going to be in no hurry to snap the ball, and because Michigan's down to one timeout, they can only stop it once outside the two-minute warning.
2nd down and 4 for the Ducks. Gabriel in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Handoff, and met in the backfield and dropped right there is James. Who was that broke through?
Mason Graham.
Mason Graham. Should have known.
Yep, no surprise. He's one of the guys up front that has played well today.
Whittington, not James on the stop. So here we go, 3rd down. Third and 5 for the Ducks. Ball's on the 15-yard line. They got to get it across the 20. They go empty backfield with 5 wide. Michigan shows a 4-man front. Gabriel back to pass. Here comes the rush. Fires over the middle. He's got his man. 1st down yardage across the 20 out to the 25-yard line. Jayshawn Barham drops Trayshawn Holden right there. Gain of 10 on 3rd and 5.
Zeke Berry was in coverage, and before the snap, he kind of had his hands in the shrugging motion, like he wasn't sure what the coverage was, defensive play was, and I just think he was just a little bit late trying to figure out what was going on before the ball was snapped.
Playing a new position with both Jair Hill and Will Johnson out of this game. Zeke Berry's had to play corner. Handoff up the middle, 25. Pushing towards the 30 is Whittington. Zeke Berry brings him down, a gain of 5. 5:19 to go, clock running. But he's got to get the football out here, John.
Yeah, going to have to pry it out. And at this point, it's first guy there, wrap up. Everybody else attack the football. See if you can pry it out, punch it out, knock it out any way possible. I would be shocked to see them, unless it's 3rd down like we just saw, put the ball in the air at all. They don't want to stop the clock. They don't want to put the ball at risk.
2nd down and 5 for Oregon. 7-man box for the Wolverines. Snap, hand off to James running left. He's stacked up, bounces out of there, gets a yard, maybe 2 before the Wolverines drag him backwards. Makari Page, Rayshawn Benny, the Wolverine tacklers. It'll be another 3rd down play for Oregon.
Yeah, and this is where it's tough for the Michigan defense. The 3rd and 3, they just converted a 1st down with a pass. And with Dylan Gabriel and the experience that he has there, I guarantee you he's going to the line of scrimmage with 2, maybe even 3 plays. One that's an easy pitch and catch for a 1st down. If that's not there, they've got a run right and a run left.
Here we go. 3rd and 3. They got to get it across the 35-yard line. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. Gabriel's going to pass, back to pass, rolling out of there to the right, fires deep ball downfield, and it's caught at the Michigan 40 down the far sideline, 30, and dragged down as Trayshawn Holden by Amir Hall, and that might just about close the door.
What a great pass by Dylan Gabriel. He gets flushed out of the pocket. Now he's a left-handed quarterback, so going to his left is the strong suit, but just flings it downfield, is able to find his receiver.
47 yards for Oregon. With 3:26 to go in the ball game, Wolverines in a world of hurt now.
Again, they got to hope for a turnover. They got to find a way to pry that ball out as Oregon starts to salt this clock away.
On the Michigan 21-yard line, Gabriel in a shotgun. Snap. Hand off to James. Met in the backfield and dropped by blitzing Mason Curtis, the true freshman. Clock running, 2:55 to go.
He's been a little bit of a bright spot today. Mason Curtis getting his first major action with all the injuries in the secondary. You mentioned Zeke Berry playing more corner position, has allowed Mason Curtis the opportunity to come in, play some nickel, play some safety. We've seen him all over the field, and quite honestly, it looks like he's been a really solid addition to this defense.
2:33 to go in the ball game. On the 22-yard line, 2nd down and 11 for the Ducks. Dylan Gabriel in a shotgun. James off his left hip. Snap, hand off to James, running right. Going to bounce it outside, 20, 15, and touchdown saving tackle by Quentin Johnson at the Michigan 10-yard line. And that will likely take us down to the 2-minute timeout. And Michigan with just one timeout.
Yeah.
Really has no chance to
No.
stop the clock here. Other than the 2-minute timeout here at the Big House. This last call presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to craft. 31-17, Oregon on top. Late fourth quarter, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to visitors, Ann Arbor wants you. You as you are. You as you want to be. We're a place for originals, unlike anywhere else. We are creators, innovators, and visionaries. We're a world-class spot for arts and culture where you'll find the trailblazing as well as the traditional. We're home to a global dining scene, and we're a year-round outdoor oasis. You're an original. We love that. We invite you to see yourself in Ann Arbor. We urge you to be yourself in Ann Arbor. Visit annarbor.org for more.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
31-17, Oregon on top of Michigan. 2-minute timeout. Oregon's got it just inside the Michigan 10-yard line, first and goal. And the Wolverines with just one timeout. Oregon can kneel this one out if they so choose. There's a facet of the audience that might care about whether or not Oregon adds to their point total at this point.
Yes, there is. Yeah, there's no half point that they can go out there and score. But Michigan's played against a couple of really good teams this year. Texas early on in the season with a quarterback in Quentin Ewers, and now Dylan Gabriel. Both of those guys have been able to show experience, leadership, and carving up the defense.
Whittington in the backfield. Snap, handoff to Whittington, met in the backfield, spins out of one tackle inside the 10, down to the 8-yard line, and he's dropped right there. Give him the 7. And the clock will run with 1:48 to go. Yeah, look, I mean...
defense played much better in the second half. With 304 yards of offense in the first half, the defense really showed some nice signs of life in the second half, whether it was finally getting home on Dylan Gabriel, getting a couple of third down stops. And offensively, they found something that worked a little bit more in the second half, too. Obviously, it was mostly Colston Loveland getting the ball to him.
Well, Oregon scored touchdowns on 4 of their first 5 drives. And they have
Short timeout, Oregon, their first. A 30-second timeout.
Produced just 3 field goals and 1 field goal rather, and 4 possessions in the second half. Oregon takes the timeout with 1:11 to go. That's their first timeout. Michigan with 1 timeout left. So, John, we got Indiana next week, an Indiana team that is pounding Michigan State up in East Lansing right now.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of hope in East Lansing that they might be able to get that win. and one step closer to possible bowl eligibility in the first year of Jonathan Smith, but it's not going to happen today. And obviously you look at that score and you think of the tough fight that Michigan State put into this game last week. And I know it's a rivalry game. They put a lot into it, but looking at what Indiana has been able to do this year, that's going to be a tough matchup down in Bloomington.
A preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
Never thought we'd be saying that about a trip to Bloomington.
No. Michigan's played some tight football games down there over the years. Pistol formation, James is deep with 1:11 to go. Oregon's got it. 2nd and goal from the 6. Hand off to James up the middle, and the Wolverines will bring him down inside the 5, down at the 2. And the clock is running with 1:02 to go. Oregon will have to snap it one more time. And Sherrone Moore is not going to take a timeout.
Nope. Defense still going to make Oregon earn it.
3rd and goal from the 2. With 43 seconds to go and a ticking clock here at the Big House. Do they go victory formation?
Nope.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't seem to be in the DNA of Dan Lanning.
Shotgun, snap, handoff to James up the middle into the end zone for an Oregon touchdown. With 25 seconds to go, the Ducks celebrate and extends their lead to 37-17. Interesting.
John, just take, right now they get their opportunity, but remember it. That's what you say when you're Sherrone Moore.
Sure,
that.
You can remember it. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that say Michigan or that Oregon should have taken a knee, but it's still up to Michigan to stop them.
Yep.
It is.
Yep.
I'm still using it as motivation.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Sappington on for the extra point. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up. And the kick is good. Flag on the play. I think Michigan jumped off sides, but it'll be declined or marched off on the kickoff.
Offside. Defense. Penalties declined. Score is good.
38-17. Oregon on top.
That's a tough day for Michigan. Early on, they just didn't come out. And, we talked about starting fast, and obviously Oregon was a team that started fast. But when they had a chance to make up the difference here in the second half, it was penalties and just missed opportunities.
I think the game turned when Michigan was down 14-7. They forced a punt. It was a short punt, and the Wolverines got the football in Oregon territory. 1st and 10 from the 47, and they went 3 and out.
Yeah.
And look, any chance you had to take advantage. A great field position, a short field, and there was a lot of football after that. But given what the offense is, they had to capitalize there.
They came out. Oregon got the 3 and out. Michigan punted the ball, got them down to the 6. They went on a 94-yard drive. I think you're right. That series, that couple of minutes there was really what shifted this game.
Oregon will kick off, and Keyshawn Harris will field it at the goal line and bring it out to the 10, to the 15, and chop down as he gets close to the 20-yard line. And that's where the Wolverines will have the football with 21 seconds to go in the ballgame. Well, you may as well sling it.
Well, yeah, you see what you got. See if you can throw it downfield.
Wolverines, at this point, are winning the turnover battle for the 2nd consecutive week.
Yeah, just not enough to make a difference in this game.
Davis Warren in a shotgun with 3 wide. 21 seconds to go in the game, has the snap. Back to pass. Gets it to Donovan Edwards in the left flat, and he'll step out of bounds at the 21-yard line for a gain of 1 with 14 seconds to go.
I just want to prolong this one as much as possible.
Apparently.
But it's the protection for Michigan was good like it was last week. So that's something that offensive line can build on. Passing game was effective at times.
Davis has the snap, fires, and incomplete, looking for Hogan Hansen. Bounced it at his feet. Yeah, and Oregon, no sacks today. Of course, Michigan had no sacks. And that is something that they needed to do. They needed to win the battle at the line of scrimmage up front defensively, and they just didn't.
And against a quarterback like Dylan Gabriel, it's going to be really hard. This offense is designed to get the ball in and out of his hands, and he's just a smart quarterback, gets rid of the ball when he needs to.
3rd and 9, handoff to Donovan Edwards across the 25 out to the 26-yard line, and that is where he is dropped, and that'll be the last play of the ball game as the clock winds down and hits 0 here in Ann Arbor. Dan Lanning heads to the middle of the field, shake hands with Sharon Moore. And then the teams will head up the tunnel. It's a long embrace between the two. And the teams will head up the tunnel. Actually, a lot of handshaking and high-fiving between the two sides right now. Down on the field as the Wolverines congratulate Oregon on a 38-17 win here in Ann Arbor. Lots to do here in our post-game show, including a trip into the Michigan locker room where we will hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. Also, Jason Avant will make his way up there and talk to several members of this Michigan team following this loss that drops Michigan to 5-4 on the season. Indiana next week down in Bloomington. Of course, we'll have it here on the Michigan Network.